And good morning, everyone. That is a live shot of WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. Welcome to the 2022 NASA Championships here at Laguna, Seca. I'm Edwin Pardue. Dick Sissage along. Dick.
Good morning, Edwin. Great to be here. The much expected rain did put in an appearance last night, got everything nice and wet, but now it's just overcast and sunny, and the track is drying.
Yeah, we went around this morning and took a look at the track. A couple of wet spots there. Crew was out there working on those few areas with some standing water. What you're seeing right now are what we call hardship laps. So folks who had a mechanical issue or something yesterday just kind of shake the car down and ready to go because it's Championship Sunday.
It is Championship Sunday. We're going to start out with a couple of time trials. On our first race of the day is, I believe, 10:45 this morning. So we've got a busy day all the way through until 5 o'clock. So racing action all day for the 2022 NASA Championships at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca in Monterey, California.
Beautiful day. There are some clouds around, but right now, as you mentioned, the weather much better than what the weathermen had called for. Again, today we'll be joined by Will Falls and Carla Pestotnik. They will be down in the paddock talking to drivers as they come off the track. And, you know, everything is led up today. There was a practice day and then a day of qualifying and a day of qualifying races. And, you know, all of those are important to get that preferred starting spot, especially in some of the classes with really large fields. And now it all comes down to performing today. And the weather plays a big part into it because some race teams aren't prepared for a wet weather race.
Well, it could be a wet weather race some part of the day. I believe that we are going to see more rain before the day is done. And some showers, perhaps. Nothing serious, not a deluge, maybe a quarter inch or more. Not much more than that. Just passing through, and then it'll be sunny again and maybe some more rain again before the end of the day. So on and off conditions, kind of iffy, difficult to judge, very difficult to deal with.
We've got some stories within the stories. We'll send you down to the paddock and catch up with some of those. Time trial, interesting day. We've got a couple of the EV cars here. We saw the Tesla yesterday, but from what I understand, a couple of those guys, whoever's quickest this weekend actually will end up setting a new electric track record here this weekend. So right now, I think yesterday, Boyce Coker was down about like 130.0.
I think he got down to a 130.05, just kind of knocking on the door of 129, but just didn't make it there. Not quite.
You can see as the cars go up the hill there, you see still just a little bit of spray, a little rooster tail, and actually that's great because that helps to dry the racetrack. It pumps some of that moisture up out of the track. So still seeing a little bit of dampness there, and down the corkscrew, that's where you definitely want a dry line.
Yeah, that's for sure, because that's a pretty tricky set of corners down there, and it's all downhill. We've been talking about it all weekend. That is a 10-story descent, about 100 feet, just a couple of feet short, 98 or something like that, from turn 7 all the way down to turn 9.
Dick, let's look back at yesterday, the qualifying races. What kind of stands out to you that takes us into this Championship Sunday?
There were some terrific battles out there yesterday, very, very hard-fought battles at the front of the pack and throughout the pack as well. Stand out to me was the Spec Miata race. That was just spectacular. There were battles throughout that 45-car field.
And, you know, we mentioned it a few times yesterday that any car that you passed in that qualifying race is a car you don't have to pass today.
Well, it also moves you one spot up on the starting grid for today's championship race.
Yesterday's qualifying races were 30 minutes long, today 45. Changes the way you approach it a little bit, but we saw quite a few double yellows, so we did not have as much green flag racing yesterday as I think a lot of the teams would have preferred.
If it gets wet, you're going to see even more double yellows because it can be pretty slippery here, and it has not rained in a long time, so there's some oil in the pavement that's going to come to the surface, and everybody's going to be skating around here looking for a dry line to get through a corner.
The shot there, you can see the paddock area. We talked about, you know, did some folks go home due to rain, but as I came in this morning, the paddock looked still very, very full, and as touch and go as the weather is, no need to kind of predict what it might be. Kind of sit it out and see what may what may happen. And we're seeing a really nice dry line starting to come in now here on the front straightaway.
I think the best thing you can say about the weather is it's going to be unpredictable.
As will the racing today as well. We're going to try to go through throughout the day, cover each of the racing classes, tell you a little bit about what the different classes are, and highlight some of those drivers. There's still a few cars out there, so we'll give them some time, and then we'll come back. Again, our Group G time trial will start here in just a few moments, about 5 or 6 minutes. They'll go out.
I'm looking at some of the lap times on here, and they're considerably slower than they were yesterday. Due to conditions, the McLennan in the number 3 car out there for this hardship is at a 1:54.1, just a little under 2 minutes. So they are considerably slower than they did run yesterday.
We'll see. Like I say, the way the track is laid out, you are going to have some areas too that one area is going to dry out a little bit quicker than another area. And also, you mentioned that this track does drain pretty well. All the elevation change, some of the bankings in the corner, it naturally will drain and dry pretty quickly.
Well, in some areas it may drain too well, as it may bring some of that dirt and a little bit of the gravel out onto the pavement if it's a really steep area that's adjacent to the track.
And we saw a track crew was out here early this morning, prepping everything and doing all they could to get the track ready to go.
Yeah, they were doing some housekeeping. I saw them doing some hand sweeping over in the turn 5 area when I came in. Now, I noticed that you took a lap around in your rental car, and it gave you a much better feeling for the track and what the drivers actually face here. You know, you'll talk about a double hairpin, a double apex corner. You talk about the descent to the corkscrew. You need to experience it yourself to really know what it's like, because TV cameras can't really give you the picture of what is going on. It's an approximation, but it's not the feeling.
Well, needless to say, going down the corkscrew in a car, it gives you a whole appreciation for what these drivers do. And again, you mentioned it yesterday. You see the sky, and all of a sudden the nose of the car pitches forward, and down you go. The other part that kind of caught me, surprised me a little bit, is some of the corners, some of the banking in the corners, particularly turn 5, some significant banking in the corners, which, at 5 gives the cars a nice run up the hill before they make the left onto Ray Hall Straight, but a lot of banking in that corner, especially 5.
Good banking in 10, too, that you come out of 10 and take that short chute that takes you down to the final corner. You will see some passing there under late braking coming out of 10, going into the final corner here at this 2.238 mile 11 turn track.
Well, and then you've got that banking at 10, you're going left, and then the final corner 11, couldn't think of the number. It's completely flat and very, very tight. So you've got that bank corner and then into a really tight flat
and you
corner.
got a wide runoff area on the driver's right as you come out of that. It's flat. There's no curb or bumper there, but it's painted white with red stripes to let you know you're getting out to the edge of the pavement. And sometimes cars go beyond the edge of the pavement there. You'll see some spins perhaps down in turn 11 today.
We saw a couple groups using every inch of that racetrack of turn 11 yesterday, especially they're trying to make that pass coming onto the front straightaway too wide and use every bit of the racetrack.
I'm curious about your impression going down from turn 1 to the entrance of the Andretti hairpin. It's wide enough for 5 or 6 cars, and it's just a big, wide entry, and all of a sudden it goes around to the left.
And you're going uphill there as well, and then just as you're getting almost to that braking zone, it dips back down, and you're exactly right. It's like running into a funnel.
Like a funnel, exactly.
Yeah. And, well, we saw it yesterday. I can't remember which group I can't remember. They went down the straightaway about 3 wide, and immediately they found out, and one car in the middle kind of got squeezed in the middle and found out real quickly there's not room for 3. There's room for 3 down the straightaway. There's not room for 3 into turn number 2.
Well, there is at the entrance, but not into. You have to really watch that corner on the opening lap. That's when it gets really interesting, because you'll have cars 4 or 5 wide until they sort themselves out to go into that turn. The good news about it is there's plenty of runoff area. If you miss the corner and go straight, there's a long, long gravel area to slow you down, because you're carrying an awful lot of speed. You're at the end of the longest straightaway here at this raceway when you go into that corner.
Well, and let's talk about straightaways for a moment, because most of the straightaways here aren't all straight. There's a kink here and a kink there. They're relatively straight, but you're working all the time on this racetrack.
I like relatively straight, a relatively straight straightaway.
That's it. Well, you look, here's going up the hill there. You know, it still kind of meanders a bit.
And then there's a little dip in there, too, as you head up towards 6 out of 5. 5 is one of the prime passing areas we talked about. Sometimes you'll see some passes up in the corkscrew. But the thing about the corkscrew, you slow as you crest the hill, as you mentioned, see nothing but sky, then the nose of the car dives down, and you accelerate all the way down through that corkscrew, a left, a right, and another left. And when you get to the bottom of it, there's an off-camber turn that wants to spit you off on the outside, driver's right.
And we mentioned it yesterday, that Ray Hall straight, you literally are on the crest of the mountain there.
You're running up the spine of the hill.
Yes, you are. And you don't want to look at it while you're driving, but the scenery is beautiful. I had to take a little peek driver's right as I went through there. Probably don't want to do that while you're racing, but the scenery is absolutely gorgeous. Checker flag is out on this hardship session. Again, cars that may have had a mechanical or other issue yesterday, they worked on the cars overnight. They give them a chance just to get out, do a couple laps, make sure everything is repaired, the bolts are tight, and they're ready to go racing. So those cars will come back into the paddock here in just a moment, and then we'll turn things over to our first Group G time trial of the day. Time trial and racing are two completely different groups. You'll hear us talk about qualifying and qualifying races. That sets the starting grid for the championship races today. Time trial is its own individual race, and all it is about is cars getting the quickest lap of the weekend. They'll have a total of 5 rounds. They've already had 3. We'll have round 4 this morning, and then round 5 later today. And it's broken up into Group G and Group H. Within those two groups, there are various classes, and we'll share those with you. Drivers may also choose during the weekend to both participate in the race and the time trial. Some folks talk if you're new here, that could be quite an advantage because you're going to get more laps on track. The disadvantage is it makes for a very, very busy weekend. So you might be running a time trial event and a race event, and if so, you're going to be very, very busy in the paddock.
You know, I notice the way these are scheduled. Group G is scheduled to go out at 9:15 for round 4. Then they're back out for round 5 at 11:30. So who knows? This could be a dry time trial. By 11:30, when they go out again, conditions may have changed completely on the track.
Well, and we even said yesterday, after they did round 2 yesterday morning, the track was dry. It was nice, cool weather, creating for them a lot of horsepower, and really thought yesterday's round 2 would be the fastest session of the weekend. But now if this dry line comes in, we could see some pretty quick laps coming in. Right now, the fastest, Group H, was Jonathan Fenstrom yesterday, 122.225 for Fenstrom yesterday. And then we talked about Craig Coker, 130.025, and that was in the race-prepared Tesla. We talked with him a little bit this morning, and he thinks they still have even a quicker lap in that car later today. So
maybe he will get into the 129s.
He was so close, and I know that was a goal of his. But again, first group will be Group G. This will be TT3, TT4, TT5, and TT6. So you'll hear us talk about TT, that's the time trial, but then in race we'll talk about ST1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those same cars, the TT number and their ST number would correspond. So if you're going to run both of those events, that's how you would go back and forth. But it makes it a super, super busy weekend. When we get into this session in a moment, right now Austin Kent, car number 12 in Group G, was fastest in his best time. That was in round 3, and that was a 135.5. So they'll take your best time throughout the weekend. You go down here, I see some drivers had their fastest during round 1, round 2, round 3. And round 2, I think, was that when Fenstrom set his quick one And yeah, Finstrom did in round 2 yesterday morning, but a couple cars in the afternoon came back and laid down their fast lap.
Yeah, Coker in the Tesla laid down his fast lap in round 4 at a 1:30.025, just so close to 129, flirting with it, but just not quite there.
And we'll be looking also, the all-electric Radical will be out there a little bit later. So here we are, Group G is now on track, and they are getting the green flags. It'll be the first of their flying laps. We want to keep an eye again. Austin Kent, TT3, was the quickest in this group so far this weekend.
This is the 2022 NASA Championships at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. Since 2008, Hawk Performance has supported NASA members with the best braking products in the industry, combined with a lucrative contingency program for HPDE, TT, and racers alike. Hawk Performance is dedicated to making sure drivers feel confident no matter what the road or track conditions bring. To see how Hawk supports NASA members, visit DRIVENASA.com.
Cars are on their first flying lap. When they come back by the start finish, we'll start getting some times in here. And again, we'll have a good look at how this compares to laps yesterday. You see going up the hill there, that spray has stopped. So that means they've pumped a lot of that water off of that uphill straight so far.
Yeah, and as the cars drive through it, it dissipates the moisture too, and you'll see a dry line emerge. Although the track looks pretty dry from the pictures we're getting on our TV monitor, looks to be in pretty good shape. Watching the car go through the corkscrew now, using the normal line, doesn't have any trouble. Of course, some cars look like they're hesitating just a little bit before they literally take the plunge.
Something else there, you can't see it from the camera shot, but the curbing driver's left at the top of the corkscrew, there is a curbing mound there that is huge. You absolutely avoid that spot. I mean, it is some aggressive curbing driver's left right before you go down the hill.
Well, last weekend, some of the drivers were using that curbing to position the car, to set it up for a corner.
Those guys are brave. All right, here we go. We got times coming in, and the first ones in the TT4, the 424 car. Justin Sprugassi, a 201. So get you an idea of much slower right now than where we were yesterday. Yesterday in round 2, he ran a 137 in that 424 car. So they're going to just kind of tiptoe through and get it. It's
got to take a lap or two for those times to come down, depending again on the surface grip that they can get. The weather's okay for him. It's cool enough. The engine should be making good power. A little humid out there, a lot of moisture in the air. Looking at Bill Thorwartson, his best time, a 1:59.338. He's in a TT2 car, followed by the number 37 Edge Motorworks at a 201.569.
We're following the number 8. That's the workshop team. Yesterday, a 139.041. So we'll get a good idea of the difference in lap times now as that car comes up the Ray Hall straight. Again, their fast time was in round 1, a 139.041. So he'll work through the corkscrew and come around and put his first lap of the session.
Matt McIntyre, now the quickest car out there in this time trial, in the number 31 TT3 car at a 1:59.173.
All right, here's the 8 car through that combination. That banking you mentioned in turn number 10, and here he comes turn number 11. And right now, like I say, the best yesterday was a 139.041 for that 8 car. On the front straightaway. See if these lap times start to come down a little bit. He'll come across timing and scoring. 203.547. So there's still a lot of spots over on the racetrack where they're having to tiptoe a little bit. A 139, his fastest of the weekend. That last lap, 2:03.
Based on what we've seen so far, Edwin, I don't think you're going to see any improvement over the quickest times that they have posted up to this point. Of course, it's definitely slower due to conditions.
There's Matt McIntyre. He's, as you mentioned, the fastest in this session so far, a 152.9. And let's see, where was McIntyre yesterday? Pull up his quick time from yesterday and let you know. But right now, he is the quickest in this session in that car, number 32.
Yeah, he's gotten it down to a 152.9. I don't think anybody's going to get out of the 150s in this one. McIntyre at a 152.9, Thorson at a 153.9, and the number 3 GT Auto Lounge car at a 154.8.
And right now, the 31 car, Matt, he does not have any times logged for the weekend so far. Going down here on our timesheet, has not logged a lap for the weekend. So right now, his 152.9 is his quickest lap because it's the only official lap he's made so far. Here he is in that final combination. Turn number 10. Was tucked in behind that 8 car. So right now, 152.948. Matt McIntyre in TT3. His fastest lap of the weekend, but that's only because it's the only lap that he has logged so far over the weekend. Here he comes down the front straightaway. Let's see if McIntyre can improve that lap. He does. 148.821. McIntyre leads the way in TT3 in this session. 148.821.
Well, the time to beat from yesterday was a 122.225, I believe, turned by Finstrom. Well, nobody's going to get close to that. They're about 20 seconds or more out from that best time.
And we have seen the clouds kind of roll back in. No precip. We had some sunshine when we got started. No precip, but the clouds have rolled back in. So 148.821 by McIntyre. That's probably a pretty aggressive lap right now, Dick, based on the track conditions.
Yeah, and Thorsen's also under 150. He's at a 149.022 in the number 221 car. Then everybody after that is 153, 156, 57, and 58. So conditions not ideal for setting a quick run in these time trials at this point. We'll see what happens when they come out later this morning.
How much does it also change your racing line at a weight when it gets really, really wet? We saw some of the apexes with some standing water. It's also going to change the line you're taking around this racetrack.
Well, it will, but the racing line will emerge if it stays dry like this as the cars continue to circulate around the track. The normal racing line will come back, and you'll see the cars using that. But right now, they're looking for dry pavement as they go around.
There's your 221 car of Thorderson coming back into the paddock area, so he'll sit on his 149.022. McIntyre completes another lap, but cannot better his 148.8. So we've probably seen the good so far in this session.
The good from this session, yeah. And they've got the one more session later this morning, as we mentioned. But it's probably going to be, the time that was turned yesterday that is going to be the winner for these TT cars.
That shot is really good there of the 37 because, look, at that part of the racetrack, you see the shadows. You've got sun shining on that part of the racetrack. You come back over here to the front straightaway, no shadows at all because it is under cloud cover.
It's under cloud. And the cloud cover here is thickening. But we'll just have to, we're at the mercy of the weather gods, so to speak. And if you're a TT driver, do I go out now? Do I try and go out later? Will I be forced to sit on the time I turned yesterday? There's a lot of ifs and a lot of thinking going on about what can I do, what will I be able to do based on current conditions.
You see the number 32, the Edge Motorworks car going up the hill. Fast lap in this session is a 152.1. Catches a little bit of traffic at the entrance to the Ray Hall Straight. We'll see if that slows him down. But again, fast lap for the Edge Motorworks team is right now 152.1. He clears that car. You'll see him come into the corkscrew. There is that 37 machine. So let's keep an eye on that car. See if he can better his 152.109. Let's see what was his best yesterday.
Matt McIntyre is still a man to beat. He just turned a 147.059 in that number 31 car. That's his quickest lap today. He's just improved his time. His last lap was his best lap. Thorson down to a 149.022, about 2 full seconds back. Then third quickest is Sprugashi at a 149.2, just a couple of tenths behind Thorson. So the times have come down a little bit, but we're also running out of time in this session.
Edge Motorworks team could not improve their time. They were a 152.1 earlier. That last lap, 152.7. So, you know, when the tires are at their best, the car's ready to go. We saw yesterday lap 2, lap 3, or 4 typically were their best laps.
You're right. It was usually the first, somewhere within the first 3, although there were a couple of exceptions where we had cars on lap 5 or 6 turn their best time. So it's going to vary with the car and the driver. And we're getting to the close to the close of this one. We're probably inside the final 5 minutes of this first time trial here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca for Sunday morning.
You're looking right now at the 18 car in TT5. That is Pramesh Ruparia. And Pramesh, if I got the last name wrong, I tried very, very hard. So Paresh right now in TT5, lap of 2:21 in TT5. So let's watch that car as into turn number 5, the 18 car in TT5. Rup Aurelia. There we go. Pramesh Rup Aurelia.
And McIntyre, another quick lap for him. This is his 6th lap, a 143.973 in that 31 TT3 car.
Just as you and I say, oh, the fast lap's usually lap 2 or 3, somebody pops in a quick lap late session. But the track's also drying out.
Well, the track is improving with each lap. That's the key. So what counted yesterday, you know, the first couple of laps could be your quickest, is not true today because the track is improving with each successive lap. It's getting quicker as other cars.
Yes, yeah. And you're finding that dry line there. You see the track almost completely dry. There's Pramesha's Celica down into the...
Going into 10, it looks like.
Yep, last couple of corners. Going to try to beat his best of the session right now, a 221.9. So we'll watch that car. Should be coming off of turn number 11 here in just a moment. We'll give you his time as he comes by and cannot improve. So he'll stand still on the 221.9 as we pick up another car now on track on a hot lap. Boy, they had a hospitality event here on Friday night, and that one spot there overlooking turn 3. What a cool spot to sit and watch racing.
Yeah, it's a great spot because you can watch the cars coming out of the Andretti hairpin into turn 3, go through turn 3 under the tire bridge 4. You can see them all the way through 5 when they start going up the hill. But it's really cool if you're in the right side of the building looking at the track. The cars are coming straight towards you as they come into turn 3. Terrific vantage point.
Car we were watching just a moment ago was the 146 of Stephen Young. Young right now second fast in TT5 and just got eclipsed by the Morewood Creative team, the 72X. So Young in the 146 had the quickest lap in TT5 and he just got bested by the 72X Morewood Creative. So those two going at it in TT5, a 152.5 and a 153.8. Here comes Young. Let's see if Young can snatch back that quick lap, that dark gray machine there. Into turn number 11. Right now, that's your car. Stephen Young second in TT5. The checkered is out. These flying laps will count. Young, you got one more shot at it to snatch this session away. Got to go quicker than a 152.5, and he does it. Young, right there across the line, runs a 149.608. So as the checker flag is falling, does exactly what he needs to do. Again, these flying laps will count. The Land Yacht Racing, car number 66, right now fourth quick in this session in TT4. Their fast lap has been a 156.8. We'll follow that machine around as, again, flying laps counting here. Beautiful car on track.
And McIntyre turns another quick lap, his best lap, the last one, lap 8, 142.045 in the number 31 TT3 car.
And that's getting it done in a less than ideal perfect race condition. So nice job by McIntyre.
Yeah, it's a complete opposite strategy of what you talked about yesterday. You'd indicated to me, because I was unfamiliar with the time trial procedure, but normally they go out first, second, third lap, they set their quick time, then they leave the track, they go into the paddock, and once they do that, they cannot come back out. Today, because of the course conditions and the fact that the course improves with each successive lap, they're staying out and doing 7, 8, 9 laps.
And getting those quick ones late. There is the Land Yacht Racing machine. His fast lap, 156.855. So off turn number 10, and it's going to sit on that lap and comes into the paddock area. So they'll end up fifth in this session for TT4. That was pretty interesting, Dick, because it as we've talked about a little bit, it shows how quickly the track conditions can change. They can quickly change getting better, but they can also
quickly change getting worse. But it was interesting to me because it was a total reversal of strategy for the TT drivers and how they approached their session.
With the advent of the brand new Advan AO55 Racing Semi-Slick, Yokohama Tire has signed on as NASA's newest national partner. Yokohama's new Advan Racing Slick presents another viable DOT option for competitors in open tire classes, such as Super Touring, Time Trial, Enduros, and NASA's German Touring Series. We thank the folks for coming on board from Yokohama Tire.
Next up will be time trials for Group H. This is round 4 for them. Group H consists of TTU, TT1, TT2, and TTEV. That's when we'll see Craig Coker in that Tesla. And you'd indicated there's another Tesla that's going to be out here running as well.
There'll be another Tesla, and then there'll also be, there's the all-electric Radical that we've not seen on track yet. And so I want to look and see if that Radical comes out. And then there's also 2 Teslas, this bright green machine that we saw yesterday. And
is that the one with the reptilian paint?
Yes, yes.
Look like scales.
And I believe that white car coming out may be the other Tesla. Those 2 guys have battled all season in those 2 cars, but not just in this type of discipline, but also doing autocross and other things. So they've taken those cars and put them in several different motorsport applications. And so those 2 have gone back and forth for much of this season, putting these EV cars into different types of motorsports, almost a testing situation. There's Coker, you see, leading the way right now, getting some heat into those tires. And I think it bears repeating for folks who weren't on our broadcast yesterday, how much does that car weigh without the driver?
Somewhere in the vicinity of 4,800 pounds. You put a defensive lineman in there and you're over 2.5 tons, you're tipping the scales past 5,000 pounds.
And now the positive is, obviously it's battery weight, but the positive of that is they can put those batteries.
They can move them around a little bit.
Wherever they want, yeah. We mentioned like a low center of gravity. Now, Coker definitely needs the dry track to do his best lap, because he really does only have 2 or 3 laps. That's when everything is full power. And so he'll set his first laps in these first couple ones. I talked to him this morning. He really, really, really wants to get into that 129 bracket. He was so close yesterday, 130.025. But I don't know if the track conditions are there yet.
I don't think the track will allow it. It's up to the track, not the driver today. The driver can get the best he can out of the car, but he can only get what the track will give him.
I mean, it looks better, but you also mentioned that because we've not had rain in a while, that the rain does pull up all the other stuff that's down in that asphalt, which you really can't see, and changes the feel of the track. So
you got to take a look at Coker's car. It is immaculate, beautifully prepared car, and I'll tell you, up to this point, he has been the class of the EV field.
That big splitter on the front of that thing is massive. You see him lighten up the rear wheels off of the final corner, green flag, and we are now rolling here in Group H, TTU, TT1, TT2, and TTEV.
Watching Coker go through the infield now, through the Andretti hairpin down into turn 3.
Yeah, he said it handles remarkably well. So it's not the handling as much as just really leaning on those brakes when you're going into the a really tough braking zone.
Yeah, the brakes are the Achilles heel of that car because of the weight, which is prohibitive. You know, how often do you see a 2.5-ton race car?
Well, and Coker joked with us yesterday. He said, yeah, he said, that's why they hired me to drive the thing. I used to be a jockey in horse racing.
So you're saying that in EV cars, they'll be hiring drivers based on their weight?
There you go.
Watch him go up the hill. He should be popping up into the corkscrew momentarily.
There he is. So this will tell us a whole lot now, Dick, on track conditions. What this first flying lap for Coker is will really let us know what's going on the racetrack.
He's into turn 10 now, out of 10, going down into 11, the final corner. We'll see him come up the front straight and record his time for his first lap.
Trying to get to the 129 bracket.
36.024 for the first one.
That's pretty impressive for
based on the conditions.
Racetrack.
I agree, yeah. Now let's see what it can do in laps 2 and 3.
I mentioned those other two. There's the other Tesla, the bright green machine. Hillman and Priestley are the two going back and forth. So there goes Hillman by a 142.041. 142.041. His fastest was in round 2 earlier in the weekend with a 137.531. And Jordan Priestley, 145.7. So the two TTEV cars doing battle as we continue to watch Hillman there in that machine. But again, fastest for him in the weekend, 137. And right now, 142. So the track still about 5 or 6 seconds slower than what it was at its best.
And I don't think it's going to get very much quicker based on the conditions. Even if it stays dry for the rest of the day, it's going to give you its best right now. There's not much improvement left to be had.
And that means everything in this time trial situation, it doesn't really, because you're trying to beat your best lap of the weekend. But once we go racing, the conditions are the same for everybody.
Absolutely.
You know, here you're competing with yourself when you were on a dry track and now competing with yourself on a damp track. Racing will be totally different.
Of course, we're assuming that it's going to stay dry for the rest of the day, and that is not necessarily the case.
Boy, and then you have a situation where you go out and if a race starts dry and then you get rain, and we'll talk with the folks exactly what are the NASA procedures for calling a wet race and those types of things. We continue to watch Richard Hillman in the 711 car. And there's the other one we were talking about, that other white Tesla there. That's the Jordan Priestley car, number 25.
And Coker got down to a 1:33.718 on his second lap. He pulled 3 more seconds out of it.
Priestley just went by and could not improve his time in the number 25, that TTEV class. Priestley's best lap still is a 145.7.
Yeah, the other TTEV cars, Heilman at car 711, his best lap a 139.879, and Priestley in the 25 car a 146.203.
That first red car in your shot right there, the Corvette, that's the all-gas, no-brakes team. They're currently quickest in TT1, a lap of 150.195. So those guys lead in TT1. Again, 150.195. That's the all-gas, no-brakes team, which we mentioned yesterday. Makes for a really cool slogan, but might not be the best race strategy you have all weekend.
Well, looking at the timing and scoring monitor, it looks like everybody turned their quickest lap on their second lap. So we'll have to see if that holds true for lap 3, and they continue to improve their times. That's what happened in the first time trial that we had out this morning for Group G.
We saw Priestley get out of the way back there on the Ray Hall straight to let the 838 car go by. There he is on a flying lap. So let's see, currently leads the way in this session with TT1, a lap of 150.195. Have the track conditions continue to improve. Here he comes into turn number 11. Your TT1 leader off the corner. Doesn't use all of the racetrack, but uses enough of it. And he does improve, 142.178. 142.178, and right behind him, that second red car you're looking at right there, Josh Rubin, he leads the way in TT2. Rubin just did his best lap, a 145.157 in that beautiful Viper. So the Corvette leading TT1, the Viper leading in TT2, and both those guys just turning their quick lap of the session.
Well, Coker really got out of it. Maybe he ran out of juice because his last lap was a 2:06. So he is maybe trying to get some additional power because he does have regenerative braking that puts more power into those batteries. So we'll see what he can do with that.
And he mentioned that was one thing that does help with the braking, because in that situation, when they're slowing that, they are harvesting energy there. So that does help put some load on the car to help slow it down. But again, you're still having the rotors and calipers are doing most of the work.
Well, you know, it's almost like refueling your car as you race.
Absolutely. Yeah, good point. Good point.
But it's not the same as coming in and plugging it into an electrical outlet, because you'll get some power back, but not at the rate you normally would if you were doing a stationary charge.
Yeah, and there's a whole fleet of the Tesla quick charge units here in the paddock area, and that's why those guys happen to be paddocked right next to the broadcast booth here. So we've had when we get to pop out of our little cell here every now and then, Dick, we get to chat with those guys because they're the closest by. There's Josh Rubin in the 80 car. Can he improve? Best lap 145.157, and he does. Rubin goes by right now in a 144.640, so he lengthens his gap. Davis Harris in that 308 car you're looking at right now, he is second in TT2. His best lap is a 145.442.
And the all-gas, no-brakes entry has also improved their lap time at a 139.400, and they're leading TT1. That's in that 838 car.
So these guys all have one more round coming up later today. They banked some pretty decent laps here, but I don't think except for the drivers who had not banked a lap in an earlier round, I don't think anybody did their best lap of the weekend in this session, nor did we really expect them to.
Well, they may have done their best lap of the weekend up to this point without being aware that that was the case.
Absolutely. It might be 4 seconds a lap slower, but they did more driving in that session than they probably did in the earlier ones. And Dick, I hear the car starting to load up in the grid behind us. We have got a whale of a race coming up in just a little bit. The bulk of this TT session is behind us, but we're going to have more action than we can shake a stick at. What's unique about this is that Spec Miata field is so large that group is just a single race group in that group. So everybody is racing each other for the overall. You want to win. You want to be a champion. The next step, if you can't do it, we'll watch third place. You want to stand on the podium. You know, if you've come all this way and you've done all this work, and at the end of the weekend you can say, oh yeah, I stood on the podium at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. That's kind of fun to get back to the office on Monday and talk about.
And if you do win it, you can say that I beat 44 other cars just like mine.
And it's such a important part, these national championships, to bring all the regions together. And we mentioned, different regions have more cars in different groups, just kind of based on the local flavor of that region. So when you come to a championship like this, you get the biggest fields in each class that you'll have all season long. Final couple of hot laps here. And I see cars ready to roll. We should see a checker here very, very soon. Must be quite a scene out there because I see all the media folks out there with their cameras ready to go. Taking a look there at the 5X machine. That is Darren Griffin. Darren Griffin currently second fastest in TT1. Darren Griffin in the X5 car. A lap of 152.419 is his best lap in this round. Track's getting better, Dick. All gas, no brakes, just goes even quicker. 137.549. The track is improving every lap. Let's see if that carries on for Darren Griffin. He's chasing that 838 car right now.
And here come the Miatas. They're coming up the racing pit lane, and that's where they're going to enter the course. When they do come out, they're going to line up just below us in the racing pit lane. 45 cars. As again, we are in the closing stages of this time trial for the Group H cars. We'll talk about it. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to mention, so Coker is going to lap of 133.718. That'll be the fastest for Coker in this session.
And his fastest of the weekend so far has been a 130.025.
Well, we can see the field all lined up on hot pit here, ready to go in just a little bit. Drivers are crawling out of their cars once they've gotten parked where they need to be. Super exciting as we get ready for this race. They're going to get lined up. Our opening ceremonies will be coming up here in just a little bit.
Impressive lineup of cars down there in the racing pit lane. Should be just a couple of minutes away from a checkered flag for this Group H TT round 4 for the Group H cars. Drivers all out of their cars now in the Spec Miatas, standing around chatting with each other, being very friendly. But that's all going to go out the window when the green flag waves.
I was going to say, it's friendly right now, but the competition will get fierce. And it is. I mean, the cars are equally prepared. They're so close in competition. As we mentioned yesterday, momentum means everything here, because if you lose momentum, one little mistake, it's going to take you 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, several laps to get back in the swing of things.
And you've got to be absolutely precise, carry the speed through the corners, especially here with that, you think from turn 5, all that uphill. How important is it for these guys to get a perfect run off of turn number 5? Because it's going to pay dividends, or it's going to penalize you all the way to the top of the court
all the way to the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Looks almost like a social out there.
It is. Friendly for now. Going to get intense a little bit later. Basically, on this time trial situation, most of the cars now have nailed all of their fast laps for this session. They're running a few more. We'll see a checkered in just a moment.
I remember interviewing a couple of brothers that were racing against each other and talking to them about, how they treat their brother compared to another competitor. And the answer basically was, when he's racing, he's not my brother.
We'll help each other in the pits, and once we get on the track, we go racing.
Yeah, our relationship is dissolved. Checkered flag out. As you mentioned, this TT session is over for Group H. We'll be moving into our opening ceremonies in just a few moments. Actually, in about 3 or 4 minutes, it looks like, according to our time schedule. We've got about 35 minutes of ceremonies, and our first race of the day will be for the Group A Championship. That's a 45-minute race, and Group A is Spec Miata that's lined up down in the racing pit lane right now. So they're getting ready to go out. They'll hit the track. Look for a green flag at 10:30 Pacific time.
We're going to throw it down to Will and Carla in just a little bit. In fact, I'm going to pop down and join them on the grid here in just a moment. They are just getting ready to roll. Last couple cars coming down onto pit road.
Yeah, Will and Carla, you mentioned they are our pit reporters, have been doing a great job all weekend long. Carla Pestotnik and Will Falls, and you'll be hearing a lot from them throughout the day.
So final cars seeing the checkered flag. Will's down there chatting with the folks on the grid, and we'll throw it to him here in just a little bit. And I cannot wait. Will's given all the guys instructions for the opening ceremonies there. We'll go to him in just about a minute from now. They were busy yesterday, he and Carla both. But it was great because as the cars came off the track, they were catching them first thing right there as they came into the paddock. And, you know, we saw some emotions yesterday.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, they worked hard yesterday and walked up and down that pit lane. If you had a pedometer, it'd be interesting to see how many miles they logged just chasing drivers up and down through the racing pit lane and the paddock itself.
And in the weeks leading up to this event, Carla and Will both broke a toe. I'm like, how do you? So they're milling around here with broken toes, but I think they have overcome their broken toes. Well, we are ready to begin our pre-race activities. I am now going to throw it down to Will Falls. He is on the grid. So Will, take it away as you see the cars gridded and ready to go.
This year's NASA Championships at Weathertech Raceway, Laguna, Seca. One of the most famous racetracks in the world. This year, our competitors become part of a long history of sports car racing on the Monterey Peninsula, with racing events and automotive celebrations throughout each year. The first road race on the Monterey Peninsula took place on an irregular rectangle, 1.8 miles in length, that ran through Pebble Beach. If you drive those narrow and heavily wooded roads today, which you still can, you will see how perilous the racing could be. Of what was known as Laguna Seca Raceway, November 1957. It's an honor and a thrill to be a part of the rich racing history here on the Monterey Peninsula, and we're excited to kick off the 2022 with Spec Miata. Before we begin, we have guests with us today and some of their perspectives about the importance of grass. I'm going to throw it to Carla.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, thank you, Will. I'm here with our first special guest, John Wu of Maxxis Tires. John, how are you doing today?
Doing just fine. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we know that it's actually Maxxis Tires, one of our most popular classes, the Spec E46.
we look at our toolkit and go, okay, do we need new tools? Do we need to buy new tools, develop our new tools, or there's just some. It really helps with our long-term planning when we're able to get feedback like that.
All right. Well, thank you so much, John, for joining us this lovely weekend. We're actually going to switch gears and talk to some of the Spec Miata. Works. Hello. a huge fan base over here as well. Are you local?
No, we're from Colorado, and all of my family that came out to support's from Seattle, so that's awesome to have them out here.
That is awesome to have them out here. We're actually glad to have you guys out here as well, everyone that came out here to race. So what position are you starting in?
I'm starting 5th today.
5th place. All right. And what's on your mind today? Are you worried about behind you, in front of you, side of you, kind of everything since it's Spec Miata?
Well, to be honest, in Spec Miata, you should be nothing but worried about what's in front of you. And I think today what it's going to take is, just like everybody else out here, consistency, no mistakes, waiting, being patient, and not trying to win the race in the first lap. If we can do that and the weather stays clear, I think we're going to have a great race.
All right. And how old are you?
I just turned 21.
21. All right. So do you have any advice for any other young people that are looking to get into racing?
Yeah, honestly, so best place for a young racer to go is into a Miata and to join the TMC. And fortunately, this is my last year, but I've done it ever since I was 16. And quite frankly, it's the best grassroots racing program that a young driver can get into. It gives you a lot of opportunity for other people to see you. You can win the Mazda shootout. You can go race MX5 Cup with that. It really does give you a lot of opportunity.
And what do you like driving? What do you like about driving a Miata?
I think it's the hardest car to drive. It's a momentum car. It's got no powered steering. You got to muscle the car around. And if you can drive a Spec Miata fast, all these top drivers in Spec Miata, if they get in any other car, they are lights out fast. It's it's a car that you need to really know the basics of racing and being able to carry speed, use your brakes.
So what's next for you in racing? I heard you said that this might be your last year in Spec Miata. Did you say Global MX5 Cup?
No. This I'm a college student, so this is probably my last year racing, trying to get my degree. And I guess the next step is, man, I'm trying to win today's race. That's about it.
Smart, man. Well, good luck in college and good luck in today's race. We hope that you're successful in both pieces.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Doing fantastic. I can't wait to watch all these hardcore Spec Miata folks rip around Laguna Seca Raceway. Well, let me back up. WeatherTech, Laguna Seca Raceway. Fantastic facility. So many NASA officials, more than 100 NASA officials here to support these racers and give them the opportunity to vie for a national championship. So I can't wait to see the action on track.
And I can't wait to see you on track because you're also racing this weekend. Is that correct?
Yeah. If we get weather like this for the MPO1 race, I'll be out there. I was too focused on preparing for this event for everybody else to race to remember to order rain tires for myself. So if it holds off like this, I'll be out on dries, and if not, I will be cheering on my fellow MPO folks.
All right. He does a little bit of everything, or a lot of everything, actually, and hopefully you're able to get some rain tires because I'd like to see you drive. You're a madman behind the wheel, indeed.
Yeah, I've always loved racing. This weekend was a great mark in my career because I finally got to see that I can still drive a race car fast, being over 40 years old. So, for those young whippersnappers out there, you can still do it. I'm proof. So keep racing.
You have a lot of years of racing ahead of you. I've had a teammate that was 74 years old, so you have at least 35 years more than you.
Yeah, I think I don't ever. My home.
Right on. Well, thank you for everything that you do, Jeremy. I know everyone here is very appreciative of all of your efforts, and I'm looking forward to seeing you race MPO1.
Thanks, Carla. Yeah. Good luck. Good luck, all you Spec Miata folk.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeremy. Hello, sir. What is your name?
My name's Tim Weaver, the 75 car.
Tim Weaver. And what position are you starting in today?
Starting in P7 today.
P7. And what are you looking forward to in today's race? What's your strategy?
Well, I think everybody's covered all the basics, all the strategy stuff, but I've got a secret weapon. On the track walk a few days ago, my 8-year-old strategically scratched GoDaddy in a few select corners. So if I'm off the pace a bit, I'm going to find it when I see that. No, we're just hoping to have a good, clean race. Got shuffled back a bit yesterday, so looking for some consistent, clean laps. I've had my share here, and just looking to keep the consistency and have a magical 7th to first run.
All right. It sounds like you are a seasoned racer. How many years have you been racing for?
On and off for almost 20.
That is a good amount of time.
That takes me out of the whippersnapper class.
I think that does move you up into the regular Spec Miata class, but you know, I think with that said, you probably have more years of experience racing than some of the drivers here have experience on Earth.
That's possible. Likely.
All right, well, we wish you luck today in today's race. I know you have a lot going on and a lot of cars to battle against.
Thank you.
Good luck. All right. Sounds like you're a popular man. What is your name, sir?
Greg Hoff, starting in P8.
P8. Sounds like you even have some fans that are racing against you this weekend.
Yeah, the guys behind me. They know what I'm concerned about, which is making it through the first lap. With the wet, the rain we've had, everybody I think is worried a little bit about traction and overdoing it the first lap. So if we can make it through the first lap, it's going to be a great race. I have to say, I've only been doing this 10 years, and this is by far the best racing I've ever had. This is just incredible. I'm having so much fun here. NASA has just put on such a great race, and these guys are just pros. It's awesome. Having so much fun.
I tend to hear that from a lot of people, and yeah, you know, the goal for everyone here is to have fun and win races. So I'm really hoping that you're going to be able to be successful today. Hopefully you defend your friends behind you. Do you have any plans to keep them behind you today?
Well, of course, I'm going to go fast, and hopefully faster than them, but no body contact and race clean, and you know, it's a long race, so a lot of things will happen.
All right. Hopefully this rain will hold off for at least another couple hours for you.
Please. Yes.
That should make things interesting. Well, good luck today in your race, and let's talk to your friend behind you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Motorsports, little 49 car.
And I know that you're a fast guy, but if you mind stepping a little closer to me, we're on a short leash here. Okay, that's close enough. Even better. So what's your strategy today to get around your friend here?
Just stay as close as I can to Greg Hoff. We race together all the time regionally, and we have a good time, and just be safe, have fun, and make it to the end.
And how many years have you been racing for?
Just 5. I actually got my license to vintage racer. I drive a Datsun, and then when I'm doing club racing, I do my second favorite manufacturer, Mazda.
All right, and so it's your second favorite manufacturer. Is that why you chose to race Spec Miata?
I drove Spec Miata just for the competition, and then just you always have somebody to race, and I thought it would make me a better vintage racer.
I think so as well. How many cars are in your class? 40-something?
Yeah, 40-something, and everybody here is fast, and it's going to be awesome. I'm really, really excited about it. This is my first national level race, so I'm pumped. So thank you, NASA, for having us.
Well, I'm excited for you that you're excited as well. So, all right. Well, congratulations for being here. I know it's been probably a long journey for you coming out here as well.
Yeah, it is. It's just such a good time, and I can't wait. So let's get to it.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have a Team Mazda Challenge competitor here, sir. What is your name?
My name's Adam Freer, and I'm from Folsom, California.
Folsom, California. All right, we're so happy to have you here. Sounds like you have a crowd of people here to support you as well.
Yeah, I got my dad's out here. It's a me and him crew for the weekend, but we're getting it done. We're hoping for a top 10 this weekend.
All right, I like the confidence. I like the energy. How old are you?
I'm 15 years old, and I'm in the Teen Mazda Challenge.
Wow. So you're not even legal to drive on the streets, but you're already driving race cars.
No, my driving instructor for my permit, he asked me how much driving experience I had. He didn't believe I was a race car driver.
I don't know if I would have believed him either. I guess it is something I don't hear every day. That's great to see you out here. What are your goals and ahead of you?
The things is spiking in interest in me. and the Toyota GR.
Okay, right on. Well, good luck today. Hopefully you're able to make your way through.
My name is Mark Palunin.
Mark, I know that you're a fast guy, but I'm going to have to ask you to step a little closer to me. There you go. Thank you, thank you. So what's your goals for today?
Well, my goal is to be the hard charger, you know. Positions gained. Last session I qualified 26th, and now I'm up to 13th, so hopefully I can bring it, get another 13 spots.
I'm confident that you'll be able to do that. I've heard great things about you. And so how long have you been racing for?
I've been racing cars for 2 years. I've mostly been sim racing, but now I'm doing it in real life, and it's been working out pretty good for me.
All right. So do you have any advice for maybe some younger kids that are looking to get into racing?
Yeah, definitely start on the sim, you know, practice the tracks and see if it's for you, you know. And when you get your real life car, and you'll be have a way better experience than not having anything. Like when I first started, I was able to just get on the floor with I was able to get on the ground with my, I don't even know what I'm saying. I was able to get on the ground with my feet running, right? And yeah.
All right. And for those who have also used sim racing, how is the sim racing different than driving it in real life, specifically here at WeatherTech Laguna Seca?
So usually you get the lines down pretty perfect, you get the braking down pretty perfect, but it's about the fear factor. You can't really replicate the G-forces, the vibrations, and just getting around, like actually being able to crash, you know? So you don't have that in sim racing, but that's what I've been over. But the more I race, the better I get at preventing the fear from getting to me, so.
All right. Well, we wish you luck in today's race, and it sounds like you also have a long career ahead of you. I know that you're talented behind the wheel, so I'm looking forward to seeing how you're able to progress forward in your career.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Down here, it's a beautiful day. The rain's holding out for us. Please join me in welcoming local singing sensation, Mr. Ted Sanchez. The last performs with the South Bay Big Band, and we're honored he can sing for us today. At the conclusion of the anthem, please get all crew and staff on the other side of the wall, and we'll get drivers in the cars and strapped in. For now, please remove your hats and face attention to the American flag.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramming and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof a spangled wave for the land of the free and
That, ladies and gentlemen. Drivers, get suited up, get in the cars. Any non-essential staff, please get over the wall. And we've got just a few minutes to fill here before the what exactly a race director does here at this event with Spec Miata?
Basically, what I'm in charge of is just making sure that everybody acts politely on track. We're just making sure that we get everybody in the right place at the right time, making sure that any incidences on track, all the compliance is handled properly, making sure, I mean, I have a great team working with Xavier Calderon, you know, and Zach. They're awesome people to work with, and they're doing so much work behind the scenes. The tech people back there making sure that everybody is compliant and making sure that we're going to have a great race here today.
Yeah, right on, man. With hard, close racing often can come some nasty parts of racing. This has been a really big, really competitive field. It looks like it's been really clean so far this weekend, yeah?
Let's knock on wood on that there. You know, there's a lot of nicknames that go along with the Spec Miata class, but and that's just because they're good, hard racers. They're all professionals out there, and they all do an awesome job, and they all work their asses off, excuse my language, but they all work so hard to make a race and move themselves through the field and have a great day.
Any predictions for what you think is going to happen in this race?
I make no predictions. You know, we just take it as it comes, and hopefully it stays clean out there. And they race hard. Everybody keeps it on the track, keeps the wheels underneath them, and they all come home. Fun day.
Thanks so much, Rob. Everybody's famous words. Let's go. Getting some. A little bit about what you do, Lisa.
Well,
They're scheduled to flag this off at 10:30. When do we get it back for the grid?
wanted to keep it.
Or somebody know? Or
Yeah. They'll throw it into my ear.
I went down and talked to Coker's crew guy and asked him.
Hey guys, just let me know when you want us to throw it back to the booth.
I went down and talked to Coker's crew guy to ask him how he was out there. Coker wasn't there. And he said Coker told him you have to follow the line that's out there. If you get off of that, you'll go skating. Yeah. You can't choose your own line. You follow the one that the guy's in front of you on. That the guy in front of you is on. It's getting kind of stinky looking again out there.
Wow.
I don't know. I think we're going to end up with at least mostly a dry day through midday. Maybe we'll see.
Well, welcome back to Weathertech Raceway, Laguna Seca. You've been watching the pre-race activities, and the scene you see right there is the car number 38 of Daniel Williams. Will be inside of that race car for the 45-minute championship race for Spec Miata.
45 minutes, 45 cars. This is for all the marbles.
It's going to be a good one. And again, we're seeing the track has dried up, but as you spoke to somebody,
I asked him how
Down
it's
there,
changed
can you
things. and he said
help
you
shout
basically-
for me?
all right, I think we're going to throw it back down to Will Falls. So go ahead, Will.
I'm going to give the mic back to Ted.
Drivers, start your engines.
Command has been given.
That's what we were waiting for.
You bet.
Let's jump right into it. Give us our starting lineup.
Starting from the pole on this one is Wyatt Couch in car 66, alongside Aaron Jensen in car number 22. Row 2 inside, starting third, car 169, Wahong, completing that row, Daniel Williams in car 38.
We go to row number 3, Harry Vogt in the 121, flanked by the 73X of Justin Casey. Tim Weaver, we heard from him in pre-race. He's in the 75, and Greg Hoff is in the 7.
Inside row 5, starting ninth, car number 35, Jared Hyam, alongside number 49, Rob Fuller. Row 6 inside, 11th starter, 26, Adam Fryer, alongside Clayton Williams in car 17.
We'll find Mark Palunin in the 0 car. He'll be in row 7. Next to him, Trace Walker Scott in the 74. Tim Wright is set to go in the 15th spot, and next to him, the 40 of Scott Smith.
Inside row 9, 17th starter, car number 12, the driver Brian Stammer, alongside Vinny Barata in car 58. Back to row 10 on the inside, 19th starter, number 41, Andrew Close, alongside Philip Holyfield in car 44.
Row 11, Mario Jacobellis in the 24X, Brian Cross in the 54, and then row 12, that's Peter Vung in the 168. Sean Shepard will go off in car 176.
25th on this 45-car grid, car 32A, Mike Travers, car number 37, driven by Martin Tagliavini, completes that row. Back to row 14, inside, starting 27th, car number 26X, Christopher Schaffer, alongside Robert Sreri in car 101.
Philip McCammon will go off in the car 411, and then Gail Corley in car 71, taking that 30th starting position. The next row, Charlie Williams in the 99 car, and Bill Aggie is in the 95.
Mike Elliott's on the inside of row 17, starting 33rd in car number 94. Alan Jested in car 14X starts 34th. Tony Sinise in car 51 starts 35th, with Mark Lesnar alongside in car 20.
Michael LaBeouf, row number 19, in car number 4. Next to him, the 73 car, Nathan Ballard. Destiny Kinsey, this young lady, starts 39th in the 113 machine. And Will Delia in the 14.
Row 21 on the inside, car number 2, Andres Prieto, alongside number 69, Jacob Franks. 43rd starter, car 17X, Matthew Cresci driving. Juan Graciosi drives alongside in car 199. And our final starter is not there. We've only got 44 on our sheet.
45 yesterday, one car not being able to answer the bell here. It is 45 minutes of racing. The clouds have started to come in a little bit, but all the drivers are set up for a dry race right now. We mentioned starting fourth, the 38 car, Daniel Williams. He has in car for us, and they are going to do one and gun, and I can feel kind of the activity and the tension and the excitement level building up.
There's electricity in the air. You can see that and feel it. And to complete a thought I had earlier when I tried to talk to one of the drivers that had been out during the time trial, what's it like out there? What's the racing line? Basically, I was told you pretty much have to follow the car in front of you and stay on that line. If you get off that line, you're going to go sliding and skating, and it's unpredictable off the line that's laid out on the track.
Well, Dick, that's a great plan, but as you know, these Miatas rarely run single file. They're going to be kind of battling to hit
Just
that
try to,
spot.
like,
a lot of offline racing, though.
I think
I was just flashing forward to the
I was down there on the paddock or on the grid for a little bit. I talked to the front 4 guys. I said, remember, guys, you can win it in the first turn.
You're welcome.
We'll see what they do.
Well, I remember watching Couch and Jensen and Wahong and Williams yesterday. They had a great battle. And the pace car leaves, start, finish. The cars are rolling on track to begin their pace lap for this first race of the day, the 2022 NASA National Championship. Spec Miata is getting underway.
You see the pace car leading the way, and we're thrilled to have the all-new GR Corolla selected as the official pace car for the 2022 NASA Championships. The car is perfectly at home on a road course, and it's great to see it lead all of our classes onto the track. Toyota and NASA first partnered in 2019 to give all GR Supra owners a complimentary one-year NASA membership, as well as a complimentary day of instruction on a track. The program expanded this year to include all GR sports cars, including the GR86 and the all-new GR Corolla, so owners can learn precision driving skills from track instructors in a track environment. For more information, go to grtrackdrive.com.
This live broadcast is brought to you in part by Hawk Performance, supporting NASA members since 2008. Hawk Performance has provided NASA members with the best braking products in the industry.
Look at that shot from the drone. It shows you the flow of the racetrack. Those cars are single file right now, but they won't stay single file for long. They'll double up.
Scrubbing tires out of 4, going under that bridge. That's going to take them to turn 5 and start the climb. The long climb up to the top of the hill and the peak of this track before they descend into the corkscrew corner. Signature corner of WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
We touched on it earlier, but that turn 5, they've just come through there. Speak again of how important it is, especially for these cars, to carry that momentum.
You need to carry a lot of speed up there so you've got some oomph going up that hill, because it is the key to getting through that hill quickly and up through turn 6 and then the Ray Hall straight, which sets you up for the corkscrew. So you got to get a good exit speed. That's also a good passing zone. You'll see cars dive inside on the entrance to turn 5 and make the pass before they complete that corner and head on up to 6.
So you see the Ray Hall straight here. Is that long enough as a good passing zone before you get to the corkscrew?
Not really. You'll seldom see passing there, because everybody's pretty much flat out going through there, almost single file. They're staying to the right, and just before they crest the hill, they get extreme right and then dive left to hit the apex to start their descent down into the corkscrew.
You see them down the hill, and again, it's a multi-turn piece. You're still dropping all the way down.
And you're still accelerating.
Amazing. This is going to be one lap and go. Final thoughts before we go green flag racing for a championship.
Fasten your seat belts. It's going to be a busy 45 minutes.
That Toyota pace car now will make that turn into the paddock area. There he is. They put the race under the hands of Wyatt Couch. Starter Carl Dunn will look the field over. If he likes what he sees, the green flag will wave. It's a tight pack of race cars. Will somebody be able to make a move from deep in the pack? We're going to find out. It's Wyatt Couch. It's Aaron Jensen. It's the 2022 NASA Championships from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Green flag is in the air, and the drag race up the hill to turn number 1 begins, and it's a good start for that number 22 car. Aaron Jensen got a good run as well, and they're still side by side in to that Andretti hairpin. As we mentioned, it is a double apex corner. Apex 1 and the apex 2 as they come by. They're still side by side. Jensen in that 22 car will have the preferred line into turn number 3, most of the field. Still side by side. Now, here comes that green machine. That is Daniel Williams, and he has our camera car. We'll see some great shots from that car. He slots into 3rd. It's Jensen, Couch, and Williams, 1, 2, and 3 as they come off of turn at number 4. Here is that important turn number 5. They're single file back right now to 5th place off turn 5.
Jensen is going to lead the parade up the hill. The top 3 cars are breaking away, looking behind them. them exiting turn 5. They are 4 abreast going up the hill into turn 6. The leaders are out of our sight. They've made that left-hander that puts them on the Rahal Straight. By the way, it became the Rahal Straight after Bobby Rahal won 4 consecutive IndyCar races at this track. They're up to the top of the hill, making their descent into the corkscrew. It is still Jensen leading as they go down the hill, pursued by Couch and Williams. Coming back into our view down here at start-finish as they come out of turn 9, or already into turn 10, but no breakup between Jensen and, Couch and Jensen. Yeah, Jensen is the leader. They had this same battle yesterday, but today it's going to be another 15 minutes before they can back off and relax. Single file out of turn 11 up the front straight.
Harry Vogt in the 121 car is now in that top 4 battle race, and there we are on board with Daniel Williamson. That little kink there is turn number 1. Williamson in 3rd spot right now. You see him downshifting into the corner, working hard. First apex, second apex, and really working the race car hard. Here he is now. Grabs a gear as he heads to turn number 3. And again, you can't lose sight of those cars in front of you because it's such a momentum race. The top 5 cars are now trying to break away just a little bit. Jensen in that number 22 car is the leader, and Couch is still there. The top 5 now with a maybe 8 car length advantage, a gap back to 6th place. They'll work together here now, try to get away from the rest of the field, hoping we stay green, and then they can battle for the win.
The track looks dry and clear as that top 5 train is breaking away, led by Aaron Jensen in the 72 car, Wyatt Couch running second in 66, Daniel Williams third in 38, Harry Voigt in 121 is fourth, and Wah Hong in car number 169 is in the 5th spot. Heading up to the corkscrew, and they start their descent. Jensen can't break away. Everybody is just glued to him, that top 5. No one can make a move or make a break or get out of that. Actually, they run better when they run together because they can draft off each other. You'll really see drafting coming out of turn 11 when they come up the start-finish straightaway. Leaders already out of 10, coming into the final corner here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. And here they come once again up the front straightaway.
Harry Vogt, that's the 4th car in your picture, the 121. He tried to take a little peek there in turn 11, couldn't get anything done, and again, it's still that top 5. It's back there, that's Wah Hung in the 169 in the top 5, and now here's a peek to the outside. Wyatt Couch will look as they get down into turn number 2, can't do anything there. Maybe setting him up for a pass a little bit later. Between 2nd and 3rd, a whopping maybe 1.5 car length advantage. But the top 5 now trying to get away. Justin Casey in the 73X. That's the 6th car, and you see the gap back to the 6th place car, and then even a larger gap back to 7th. Right now, these 5 cars are going to try to run away with this thing, and we do have one car off track down there in turn number 1. He gets back on track. We'll stay green as the leaders are in turn 5.
1.4 seconds between 1st and 5th. That's how tight they are as they head on up the hill, staying pretty much single file following in the tracks of the car in front of them. Nobody is trying to make a move. I don't think they've got the horsepower to make a move. They need to stay in that draft and keep up the momentum that you had mentioned earlier, Edwin. That is key on this track, particularly with the Spec Miatas. Just got an aerial shot of them now coming down through the corkscrew. That's spectacular. They're going under the Wayne Rainey Bridge down into turn 9, which is a reverse camber corner. Has a tendency to spit you off driver's right. A lot of times you'll see cars go off there and shoot back across the track to the left, but everybody gets through cleanly. That top 4 now seem to be breaking away. The 5th place car is losing ground on that train as they come through turn 11 one more time.
45 minutes. How will the car change over that period? Are you trying to save tires a little bit? We're going to continue to watch. The lap times keep coming down. Every lap is a little bit faster than the last one, so down to a 1:46.7 as we see some more of the field go by and down the front straightaway. So we'll see if those lap times continue to come down. There's the number 7 car, and that's Greg Hoff. Hoff right now is in 7th spot. He's kind of in that 3rd group back. You've got the leaders, you've got Hong and Casey there, and then Hoff back a little bit further. So the front five cars have a little bit of a breakaway, and then it's back to these other cars. But remember, we saw quite a bit of double yellow yesterday. These guys are looking for a chance maybe to pack things back up. Before the race, I talked to the guys in the final 2 rows back there, Prieto, Franks, Graziosi. I said, guys, you might be the big movers of the race. And he said, give me about 7 laps and then give me a full course yellow so I can bunch back up and we'll have a shot. Those are the only guys looking for that.
Yeah, and it's all about finishing position today. It's not where am I going to be gridded tomorrow, because there is no tomorrow for these guys. This is the end of the year, and the national championship is being decided here this weekend for NASA. Spec Miata's running their usual tight race. Got some good races further back in the pack as well. We'll identify those for you as time goes on, but in the meantime, that top 4 is broken away. Wahong has dropped off a little bit. He's running in the 5th spot. He's a little bit on his own now with Justin Casey trying to catch up to him, but it is Jensen still out in front, pursued by Couch, Williams, Voigt, and Wahong. That's your top 5 as they come up the front straight.
You see those clouds in the distance from our aerial shot. Everybody keeping an eye on that, but as you can see, as we fly over the paddock here, we are mostly under sunny skies right now. Your leader continues to be Aaron Jensen, but that gap is only less than a second between first and second place. And again, a couple different packs there trying to work their way up. Here we go again down into turn number 2. That's a little further back in the pack, the number 12 car back there. And those guys are, again, we talked about it. That's Brennan Stammer. Those guys are hoping to see something that bunches the field back up so they have a chance somewhere in. Get by some cars early and bunch it back up. The guys up front, they want it to be lean, mean, and green for the full 45 minutes.
And clean.
And clean.
And that's what it has been up to this point. It's been a very clean race, no incidents. You did say you saw one car go off, but he was able to get back on under his own power, did not bring out a yellow flag or hold up anything at all. It was 1.4 seconds between the top 5. Now it's stretched out to a little over 2 seconds. So that lead group is starting to edge slowly away from the rest of the pack. They pulled away from Wahong, the 5th place car, got a gap back to him, but they're motoring along. No change. They just seem to be satisfied to track in each other's wake, at least for now. It's a long race, as you mentioned, 45 minutes, and it's still Jensen, Williams, Couch, Voigt, and Hong. That's your top 5.
There's that battle. That's 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. That's a top 10 race going on right there. But again, they're going to need some help as the leader just goes by start finish. They're going to need some help somewhere in this day to get back up there and be in the middle of it. So it's that kind of back half of the top 10 is Casey in the 73X, Hoff in the 7, Jared Hyam the 35, Rob Fuller the 49, and then Clayton Williamson in the 17. That's that back half of the top 10. The front battle, though, is still super tight. We'll take a look there at the 40 car running in the pack there, the 40. Let's see where he's running right now. That's 15th. That's Scott Smith. So right now, you're thinking if you've started in the back a little bit, you're thinking, all right, I need to get up there in the top 10 prior to any caution or anything like that if I'm going to have a chance to get up there. And that's what the guys are trying to do now.
When this started, it was a 5-car breakaway. Then it was reduced to a 4-car breakaway. Now it's a 3-car breakaway, as all of a sudden Couch has started to fade a little bit from the rest of the field. But Jensen, Williams, and Voigt still glued together. They're leading, and there are groups that have separated themselves from the rest of the field, running in threes, trios, quartets, or pairs. Lots of good racing, individual racing throughout the field, as we've got that corkscrew shot. We've got the cars coming up the Rahal Straight in the program picture as they start their way down through the corkscrew. But it's the top 3 of Jensen, Williams, and Voigt that are starting to open up on the rest of the field. Couch has dropped back, as has Hong. He's still in the 5th spot. This is Justin Easy, Greg Hoff, Hyam, Fuller, and Clayton Williams, the top 10.
The leaders are back down the front straightaway, and there you ride with the second place car as Williams now has made the pass. He got past Harry Vogt. Wyatt Couch, as you mentioned, is the one that's falling off. Couch now back to 5th spot. Remember, he started on the front row, on the pole. He's fallen back, but there's the battle right now. We'll stay with that one. That's a good one. There's your top 3, Jensen, Williams, and Vogt. As you mentioned, they've kind of gone off on their own, and we'll keep an eye on Wyatt Couch and see what the situation is as we ride with the 3rd place car of Daniel Williams. Williams started in 4th. He's picked up a spot now as he heads for turn number 5, that crucial corner. And Dick, take us up the hill as we ride with Daniel Williams.
Okay, your Williams is in the tracks of your race leader, Aaron Jensen, in that red number 22 Mazda Miata. They're going on up the hill, go out of our view when they go under that VP Racing Fuels bridge and get onto the Ray Hall straight. We won't pick them up again until they're at the top of the hill, at the end of the straight, before they start down through the corkscrew. But Jensen being pursued by Williams, less than a second, separating the 1st and 2nd place cars as they come down off the hill. But keep your eye on Harry Voigt. He is really starting to close up now on Williams. He started 5th. He's up to the 3rd spot already, but it's been all Aaron Jensen out front, all by himself.
Pre-race, I talked to Andrew Prieto. Those are those guys I said starting on the back row. Guess what? Prieto has now picked up 19 positions. So has Matthew Kriske in the 17X car. They've picked up 19 positions, each of them, from the start of this race. Here's a battle for position down the front straightaway. That's some impressive racing right there. And that is a battle. Is that our 66 car? I believe it is. And he's got his hands full down. Couch back there in 5th spot. And there, yep, Couch has lost another spot. And he lost that now, I believe, to the 169. Yep, that's Wah Hong in that car. And there is Couch. And Couch looks like he may be just a little bit off the pace. You see how Hong got by him and just drove away from him. And Couch has fallen all the way down to 5th spot right now. And he's losing touch with that 4th place car as they go back to turn 5. So Couch, not the car he had at the beginning of the race.
No, and he's slipping back further in the field. Not the car he had yesterday, that's for sure, because he started out, I believe, yeah, he started out on the pole, and he's been sliding backwards ever so slowly ever since. But Jensen has been solid. He has started on the front row, took the lead early, and has stayed out front, holding off whatever anybody else can throw at him right now. And that last lap, he had about a half a second lead over Williams. But keep your eye on Voigt as he's turning some pretty quick lap times. He and Williams are almost dead even. The top 3 all in the low 147s as far as a lap time. Coming down under the Wayne Rainey Bridge, and here they come. Look at that pair coming now into turn 10.
Well, it shows you that I know absolutely nothing, because I was ready to say the day's over for Couch, and now he's right back there on the rear bumper of Hong, trying to get that spot back. So whatever caused Couch to drift back a little bit, now here he is right back up there trying to take that 4th place back. So whatever happened remedied itself.
You got to remember what I said. It's a 45-minute race. You can fade, you can come back. He could have overheated his tires and then had to take a lap or 2 to cool them down so he could get some more grip back and work his way back up.
Well, there's Wong down in turns 2 and 3, and you get a good idea of the gap now. There's your 4th place car, the Silver Machine, and ahead you see that front 3 group. Here they come under the bridge right now, making that left, and Jensen now has a little bit of advantage, and there is back to 4th and 5th. And maybe it's just different parts of the track where Wong is the best. We've got a battle shaping up for 2nd spot now. They should be in turn number 5 coming up. The battle for 2nd is getting good. That's between Williams and Voigt. And we'll see what happens as they head for the Ray Hall Straight.
Yeah, keep your eye on Voigt. Remember, he started 5th. He moved up in the 3rd. Now he's got designs on 2nd. He's got Williams in his sight. They are lapping. Well, actually, his last lap was quicker than Williams. That's why that gap between 2nd and 3rd has shrunk. And he's going to try and put himself in a position to challenge that. And leaders, the top 3 cars down through the corkscrew, heading down into turn 9. Rest of the field coming through the corkscrew as Your leaders are into 9 now, already down into turn 10. They're going to come into 11, and you'll see them come up the start-finish straightaway. It's going to be Jensen in the 22, Williams in 38, and Voigt in car number 121. And he wants to get by Williams in the worst way. Here they come up the front straight.
Yeah, we can pick up the leaders if we can here as they come by start-finish and into turn 1 and 2. There's your fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth place cars as the leaders now are down in 1 and 2. The battle for second spot is a good one. These guys trying to sort out those spots in the top 10. Here is where we've 16 minutes into this race. So if you're going to make some moves, you need to do it now. But a couple cars we mentioned earlier have really come through the field.
Yeah, that top 3 has really opened up a gap on the rest of the field as they're putting. Look at that battle for second between Williams and Voigt.
Yeah, that's been a good one. I've been watching that. The 22 loves to see it.
Oh, yeah, he's looking in his mirror. He's got a big smile on his face as these guys are fighting each other. And the tendency is when you're battling with another car, you both have slower lap times.
There they are at the top of the hill, and where will Voigt try to sneak by? What's his best opportunity right now to try to get by that 38 car, Dick?
I think he's going to have to wait till he gets down the bottom of the hill. You can make an inside pass at the bottom of the corkscrew if you have nerves of steel.
There they are coming into the top of the corkscrew, and let's follow them down the hill and see what Voigt can do. There's the shot.
That's the
inside.
second place car. In car. He's pursuing Jensen, the leader you can see in front of him through his windshield as they go through 9 and 10.
Boy, he's busy in that race car.
You are busy. That's a great set of turns. You watch that turn from a long ways back. It's just almost a serpentine, left, right, left, as they come through there. It's a great visual to see, particularly if you've got a string of about 15 cars coming through there. Jensen's running away now because of that battle between Williams and Voigt for second. You can see Jensen spread that lead out a little bit as his two chasers are fighting amongst themselves.
And you're seeing what Williams is seeing, and what he doesn't want is to see that red car start disappearing out in front of him. He's concentrating on that car, but he's got a serious challenge behind him, and every lap that red car just opens it up just a little bit more.
It's just like as Williams had a little mosquito that was nibbling at the back of his car. He wants to make sure he keeps him behind him, and in that process he's letting Jensen get away.
And one little mistake at this point makes all the difference in the world. Williams with a good run there off of turn number 5, and Voigt just right in his tire tracks. If we could turn Williams' rear view mirror just a little bit, we would see that other car right behind him. You see Williams using a bunch of curbing there, coming up the hill and onto the Ray Hall straight. And look at that, right in his tire tracks, Dick.
They are just about playing bumper tag as they come through. We'll see them as they crest the hill and start down the corkscrew. The red car is Jensen. There's that battle for second. That lime green car, and Voigt in that red, white, and black car, actually. Last time by, the gap was 0.2 of a second when they crossed the start-finish line between second and third, Williams and Voigt.
And we'll see that gap from first to second should continue to grow as these guys race, but Williams is trying to get it. It was 1.3 seconds last time by. It may be a little tighter right now. You see Voigt looking out driver's right. Is there any room out there? No, he's out of racetrack there. And the gap now, it's down just to over a second. As they're in turn number 1, they head for that Andretti hairpin. There's your top 3. Race ended right now. Those 3 drivers would stand on the podium at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. But guess what? We're only 20 minutes into a 45-minute race. We're not even
halfway. No, I'm just thinking the same thing. A great battle at the front, but Jensen seems to be in control as Williams and Voigt fight amongst themselves. This is taking the pressure off of Jensen, but they're having a whale of a battle. Last time by, it was 1/4 of a second separating the second and third place cars. Williams in car number 38 and Voigt in car number 121. Can't miss Williams. He's got that lime green car, real easy to spot.
And he's got a mirror full of another car number 121. Let me give you a real quick top 10 as we ride with Williams again. Aaron Jensen in the 22, Daniel Williams the 38, the 121 is Harry Vogt. And then Justin Casey, the 73X, and Jared Hyam in the 35 car. Wyatt Couch started on the front row. He is now in 6th spot. Wahong in the 169. Hoff, Fuller, and Clayton Williams in the top 10. And you see that on your timing and scoring there in the upper corner of your screen, and you've got their last lap time, so you can also take a look as they come across the line there and get an idea. The fast lap of the race is the 7 of Greg Hoff. About 5 laps into it, a lap of 146.7. Leaders are back down the front straightaway, and guess what? That second place car of Williams is now beginning to catch Jensen. The lead now is down to 0.3 of a second, and he's got a real run now on the 22 car. The gap that was getting bigger now is gone.
He pulls alongside as they go into the Andretti hairpin, or tries to pull alongside on the right side. Can't do it. Decides to tuck in at the last minute, and Voigt is watching all this. Williams goes outside going into 3. That's not going to work as they end up single file coming out of that corner, heading under the tire bridge.
As tight as they are, Jensen could end up losing 2 spots here. If Williams goes by, pushes him out of the preferred line, Voigt's going to be right there as well. Here they are, turn number 4. Voigt type 10. They are nose to tail, a little short drafting session. Here they come into turn number 5, and this is good. It's what we expected.
It looks like one car when you have a head-on shot with 3 colors. But Jensen so far managing to hang on, but he has lost ground, as you had indicated a moment ago, to that battle behind him. There's also a tremendous battle going on from 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Look at how tight those cars are. We're talking about Justin Casey, Jared Hyam, Wyatt Couch, and Van Wong, and Greg Hoff. They're having a tremendous battle as well. We've been focused on the leaders because they are so tight, where there's some great battles going on behind them in addition.
And we are starting to pick up a breeze here. They said some high wind warning, so we're going to keep an eye on that, as well as here the leaders are in turn number 11, and we're staying with it right now because it's the best race on the track. As you said, Dick, when they get a single file and you get a shot from above, it looks like one car. This time a little bit more breathing room between first and second, and Jensen gaps him by what, less than half a second. So last time they went down into 1 and 2 here, they were literally nose to tail. Jensen just a little bit of a bobble. That's all it takes, and then it takes you a lap or 2 to build that gap back up. Here they are now into turn number 3. Williams sees that red car now start to slip away again just a little bit, but it's 4, maybe 3 car lengths now into turn number 4. Voigt is waiting for either one of those cars to make just the slightest mistake, and he could take advantage, find himself in the lead very easily. As here they come, all 4, and Voigt's going to kind of peek out. Maybe just look at a different racing line. Maybe thinking about something he may do later on.
He was peeking out. He looked like he wanted to get around the left side of Williams going into turn 5, but he wasn't close enough to make the move. If he can get inside going into that corner, he will be able to take the position as they exit turn 5 and head up the hill. Right now, no change, but Williams is getting a little nervous and antsy too. He's tired of following Jensen. You saw him the last couple of times going down into the Andretti hairpin. He pulled up alongside, and he just wants to let Jensen know he's there if there's any doubt in Jensen's mind.
There's still about 20 minutes to go in this, and it's exactly what we expected in this Spec Miata race. I'm a little surprised that the top 3 have gotten this far away from the rest of the field, but not surprised at how tight those guys are running together as they come back now turn number 11. And let's see, the gap now has completely disappeared. Voigt's going to use all of the racetrack over the curbing and then some, and Jensen now is kind of built the lead again, maybe to 3-4 car lengths. And now Voigt's going to try something. He looked at driver's left, literally on the pit out lane, to try to get inside of Williams. Thinks better of it. They go back single file, but he was all the way on the pit out lane, almost to the concrete on driver's left, just trying to find a spot.
Both Williams and Voigt are getting impatient. You see them charging, trying to make a move, pulling up alongside, maybe trying to intimidate the car in front of them or make them nervous or maybe make them move over or change their line, possibly force a mistake so that they will have an opportunity to overtake and improve their position.
And the racing is so close. You know, Jensen in the front, he's just got to be perfect every single corner because the slightest little bobble, he's going to lose the lead. Now,
he'll lose 2 spots.
He'll lose 2 spots, and here's something that's going to come into play in just a second. As they came up the hill, we're starting to catch a little bit of lap traffic.
That will make things interesting. Watch them now as they come up the Rahal Straight. A little bit more gap this time as they get to the top. We'll see what happens. They always tighten up when they get to the bottom of the corkscrew. Jensen, Williams, Voigt, in that order. Under the Wayne Rainey Bridge down into turn 9. That off-camber left-hander. And boy, you are right about the traffic. Hopefully they'll catch that before they get into the Andretti hairpin, but not quite sure about that. They're coming out of 10 as that traffic is exiting turn 11. Here come your top 3 cars up the front straightaway, make the left-hander in turn 11, and heading to start-finish.
They will catch some traffic here before too much longer, and you touched on it. Where do you catch that traffic? If you pass them in the right spot, it can be an advantage. I see the flaggers putting out some blue flags, letting those cars know, hey, we've got the leaders coming and we've got Williams coming. Tries to look to the outside, can't get it done there, tucks back in, but now knowing that your leader may have to go offline to pass some lap cars, this is the time to make a move. That's going to be Destiny Kinsey, the first car they catch, that black and pink machine. I talked to her before the race. I told her, get up there and show these boys how it's done. She was excited about racing out here in this national championship. But let's see how it plays into this and where do they catch the traffic. And now here's Voigt again taking a peek. Where do you not want to catch that traffic?
In the corkscrew.
And guess where they're probably going to catch that traffic?
In the corkscrew. If you noticed last time, Williams made a feint to Jensen on one side, and when he did that, Voigt took advantage and tried to pull up alongside Williams. So Williams has to be careful. If he's too aggressive, he could lose that second spot to Voigt, who is waiting to pounce. First opportunity that he gets.
Boy, they catch the traffic right at the top of the corkscrew.
And they'll go through it before they get back down to start finish. It looks like we see that view as they come through Wayne Rainey curve.
Oh, Destiny gave plenty of room. She was all the way driver's right. She was trying to give them all the room she could for them to make a clean pass and ended up spinning herself. She will continue, but she was doing the real sportsman thing there, trying to give those guys plenty of room to race, got way out of the racing line, and it cost her, but she's back on track, and I don't see any damage to the car.
At least there was no contact here. They're passing that last of the back markers up the front straightaway. Still Jensen, Williams, and Voigt, the top 3. That has not changed. It has been a relentless, high-pressure battle since the green flag waved.
Well, I will give Destiny, she will get the Sportsmanship Award, Destiny Kinsey. Again, she saw the leaders coming. She wanted to get out of the way and ended up costing her a little bit. But again, back on track and ready to roll. Look at Jensen using every inch of the racetrack here. We see that front gap kind of open, close, but it's Voigt now. You talked about getting impatient. Voigt now is like, okay, I am tired of following this green car. I want to make a move right now.
He can't do it. He was closed right up behind Williams out of turn 4 on the entrance to turn 5, but he just couldn't do it. You have to get up alongside to make that move and make that pass. If you're behind him going into the corner, you're going to be behind him coming out of the corner. Great. So you need a good line out, a good exit out of turn 4. So it's going to give you a little more momentum to carry you by the car in front of you before you get to turn 5.
We're talking about, we were seeing the in-car, how busy Williams is inside that race car. You know somebody who's super busy? Is the number 2 car, Andres Prieto. The number 2 car has passed 26 cars from the start of this race. He started back there in 41st spot. He now runs in the top 15 with about 15 minutes to go. He needs some help, but he has been the mover of the race. Back to our top 3. It's still the best race on the track.
And Jensen finally got himself a little breathing room this time by. He's opened up the gap between himself and that battle for second to more than half a second. That doesn't sound like a very big lead, but with this group, that's huge.
It is huge, and the gap now is back about 13 seconds between the leader and then that next group of fourth, fifth, and sixth place cars. So not a lot going on there. Everything in action is happening right here at the front, and you see, again, off that corner, you get a really good shot of these guys using every inch of the racetrack. You paid for it, you might as well use it all. The leader now coming through turn at number 4. And there is a move now. That was the thought. We thought it would happen. Voigt jumped out there going in prior to turn 5, and you said that would be a prime place for him to make that move. He does, and now Williams is the third.
And now we'll have to watch and see if Voigt can close on your leader, Jensen.
Yeah. Was Williams holding him up a little bit? He may have. And, boy, you had called that a few laps earlier, Dick, about that would be a great spot for Voigt to try to get by. He did. Now, that did allow Jensen to get a little bit of breathing room, but let's see what Voigt can do. Can he reel him in?
Well, we still got some time left. We're just about 32 minutes into a 45-minute race, so another little less than a quarter of an hour to go. There's also a good battle going on for, it looks like, the 7th spot between Greg Hoff in car number 7 and Wah Hong in car number 169. Hong, who started third, has kind of slipped back, but he's trying to maintain his position in the top 10.
So we wondered if that first to second would get tighter. Right now, because of that pass, that allowed Jensen to open up a little bit. And, the Williams car is literally maybe slip a piece of paper in between second and third place. Williams doesn't like where he is right now and going to try to take that spot back. And again, the more those two race, the better it is for the leader.
Better it is for Jensen.
Yeah,
you can visibly see Jensen open up that gap.
And I didn't see Williams do anything wrong going into 5. I think Voigt had been thinking about making that move there several times. We saw him peek out.
He'd been working it. It looked like he was almost ready to tap Williams on the bumper, and he finally got close enough to duck around him to the left and dive inside going into 5. And that's where you make your move. And he did it textbook.
Williams now losing a little bit of ground to second place. And again, we're going to watch the gap. If Voigt can kind of reel in Jensen. They've gone single file up the Ray Hall straight. You see some gray clouds in that shot. And Jensen right now, that's advantage Jensen with those two battling for second spot.
Yeah, Jensen did turn the fastest lap of the trio last time by. We'll see what happens when they cross the start-finish line to complete another lap. Watching for him as they come through turn 10. And then down in that final left-hander up the start-finish straightaway. They're not close enough to draft each other going up the straight. As they're starting to spread out a little bit, we'll look at the gaps when they cross the start-finish line. Jensen looks like he's got it down to about up to about 7 or 8 car lengths over Voigt, who's got about 2 or 3 car lengths in hand over Williams.
Yeah, he improved that gap by about 1/10 of a second on that last lap. Williams is starting to lose a little bit of ground to Voigt, so that has settled down a little bit. That's going to help Voigt. Voigt doesn't need to worry about Williams behind him. He simply can concentrate and look forward. But again, all it takes at this point is the slightest mistake by one of the drivers. We got a real slow car down the front straightaway here, so let's see. Hopefully that car can make it to a safe spot. We're going to have to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, he was right up against the cement wall, driver's left on the front straightaway as he went under the bridge. Hopefully he's able to get past the wall and make a left, get off the racing surface there. That would be right by re-entry. But Jensen's now got a lead of 1.1 seconds, which is incredible in a Spec Miata race.
Yeah, and what's interesting is you see now as Voigt got by Williams, Voigt's pulled away from Williams, so you thought that would mean that he would be able to reel the leader in, and he hasn't. He's gotten a gap between himself and Williams, but has not really closed that distance. In fact, if anything, Jensen has extended that gap between first and second.
And Williams continues to drop a little further back. We'll watch them the next time they come by. Williams was about 9/10 of a second behind Voigt last time they crossed the start-finish line. They're coming back down into our area now, out of 10, out of 11, and up the start-finish straightaway. Jensen in control as he has been from the green flag.
That gives you a great shot there, kind of the equidistance between those front three cars. As you see on that little bend there, turn number 1 into the Andretti hairpin, you see some clouds off in the distance, but right now Jensen is making the most of it. There he is off that second apex of that corner, lets the car drift out, use all of the racetrack, and he's been perfect. He's not made a mistake today, but all it's going to do is take one. You got to be perfect for 45 minutes.
He stretched the lead out to about 1.5 seconds, and he's lapping in the 147s while Voigt and Williams are both lapping in the 148s. Williams continues to fade back a little more. He's about 3/4 of a second behind Voigt. That was a tremendous battle they had all race long up to this point. As we are moving into the closing minutes of this race, we've got less than 10 minutes to go before the checkered flag waves on our first championship race of the weekend.
Man, this has been a good one, and like I said, we've stayed with that front group because that's been some of the best racing on the track. Let's go back. Jarrett Hyam in 4th. Wyatt Couch fell back there to 5th, but he's kind of held that spot since then. But those two guys are not right side by side. We take a look at that number 2 car. I think that's Andreas Prieto. So let's stay with that one for just a moment. Dick, that's the car. He's now passed 27 race cars in that number 2. Andreas Prieto started back there in row 21, and now he's got a long way back to the front. He's 42 seconds behind the leader. He's the guy that needs something to happen. Nobody else wants it to happen, but he needs something to happen, and he has really worked hard. He may end up being kind of our driver of the race if we have that award. We'll give him driver of the race right now. He's picked up, like I said, 27 spot. And then right behind him now, Juan Graziosi, the 199 car, he has picked up 29 positions. He started 44th, final row in this race, and now he's into the top 15. There's the 14th place car right there, the number 2. That's some impressive racing.
And on the flip side, Wah Hong, who started on the second row, is now down to 7th, and he continues to drop back a little bit further. So his car not quite what he wants it to be, certainly not what it was yesterday when he qualified for the second row.
White flag is waving. The leaders have taken the white flag. If Williams and then Voigt are going to do anything with Jensen, they're going to have to do it here. Talk us up the hill, Dick.
Okay, Jensen had a 1.5 second lead when they crossed the start finish line. We're watching Williams in car as they go up the hill, getting up to the top, getting ready to go down through the corkscrew. It's going to be Jensen, then Voigt, and then Williams. Here they come. You can see those cars. The red car, the white and red car, and the lime green colored car of Williams. That's 1, 2, and 3. They come back into our view through turn 9, and there's a whole ton of traffic in front of them. Could be a spoiler. We'll see. By the time they get down to turn 10 and 11, they're going to be right in the midst of that. And this is not something that Jensen wants to see, as one of the cars he was going to lap locked up his brakes going into turn 11. Here they come up the start-finish straightaway.
What a run for the finish here. They're dealing with some lap traffic. Checkered flag is out, and he will hang on. Jensen will hang on and get the win. That final gap, 1.2 second. But, boy, they just about caught traffic in the wrong spot for Jensen. And what he's thinking, coming down to turn number 11, he's thinking, all right, I have been perfect all race. Oh, no. And then one of the lap cars locks up in front of him, but he had enough of a gap to hold on for the win.
He was able to get away with it, and Williams finished 0.2 of a second behind Voigt for third. So they battle all the way to the end. I think the traffic allowed Williams to close that gap a little bit on that final lap out of the final corner, but not enough to retake second spot.
Well, and whoever decided where we put our camera car, which car we put in, excellent choice with Williams, because he was right in the thick of everything from the start. So fantastic. Jensen, Voigt, and Williams will go on the podium, and Jensen, is a 2022 NASA champion. And he'll be very happy to talk with Carla and Will in just a little bit. Those three guys will be on the podium. So we thank Daniel Williams, just giving us some amazing shots. We want to say excellent run. Andres Prieto up to 14th, and Juan Graziosi up 29 positions. Those guys finished 14th and 15th after starting on the last two rows of this race. Dick, what else jumps out at you?
I'm going to run through the rest of the top 10. Jared Hyam finished 4th, followed by Wyatt Couch, who had started from the pole. He ended up 5th. Then it's Greg Hoff finishing 6th. Wah Hong, who started on the second row, was 7th. Rob Fuller 8th. Clayton Williams 9th. And Travis Walker Scott completes the top 10. We were so focused on that top 3. First it was the top 5. Then it became the top 4. Then it was the top 3, and it stayed the top 3 for the majority of the race. Those cars were never more than about a second apart for the top 3, first through third, until about the last 5 laps when Jensen was able to open up a gap after Voigt got around Williams. That gave Jensen the break to get a little breathing room.
Yeah, they never could reel him back in after they ran side by side to make that pass once Voigt got by, and that's all that Jensen needed to gap those two guys. If you look at the box score at the end of this race, you're like, oh, that was pretty boring. A 22 car led the whole thing. But he led it by just this minute little amount, and you could feel that it could change at any moment.
Who said that figures never lie? In this case, they would, the example that you showed us. But I'll tell you, it was just phenomenal driving on everybody's part. Absolutely clean racing. There's no punting, touching, tapping, door handle to door lander, door handle, bumping, nothing. Boy, I'll tell you, Voigt got close to bumping Williams. He was right on his bumper. And I think you mentioned one time you could have maybe slipped a piece of tissue paper between the two cars.
Maybe. So I'll be very interested to hear from these guys in the paddock area.
Yeah, hopefully Carlin will be able to catch up to him, and it'd be interesting to hear a conversation between all three.
Yeah, because they were perfect. Jensen could never make a mistake, because if he did, like we said, he'd have gone from first to third in a heartbeat there. So super exciting racing here.
I think Carla's down there with Jensen. I can see on the video.
All right, let's go down there. I think we can check in. I believe Carla is with our race winner. Carla.
We're live here with the Spec Miata race class winner. Aaron, what's your last name, buddy?
Janson.
Glad I let you say that. You started second place, is that correct? You made your way to the top?
That's correct. I made my way to the top after turn 2 on lap 1. So just had a great start, and I went from there.
And then what was your strategy after that? Just keep calm and keep going forward?
Yeah, you know, I was trying to save something for the end in case I needed it, because you never know if yellows are going to come out or lap traffic. You could get the worst of it. So I was just saving my stuff. And whenever I felt like I needed to go, I started trying to open the gap a little bit. That way on the last lap, I could have a pressure-free run to the victory.
Sounds like you had exactly that, and you just barely missed the rain. It's starting to spritz a little bit. Were you prepared with rain tires today as well?
Well, of course, but during the race, we adjusted the setup a bit to where it would be okay if it was damp, and ultimately it hurt us a bit in the dry, so I was having to really drive perfectly to stay there. Dan Williams and Harry Voigt were putting pressure on me the whole time. So.
Sounds like it was a great race. Congratulations again. I'm sure you guys have a lot of celebrating to do tonight.
Yeah, thank you. Eddie Lee, Greg Smoot, my whole team, Rob Fuller, everyone that put this car together did an amazing job. I'm so grateful for the opportunity to show what we can all do together. Big stage with NASA and almost a 50-car field at their national championship. Thanks for having me. It was such a pleasure to be here.
You have a lot to be proud of. Congratulations again. I'll send it back to the booth with the guys.
Thank you very much, Carla. You know, Jensen mentioned one thing that I hadn't even thought of. There was not one yellow flag in the whole 45 minutes.
And for all of the Aaron Johnson fans, we got it right at the end of the day finally. Well, it was a fantastic race, and Voigt did a wonderful job coming from 5th spot and ending up there in second spot. He'll be on the podium second. Let's go down there to the pit area, and Will has caught up with our second place finisher. Will?
Here in Impound, Voigt, 5th place to 2nd place over 45 minutes. An exciting championship race. Congrats on moving up some spaces onto the podium. Tell us how it went for you, Harry.
No, that was a phenomenal race overall. First of all, Aaron and Dan are phenomenal races, and I'm very happy to be up here racing with them. I found myself in P4 right away in turn 3, and I just said, man, I need patience, and I need to hit marks and not make any mistakes. And it was me and Dan working together. We kept it clean. I had the opportunity about halfway to pass him into turn 5, and after that, I tried to keep my head down, focus, and try to keep Aaron the best I could.
Congrats, Harry. Awesome showing. Our highest finishing Teen Mazda Challenge driver, Harry Voigt, 2nd place here at the championship race. It's funny, I'm standing down here with sunglasses and blue sky, and I'm feeling some water drops hit us now. So Spec Miata got to avoid that. Who knows what the rest of the day brings. I'm sure you'll all be talking about it up in the booth. Back to you guys.
Oh, thank you very much, Will. Great run for that driver. He could have used a few more laps, possibly, but I just don't know. He never closed that gap in.
Looking at some damage on the right front corner of Williams' car.
Third place, congratulations. Oh, we're not live yet, sorry.
I thought maybe we were. I was like, yeah, let's do this.
Do it again, do it again.
Go ahead, Carla. Take it away.
Dan Williams, 3rd place finisher today. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you very much. Boy, it was really fun out there, but it'll wear you out.
I'm sure it will. He has a huge fan crowd base out here. What did you do to get from 4th place to 3rd place today?
You know what? It was such chaos out there. I actually don't remember how that happened. I know I ran in 2nd for quite a while, and Harry followed me, and we worked together really hard to try and stay with the leader, Aaron Jensone, who drove great today. And then Harry just made his pass when he needed to, and that got me back to 3rd. But how I got up to 2nd, I don't remember at all.
Well, you're here, and that's what counts. So congratulations, man. This is a huge race for you. A lot of cars in class, very competitive class at that as well.
It is, yes, very competitive.
What are your plans tonight to celebrate?
Go home and get some sleep and get to work very early tomorrow morning.
Boring.
How's that sound for fun?
Boring. Not what I was hoping for.
I know, yeah.
Well, congratulations again. Looks like you guys barely missed the rain, so
yes. Good weather.
Good weather out there today, and I'll pass it back up to the guys in the booth. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Postotnik, and great drive by Williams. And he and Voigt worked together to stay with Janson.
And Williams, we give him a free hat or something, because his in-car shots for us were absolutely fantastic.
He's as good a cameraman as he is a driver.
Absolutely. You heard him say, this is what's so great about this type of racing. He's on the podium now for this national championship. And what's he going to go? He's going to go home, get some rest, so he can be to work early tomorrow morning.
Well, he said it kind of wore him out.
Well, when we saw it, we mentioned it. In the race, we literally could see him. He's working hard the entire time. So fantastic. We've crowned our first champion of the weekend. We're going to go into a couple of our time trial sessions coming up a little bit. But, Dick, they're talking about it. Now, we see sunshine here on the front straight, but you can see in that shot, and you see that red, green, and white sign in the distance. That's about where they're doing these interviews, and you see that dark cloud over there. So sun over here, and you're seeing some clouds down on that end of it. And we heard them all report that we maybe had a spit or two of rain.
That's all you're going to get is a spit or two from this. There's nothing solid. You look at the cloud cover, there's no real cells that are coming in that contain a lot of moisture. So I don't think the track is going to get wet. I could be proven wrong. Another hour or two as the sky will shift. We have a very limited view from our location here just above start finish of the sky outside, but there's some pretty mean looking clouds out there, but I don't think it's going to be a problem for us. I certainly hope not, but that was an intense 45 minutes of competition. Great job.
Yeah, and they never got an opportunity to take a break.
No breathers.
Let's see, I believe Carla has caught up with another one of our finishers. All right. Yeah, let's throw it back down there. Carla's back down there. Carla, take it away.
I'm here with the 4th place finisher. Jared, what's your last name?
My last name is Hyam.
Hyam. So what position did you start today?
Oh, I actually started in 9th today.
9th place. So you gained 5 positions. What did you do to do that?
Well, I did gain 5 positions. I have to first and foremost thank my LLC, Fraction LLC, for supporting me. Secondly, I'd like to thank RA Motorsports, aka Ron Gaiman. He works out here on the West Coast, helping all our NASA guys out, and he's my main crew chief. So I really owe all this to him. He set the tire pressures right. The car's been set up. I actually put this car into a wall at Sonoma about 3 months ago. In the meantime, my mechanic, or crew chief, Ron Gaiman, he moved out to Arizona, but he made the time to come back and help me out throughout this process and get the car back together. So the car was actually cut from the fender back, and it was about $8,000 in repairs that came out of my pocket. So it was a budget to even be here, and my goal for here was to be in the top 5, and I made it to 4th place. So.
Well, congratulations. That sounds like you had to overcome so much to even get here, but you performed the second day you got on track. So happy to hear that everything went well for you, Jared, and congratulations again. Hopefully you were able to take your crew chief out. You guys can go celebrate tonight. What are your plans?
Oh, well, tonight, me and my girlfriend, Caitlin, I got us a nice hotel room. We're going to go to that hotel room, and we're going to go have a dinner. Yeah, so that's our plan. Drink some really good wine. And also, if anybody's watching this that does some oval track stuff, me and my good friend Nick Strickler, we're looking for a seat. We want to get down and dirty on some dirt. So I'm pretty used to driving left and right, but if we could just start driving left, that'd make my job a lot easier.
Right on. Well, hopefully you find a seat as well. I mean, we're live on live stream right now, so I'm sure there's someone out there.
If anybody heard that, I'm here. My name is Jared Hyam, and I'm ready to drive for you.
Congratulations again, Jared. I'll send back up to the booth to Dick and Edwin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. Great job, and congratulations to Hyam. A nice drive for him. Well worth the trip, and a budget stretcher, but it looks like it paid off, and he's already auditioning for his next ride.
That was the interview of the week right there. Jared Hyam with a super interview, and he did a great job of racing and kind of doing a little self-promotion.
Let's go down to Will Falls and catch up to him and see who he's got to chat with. Will?
We'll go. If not, go. Here with Juan Graziosi, our unofficial hard charger, moving up 29 spots from his grid position into 15th. Awesome drive, Juan. Tell us how it went for you.
I was aggressive on the start, and I got a couple of little breaks there on the start, so I was able to kind of squeeze in and thread the needle a couple times and kind of open some gaps, and then saw a couple other opportunities into 5 to really just follow a couple guys as they cut a hole for me. So it just moved forward quickly in 2 laps, and then settled into a good pace and just kept clipping guys off, guys and girls.
Awesome drive, Juan. Congratulations on the hard charger, and well job. Think we can get one more. Hey, Matt, can I get you for just a sec? Especially honorable mention, hard charger, moving up 22 spaces from the back of grid. How was that for you?
Not too bad. It's been one of those weekends. I was due for a really bad weekend, and we lost clutch traction, clutch pedal in every single session, and unfortunately still didn't fix it for that race. So with a CVT, I'm very happy to work my way to the top 20, whatever it was. But congrats to the guys up front. Wish I could have been there.
Nice. Hypermiler, Matt Cresci, making it big moves. Also, you're doing double duty today. You're still going to grid for what?
Oh, yeah. Going over to TTU. We've got the electric radical ready to go. We're going to try and set our best time. Conditions are good.
Nice, man. Great job and good luck. Thanks for tuning in, folks. Send it back to the guys in the booth.
Thank you, Will. We'll see that radical coming up. We talked about it a little bit earlier. I want to go back to something that Jared Hyam said. I'm glad Jared brought this up. And he said, man, our goal was a top 5 today. We got up to 4th. We talked about it's all in, you're here to win, or, man, we got to make that podium. Really, in these big fields like this, you actually dig a little bit deeper because maybe somebody, this is their first national championship. They said, man, if I can have a solid weekend, my first national championship, that's a win. Or, man, I've done this 6 times, and the best I've ever done was 14th. I'd love a top 10. So there are other wins spread throughout the field.
Well, that was a reasonable expectation. He said, I'm shooting for a top 5, and he got to 4th. So he exceeded what he was looking for. Great drive for him, and he had a scramble to get here. Like he said, a little bit of a budget strain, $8,000 out of his own pocket to repair some damage to the car. His crew chief moved to Arizona, but he came back out here to help him. So it all came together for him this weekend at the NASA national championships.
He didn't win it, not on the podium, but will celebrate like a rock star tonight. He said probably enjoy a nice glass of wine, so let's hope that he's enjoying a Monte Cervino, the wine of champions, here tonight.
Absolutely. You know, since 2002, actually, Toyo Tires has been the official tire of NASA. Season after season, NASA competitors are rewarded with generous contingency awards and unparalleled support. Toyo Tires is committed to supporting NASA competitors for all their tire needs. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information.
So we've got a little track check going on, and then we're going to go to our final TT rounds of the day. Now, right now, the track is dry. It's in good shape, but you see some of those dark clouds. They did spit just a little bit earlier, but for right now, the track still is in relatively good shape. So they should have a dry track.
When these cars were out for their earlier time trial today, they were about 3 seconds off their better times from yesterday. I think they can shave some more time off of that now that we've had the first race, the 45 minutes. Track is drier, some rubber's been laid out, and some different lines are out there now than there were before. Initially, after it first got wet, you basically had to follow in the tire tracks of the car in front of you if you wanted to keep it on the pavement. We can hear the cars leaving now to go out on track to start this next time trial, which is for the Group G cars. This is TT Round 5 for Group G, which consists of TT3, TT4, TT5, and TT6 cars.
Right now, the fastest so far over the weekend is Austin Kent. You see him right there in the 12 car. They'll roll out based on their time so far. And that way, those first couple laps, everybody's getting as much open track time as they possibly can get. So Kent right now, best time of the weekend was from round 3, a 1:35.555. And like you said this morning, they were 3 to 4 seconds off of their best time of the weekend.
Yeah, they were the first cars out on the track since it rained overnight. It's a 20-minute session for these guys as they go out there. So give them a lap or two to see what we can expect in the final TT session for these cars. Looking at the rest of the schedule after this is complete, we've got the round 5 for Group H TT cars, and then our Group C championship race is at 12:15. Again, all races today are 45 minutes in length. A lot of cars out there, and as we speculated earlier, based on course conditions in the prior round for this time trial, it could be that the fastest time for these cars was turned yesterday. Pretty stiff breeze all of a sudden popping up too. Looking across the track from our vantage point, I can see some flags behind the grandstand on the main straightaway, and they're pretty much standing straight out. So breeze pretty stiff. More wind expected this afternoon, up to 40, 45 miles an hour. So we'll have to see how that develops. In the meantime, these guys are going out and getting ready to do their time trials. First lap's going in the books as these guys go out on track. Austin Kent, the first car out. He was quickest yesterday. His best time yesterday, a 1:35.5. Take another lap to get a time posted for him in this session. Edge Motorsports was second quickest yesterday, followed by Justin Sprugacci, Money Shift Racing, and John Friesen. Those were your top 5. Hopefully the weather will hold for us and we'll stay dry for the rest of the day. If you do feel a light sprinkle, although it looks like it could be getting a little wet up the corkscrew in a picture we just had on our video, looking up to the corkscrew to the left, looked like rain clouds were off the course up there. Leaders coming around down to start finish should record that first lap. We've got some comparisons based on yesterday. As they come up to start finish straightaway, we'll record those first laps. A 1:37.7 for Austin Kent.
So you know what, that speaks pretty good for the racetrack, because he was a 1:35.5 yesterday, so that gap only about 2 seconds.
About 2 seconds, yeah. Earlier we saw it was about 3 seconds, so the track is getting quicker.
Well, if you're going to do it, you've got to do it now. I just popped over in our control booth next door, and some of the camera operators around the track are saying, hey, I'm getting spit on here. I'm getting a little bit of just not even a rain as much as just like kind of a misty wind thing. So if you're going to do it, maybe now's the time to lay down that quick lap.
Yeah, but that's not going to be enough to affect the track. It needs some sustained showers, some real wet to get onto the pavement for it to stick. Just passing through, as I mentioned, there was a shot that we had on our video of looking up the hill to the corkscrew, and off the Ray Hall Straight, you can see rain off in the distance, but it's not quite at the track. It's just at the fringe. And I can see a couple of drops now on the lens on that Ray Hall Straight camera as these cars crest the hill before they start down the corkscrew. Looking at them going up towards 6 out of 5, it looks like showers are just at the periphery of the track.
You definitely know this place, because you call it, and the next thing we know, there's some drops on the lens, and you see some more off in the distance. So for time trial, you know, if you've run a good lap and you're happy with it, and it starts downpouring, you can say, you know what, I'm gonna bag that lap, I'm good to go. Once you get in a race, if it starts spitting like that, you're going to have to adjust your race line. You got to figure out what you can do. And especially if it's one of those things where it's, you know, it's not a downpour where it just ceases everything, but it just starts getting a little bit wet on track, that's when it's going to get really interesting.
Well, the thing is, it's going to get wet for everybody.
Right.
So if it slows you down, it's going to slow them down too. So if you had a good quick time and it gets wet, I don't think anybody's going to beat that time that you laid down when it was dry.
I did see one of our flaggers there, and I believe he was right there at the top of the Ray Hall Straight showing a debris flag, and he may be showing that for the little bit of rain that they're getting there, but it looked like it was the flagger right there when you, on that one shot where you see him disappear to the left, there's a flag stand right there on driver's left, and he had out the debris flag, and that might have been just letting him know, hey guys, we're getting a little weather on this end of the track.
That's a yellow flag with a diagonal red stripe.
Yes.
It's either debris or liquid or oil, slippery conditions, essentially, on the track. We get a little more moisture on the lens of the Ray Hall Straight camera. And Live Oak Distillery thing up there. Axe and Oak sharing stories, one drink at a time. Our thanks to them for helping with the 2022 NASA Championships at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Austin Kent, car number 12, leads the way in this session in TT3. The Edge Motorworks in Toggen, they run a 1:39, so they're the fastest this session of TT4. And then the Tim Roberts machine, number 43, TT5, a 1:47. And then the TT6, the Rotary Heads car, I don't know if I think they went out, they've done 2 laps, and their quickest was a 1:53.459. So a couple opportunities for fast laps at the beginning of the session, and now seeing a little bit of rain. There's the 37 machine on track. That's the Edge Motorworks car. Right now, his fast lap in the session is a 1:42.660, and now he was 1:42.660 on his first lap, and that last lap a 1:57.6. So what's going on up there on the spine of the hill is affecting these guys' total time.
Could be, or he could have just taken a breather. It's interesting that Kent turned his quick time on lap 1 at 1:37.374. He is the TT3 leader. The Edge Motorsports car you talked about is leading TT4. And there's the driver. John Friesen just turned his quickest lap. A 1:40.483. That's his first lap as well, it looks like.
The purple car you see going up the hill, that's the 91. That's Thomas Atterbury. Atterbury right now, he's 4th in this session for TT3. A lap of 147.136. He'll try to improve that as he comes over the hill.
And Tim Roberts quick in TT5. His best time a 1:43.6.
Like I said, you've got a little more leeway here in this time trial session. It's the guys that are coming up to race in a little bit, and that's going to be the Group C. They're sitting there right now trying to figure out what in the world am I going to do. Here's Atterbury. Let's watch and see. Fast lap of the session for him's a 147.136. That purple car just went out of our shot. He's going to go by start finish. And he actually 144.706. So he just turned his best lap.
Yeah, the weather continues to change. We looked out our window a moment ago, and it was gray and overcast, and we look out again now, and we're getting blue sky and sunshine. So it's very volatile, so to speak.
Spin the weather wheel and see what you get. There is Land Yacht Racing, car number 66. A 146.7 right now, their fast lap in the session.
And we're in the back half of this time trial session. 20 minutes originally scheduled. We're just about 11 minutes through it.
Group C coming up in a little bit for their race after our second time trial session. And that one kind of keeps us on our toes here, Dick, because you've got multiple race groups in that competition classes in that race group. So that'll keep us busy kind of going back, and we'll do our best to try to find where those good races are. But we'll go to Group C, then we go back to the top, and we'll come back with a Group B race, and that'll be those fast cars. That's the prototypes and the Super Unlimiteds. After Group B, jump down to Group D. Group D is the great one, 944 Spec and the Spec E46. Both of those with nice fields of race cars in Group D. Group F coming up a little bit later, and that is the Spec E30 and the Thunder Roadsters. And again, Spec E30 with a big group of race cars. And then we're going to wrap things up with the Group E Championship, ST2, ST4, and the American Iron Extreme cars. All right, the Land Yacht car just went by, and he did his fastest lap. Did a 144.602 in the Land Yacht Racing machine. Car number...
Go.
I was just saying the car number 7, right now he's 3rd quick in TT3. That's Fulton Haight that you're looking at on screen, Dick.
Yeah, your TT4 leader, Edge Motorsports, just turned his quick lap at a 138.785 on this last lap, his 5th lap. Also, the Edge Motorsports car number 33 turned his quick lap a 139.036. Those are 1 and 2 in TT4. 3rd quickest in TT4, Lee Williamson in car 36 at a 143.792.
Well, you were exactly right. Even though we see a little bit of rain on a couple of those, in fact, there it is right there on the camera lens, you even said that's not going to be enough to affect the racetrack. And you even see now kind of in the distance of that shot, some sun over on the hills. So it's going to kind of come and go. But again, that's what's tough for the teams when it's come and go like that. If it's pouring, it's wet, it's easy to make a decision. And you even heard, I can't remember who it was one of the drivers, it might have been our winner in Spec Miata. He said, hey, we had made some adjustments to the car thinking we might have some wet weather, and probably with changing the balance of the car a little bit, he said, it stayed dry. It actually hurt me a little bit. So it's not just what you do with tires, but it's you can adjust balance and the way the car handles, because, again, where that car is going to move around on the racetrack in the weather will make a difference on how you set the car up.
Well, cross your fingers. So far, it's been decent weather, I guess you could say. It's been dry at least, and the clouds keep marching on by. Still sunny down here at start-finish. An earlier shot we had looking up the corkscrew, you could see rain just off the edge of the track. The last one I saw sunny skies from that same camera angle.
Fulton Haight, the 7 car, just put in his fast lap, 141.830. And now we'll pick up the 65 machine, and that's the Racer 65 Motorsports.
And new quick time in TT3 is Matt McIntyre in that 31 car, a 136.518. Bumps Justin Kent back to second.
We'll take a lap here with that silver car, number 65, the Racer 65 Motorsports team. Their best lap in this session has been a 143.216, so they're going to try to improve on that in car number 65. And they were one of the cars that were just putting their first laps in the books today. They didn't have anything earlier in the week, so these sessions will be important for the 65 team. Such the checkered here in just a little bit. Oh, that black car there that's right in front of the 65 got the corkscrew all wrong, but somehow stayed on track and came on down the hill. There's the 65 car. See if he can beat his best, a 143.216. Car looks good. You see the sunshine. That's kind of that area we were talking about where they were doing the interviews earlier, but now it's back bathed in sun. The 65 car off the corner, using every bit of the racetrack. Going to try to beat his best time of a 143.216. He'll do it. 143.160, shaved about a tenth of a second off of his best time.
Rest of the field being flagged off. Six laps have been completed in the session. Next out, Group H for their time trials at TTU, TT1, TT2, and TTEV, where perhaps we can see the course record for an electric vehicle being set here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
We're watching the number 80 car, the SRC machine. Currently sits third place in TT5, a lap of 147.475. So here we're seeing some fast laps here later in the session. So we'll see if the 80 car, again, currently third in TT5, they could take about a second off of their lap. They could move to second. Here comes the car through the final combination of turns. Checker flag is out, but let's see what he can do. Again, the number 80 team currently in third spot, going to try to pick up one spot here before the session is over. The checker flag is waving, which means that running laps, flying laps will count. And here comes the 80. Can he pick up time? And I don't think he will. He doesn't. He's a little bit slower, 147.014. So the 80 car going to have to settle right now for third place in this session for TT5. That was a great one. Same thing we did in the morning, Dick. This is a great way not only to watch these guys turn some laps, but also for us and others to judge the racetrack.
Give us a preview of what we can expect in the successive races and sessions that are going to come out if the weather stays the way it is. Of course, that all goes out the window if it starts to sprinkle pretty hard. But scattered showers was the forecast, and I think that's what we're going to see. There's no big cells, at least that we're aware of, coming our way, but that could change in a moment's notice.
From what we had on the forecast for yesterday to what we've seen so far today, we have been on the plus side. There's the 38 car, the Edge Motor Works and Toggen the machine, and he is TT4 quickest in this session. They were a 137.769. So on top of the heap right now in this session of TT4.
Rest of the field being flagged off, and weather-wise up to this point, we have dodged the proverbial bullet. Hopefully it'll stay that way for the remainder of the weekend. Don't forget we'll be racing tomorrow as well.
Since 2002, Toyo Tires has been the official tire of NASA. Season after season, NASA competitors are rewarded with generous contingency awards and unparalleled support. Toyo Tires is committed to supporting NASA competitors for all their tire needs. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information.
Hagerty Drivers Club makes the experience of owning, driving, and loving cars better. Enjoy exclusive offer from brands you love. Get unlimited classified listings on Marketplace and more. Ready to drive? Join the club at Hagerty.com. This is the 2022 NASA Championships at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in Monterey, California.
So you see the group rolling into the paddock area, and you can see kind of just to the right of the bridge there. That is the grid for this weekend, and we can see the cars gridded up, ready to go. The track seems in pretty good shape. Again, fastest lap we've seen all weekend. Finstrom's 122.225. That was set in round 2. Here we are to round 5. But again, so much of this type of a rit, it's all about, it's all about hitting the track at the right time. And it means everything as they roll out right now. And we're going to see what Coker can do. Now, Coker is, because he's in that Super Unlimited, that's different than the TTEV. So that TTEV, while those are both Tesla models that are running, that's a separate TTEV track record, where this car runs in the Super Unlimited or TTU Unlimited class. So a little bit because you say, well, that car was actually faster. He's actually running in a different group than
class.
The other two Teslas. Yep, just to clear that up in case that got a little confusing. And what we want to look for is the Radical. As we mentioned, one of the drivers that just finished in Spec Miata, they were hoping to get the Radical out, which is an all-electric vehicle. And let me go back. Let me correct myself, because the Radical is running, I believe, in the TTU. So if so, that would be the track record here. Yeah, let's see if that Radical is out there. If so, those two cars would be in the same class here, in the TTU class. So we'll wait and see if we see them on track.
Well, if things remain constant, they should be about 2 seconds off their quickest lap in prior sessions. Unless the track speeds up a little more. Maybe it's going to be a second and a half. So the track is improving as the day goes on. It's been dry since about 9 o'clock. I think the last of the drizzle and spit that we saw was just about 9 o'clock after that first time trial started.
Let's talk about weather for a second. You told me a story earlier before we went on air about coming to the track, and there was some precipitation, but it wasn't water. And I'm thinking, well, that can't be. Not in this part of the world. That can't be the case. But you got
we had some snow.
Snow.
I forgot what you're. Excuse me. I forgot what you're referring to. Yeah, it was during an A1 GP. I don't know if you're familiar with that series. It was rather short-lived. It was using older Formula One cars, and there were teams that represented countries, and you scored points for your country based on where you finished in the race. And the race was held here in January. And the hills behind us here at start-finish were all covered with snow back over towards Salinas that way. And it was so bad during the night that so much water came on the course, they had to hand sweep the course overnight to get rid of the runoff so the cars could actually run. And it was bitter cold, very, very cold. But it was certainly the most unusual event weather-wise that I've experienced in all my years here at Laguna Seca.
Well, and you do it a long time, and you end up with lots and lots of good stories. That's why I'm glad you're here today, joining us to share those kind of behind-the-scene things that you wouldn't know unless you've been here a whole lot. So thanks for kind of giving us some of that insight and everything. Now, let's talk about, have you ever been here when, in the middle of the race and all of a sudden the clouds just open up and now all of a sudden now everybody's skating everywhere?
No, never been a surprise. Usually it was wet. It was a wet race. You might have a brief cloud burst, but nothing major that catches people unawares. It's if it's wet, it's wet. And you don't really get downpours here in this area. You'll get some solid rain, but not steady downpours or gully washers, as you would call them in other parts of the country, where you're going to get 3-4 inches of rain per hour. We're lucky to get an inch over 3 or 4 days. That's what they were forecasting for this area this weekend, and it probably may not live up to that, and that's going through Tuesday.
And guess what? The racetrack is fast right now. Look at the top of your timing and scoring.
Wow, a 129.599 for Craig Coker. He finally got under that 130 mark that he's been dancing with all weekend long, trying to get under it. I think he got to a 130.05, was as close as he got, and that was yesterday. He couldn't get close to that this morning, but I said the track's looking better.
I talked to him this morning before, and I could tell he was a little frustrated. And I know he said he's had some issue with some traffic and some other thing. He was a little frustrated. I looked at him, I said, you've got a 129 in that car today. Go do it. And he does. Not that my words helped at all, but he's now 129.599. Steve Loudon in the 32 car just goes a 147.456. Those are your top two in TTU.
I wonder what would have happened if you told him, you've got a 128 in that car, Craig.
He'd have probably just rolled his eyes at me. So, and I believe he is what he's talking about doing. He's a one and done. I think he got that hot lap and went back into the paddock area. But we talk about everybody has different goals. I think getting into that 129 bracket is going to make him very, very happy. Now, we have not seen Finstrom come out in this session, and Finstrom's sitting on a 122. So Finstrom still will probably end up taking the title for the weekend, but again, a win there for the Craig Coker team. Their Tesla down at a 129.599. Well done, team.
Yeah, I talked to his crew chief after that first session this morning, and he said that Craig had told him that pretty much when the track was damp, you had to stay in the line in the wheel tracks of the car in front of you. If you varied from that line, you were going to go sailing off into the dirt. You pretty much had to follow the other car. Now it's dried up enough, and it showed he was able to show what that car can do as he got solidly under 130 to a 129.599. So that's the mark to shoot for in TTU. TT2 led by Jake Latham. His best lap, a 133.063. TT1 leader is Joe Kellerman, 71X, a 138. Make it a 134.465.
So there you see that white and red car right in front of the 369 machine. That is the Radical we were talking about going up the hill. That is Matthew Kresge. He was one of the drivers that passed 25 cars in the Spec Miata race. So he is in that Radical, and somebody can correct me if I don't have the info right, but I believe that is that all-electric machine as well, Radical body electric engine in it, and those are the guys that are trying now to set that quickest EV lap. So Coker, 129.599, and Kresge in the 51 car. He's following that 369 machine right now. That is Frank Pacheco, currently second fast in TT2. So here comes Pacheco. We're going to get his lap, and then hopefully we can pick up that white and red Radical behind him for their lap. Let's get Pacheco's lap first. He's second. He goes a 135.1. Kresge now goes a 145.9 in that Radical. There he is now, down into turn at number 2. Hits the first apex. There's the second as he comes off that corner to turn number 3. He's got a long way to go. 129.59 is where Coker is. Kresge now with that 145.9. And again, Finstrom has the fast lap of the weekend, 122. He's not out right now, but let's watch this car, and he may have to deal with the machine in front of him. He should be faster than that car in front of him simply because the car in front's a TT2 car. Kresge is in the Unlimited. He got held up a little bit there.
He closed on him and it looked like he tried to go around him on the outside, and the car moved over, and there was no place for him to go. He had to tuck in behind as they started their climb up the hill to the corkscrew.
Well, like they said, you've got a lap or two of good in that car, and
he made the pass just as they crested the hill going up the Ray Hall straight.
Coker is still out there. Coker just ran a 1:33.5, so Coker's still there, but that fast lap 129, and now I see Coker offline. So there's Coker right there. There goes the Radical past him. So Coker looks like he's probably done. You'll see him turn into the paddock, and the Kresge is catching traffic right now. That's holding him up.
Yeah, he's got more traffic coming out of turn 11. Tries to get alongside him coming out of that corner. Can't do it. Tucks in behind. Drafts him up the front straightaway.
Well, he runs a 132 in traffic. Let's watch.
Yeah, because he was definitely held up over in turn 5. We saw that, and also a little bit down in turn 11.
22 machine out there now. I believe, is that a TT2 machine? It may be. I'll double check for you in a second. We are going to still keep an eye, though, on Kresge's lap to see what he can do. That car off pace now, going to let a car go by on the outside. But I'm going to watch the timing and scoring on the 51 car, because Dick, he did that 132, and we saw he got hard traffic coming off turn number 5, literally had to check up. There might be a super fast lap in that car if he can do it clean.
If he can find a spot where he can get a traffic-free lap and use the potential of that race car.
He's in the corkscrew right now and dealing with lap car. That's the last place he wants to catch that machine. But we'll catch him in just a little bit here. I want to follow his lap. That's kind of the most interesting story right now, is what's going to happen in that TTU division. So you guys being very sportsmanlike here too. A couple cars got out of the way, let some of the faster cars go because they weren't on a flying lap. So that helps because traffic is so important, and the racetrack is right now as fast as it's been all weekend for this Group H time trial. 51 car should be coming by to trip time.
He should have come by now, I believe. Well, unless he pulled in, we're not quite sure.
Yeah, and maybe he jumped onto the pit lane, because you're right. I have not seen him come back around. So again, those cars will get 1 or 2 good laps, and that's it. And 132.145, that's an aggressive lap. But right now, if that is indeed that battle of the electric, right now that round goes to Craig Coker.
Yeah, without the traffic, I think Kresge certainly could have been down, possibly in the high 130s or 131 at least.
Few minutes still in this one, and then we'll take a quick break for them to do a course check, and we go back to championship racing in just a little bit. And like I say, that one will keep us busy because multiple classes in that group, and we'll do our best to kind of tell you where the top 3 is in each of those classes.
6 classes in that next group, 5 cars in Super Touring, 4 in Legends, 4 in Spec Z, 7 in Honda Challenge 2, 7 in Super Touring 6, and 8 in Honda Challenge 4.
And I think we're going to see some good stuff in those 2 Honda Challenge classes. They had some great battles going on in the qualifying races, so I'll try to keep a special eye on both of those Honda Challenge divisions or classes when we get into that race, because some very tight racing there in the HC2 and HC4.
Yeah, those Legends put on a good show yesterday. We'll have to watch those. There's 4 of those cars out there. Bobby Pugh and Jacobson Dennett, Christensen and Brian Pogue also running.
We saw Joseph Cataneo just go by, the 72 car. He goes a lap of 138.38, but not his fastest of the day or the session. So.
And we're getting some overcast here at start finish. Not quite sure what to expect next. but constantly shifting. A lot of clouds up there, and looks like some of them got a bit of moisture in them too, is looking off into the distance, not quite at the track, but just a ways down. And weather, as we look out at the start-finish straightaway from the paddock angle, is moving from left to right.
Well, we're on our game today thanks to some Daredevil coffee we had this morning. Adventure starts within. Make sure to pick up the exclusive Corkscrew NASA blend, available for purchase in the paddock or online at daredevil.coffee.
Track Day Tire is proud to be the official tire supplier of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of Track Day Tire's enormous inventory and technical support team focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. For more information, visit DRIVENASA.com. We're about a little better than 3/4 of the way through this final TT session of the day. From here on in, it's going to be racing for the remainder of our Sunday here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. After this round is completed, this is round 5, by the way, for groups G and H. H on the track at the moment. Short course check, and then the Group C championship race we talked about, a 45-minute event. Then Group B championship, again 45 minutes. And the TT Awards will be presented at 2 p.m. to 2:15. Quick lap time for Craig Coker was a 1:29.599. He's your leader in TTU. Cresci in his car, also TTU, second in TTU. His best lap, a 1:32.145, but as we both commented, he encountered traffic in 2 instances on his fast lap. Your TT2 leader, Jake Latham, in car number 5. His best lap, a 1:32.494. In TT1, it's Joe Kellerman in 71X. His best lap, a 1:34.175. TTTEV is Jordan Priestley in car number 25 at a 1:41.569. And our third TTU entry, Steve Loudon, his best lap of 1:44.296. Session just about complete as we keep our eye on the starter for the signal that is what happened. In fact, the checkered flag now being displayed by our starter at start finish, bringing to a conclusion our time trial sessions for the weekend.
So Craig Coker, the fast one in that session, with a 1:29.599, but it's kind of wraps it up for the weekend. Congratulations to those guys.
Yeah, they've improved in each session, steadily working their way up to the quick time of the weekend for the class. They're the TTU leader.
Yeah, guys, we can do that right now before we get into the next race. So whenever Will's ready, we can do that piece now. All right, there's a look at the 32 car. As we say, the flying laps all count, and that's the final TT session of the weekend. And we wanted to be sure, sometimes people really concentrate on the racing, but, these guys come and work just as hard, and the championship is just as important. That's why we wanted to be sure we showed some love this weekend to the time trial group. And again, many of them we've already seen. Many of them then will also be back on track in one of the race groups, but Some of them time trial only. That's the discipline that they enjoy best, or that's what they have the car set up for. But it is, some of the fastest laps we'll see will be in time trial.
Now, you had told me that some of the drivers participate both in the race and in the time trial. Do they do that with the same car and just change the setup?
Some guys will do same car. Some guys will be in separate cars, but a lot of the guys will use the same car. It's set up, and the time trial classes mirror the race classes. So if you're ST1, then you're going to be in TT1, and they kind of match that way. So, well, we see it's dried up a little bit there on the Rahal Straight. You see the truck out there to do a quick course check before we go racing with Group C. Oh, it's still dark though. Is that looking down towards Monterey there as you look?
Yeah, across from us.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on it. So we do have our Group C coming up in just a little bit. And as we mentioned, a bunch of different classes. We're going to get through and follow all of it. Take a special look at the Honda Challenge 2 and Honda Challenge 4 because there were some really good races going on in that yesterday. So we'll watch that and give you a starting lineup here in a little bit as the course is now getting looked at and cleaned up before we go racing. And you can see a couple birds went flying by a minute ago. You could tell the breeze is picking up because they were having a hard time getting their landing gear down to land out here. Birds are blowing around. You see the tops of the trees now moving around a little bit, not quite as hectic as it was earlier.
No, we're expecting about 34 cars in our Group C race. As we mentioned, 6 different classes. Super Touring 5, Legends, Spec Z, Honda Challenge 2, Super Touring 6, and Honda Challenge 4.
All right, guys, so one thing now with some of this weather coming in is kind of what is the process? What happens when we go to a wet race? Let's find a little bit more. Will Falls, tell us about wet weather racing here.
Hey folks, down here in the paddock right next to Impound, and all that blue sky I was just talking about a few minutes ago looks like it's pretty much gone. Got the sunglasses off, the umbrella out, not sure what's going to happen. Looks like some rain could be moving in. What happens when you might ask? It's not just tires. You can see here, this is what almost the entire paddock looks like. Cars up on jack stands, 4 wheels off, and rains and slicks sitting next to each other. Now, what are folks talking about doing when it is a rain race? Basically, it's a rain race when there is no more dry race line. When there's no more dry race line, they're going to use a grooved tire to have better grip in the wet. Not just tires too, but there's a lot of adjustments that these cars in this next group can make. Sway bar adjustments, tire pressure adjustments, damper adjustments, so many different things. Also, look for these cars to be driving on a different line. Sometimes where all the rubber isn't where the grip is. So it might not look like a traditional race line, but you'll see the fast folks will be the grip. That's what it's all about here. Tires, setup, driver ability, wet racing could get really, really, really exciting here. We're not sure what's going to happen, but some wet will make some racing really exciting. And the folks that have done a lot of driving in the wet really, really shine. Talent over machinery setup and mechanical advantage almost every time in the wet here. Can't wait to see what happens. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank Will Falls to get us up to date on what's going on. Looks like some frantic activity down in the pits. Suspension adjustments, tire pressures. Everybody is anticipating rain for this one, as it is definitely getting overcast and the temperature's dropping and what look like rain clouds are moving in. Will, great job. Thank you.
Yeah, that kind of gives us that behind the scene. That's why it's so great to have those guys. Of course, now that we've explained all that goes on when it rains.
And it's not going to rain.
Now it probably won't rain.
Yeah.
So we did that on purpose. Dick, we're getting ready. You see the grid starting to fill up. I guess we should tell everybody who's going to be racing here in a little bit.
Yeah, we can do that. Why don't we get into that? Again, another 45-minute race, and we'll start with Super Touring there at the head of the group. 24, Palomar Racing, Super Touring car number 5 is on the pole alongside the Morewood Creative Super Touring 5 72X in the Second row, it's Tommy Lowe in the number 8 Super Touring car with Morewood Creative ALD Group car 73 right alongside, completing that second row.
The final car in Super Touring 5 will be the 133 car. That's Bryce Klyer. And then we get into the Legends car on row 3, the 3 of Bobby Pugh. And then we got Jacobson Danette in the 71D and Bobby Christensen in the 4C. And the final Legends car will be Brian Pogue, 91P.
Yeah, he's on the inside of row 5. Alongside him would be 219, Mac McCarthy, the first of the Spec Z cars. Ashley Bird is on the inside of the 6th row in number 10, another Spec Z car. Bill Bowdish shares that row, starts 12th in car 16.
They're going to do 2 waves here. So the Super Touring ST5, Legends, and Spec Z, I believe, will be in the first flag. And then the second wave will start off with the Honda Challenge 2 cars. Let me give you the top 4 there. The 93 car, that is Scott Adams. And then next to him will be the 145, Alexander Taradelis Newell. And then the second row for Honda Challenge 2, the 32 of Jonathan Baker. And Marcel de Kerpel in the 71.
Continuing with Honda Challenge 2, number 8, Michael Iacino. And alongside him, Justin Krickenberger in car 72. Then Dane Bird in car 713. That's the last of the Honda Challenge 2 cars. And next up would be the first of Super Touring 6, the Driving Force Motorsports entry car 0.
33X, Eric Telestu is the next Super Touring car. He'll go second in that class. And then Michael Omelko, 76 car. He's the 3rd car in your Super Touring. Christopher LeBouf will then go in car number 4, and Build My Wealth Racing, that's car 57.
The final Super Touring pair, Stephen McHenry in car number 2 and Vincent Ubaldi in car 88. Then we get to Beans and Dog Racing, number 45. That's the first of the Honda Challenge 4 cars. And Double Nickel 9, car 33, will start alongside.
The Double Trouble team, car number 28. Is our next Honda Challenge 4 team. Lauren Fancy in the 38 will go, and then the next row, Greg Carr in the 56. James Landry in the 82, and that final row is Paul Carrolit in the 20, and Carlos Valencia in the 91. And let's talk about Beans and Dogs, because remember, he was the driver basically trying to drive one-handed yesterday. They were having transmission troubles, and we'll have to find out. He ended up winning. You can see where he started. He won his qualifying race, but did most of it driving with one hand.
Because he had to hold the car in gear with his right hand. That's a real handicap, particularly when you're going through the corkscrew.
Oh, yeah. I don't know, not only to do it successfully, but to do it to a level where you end up winning the race and starting on pole. There's a special award there. That's the one-handed driving award for the weekend.
I think he'll get a special congratulations from Carla.
Carla may give him special congratulations. So we're going to be busy here, and we're going to try to be sure we're getting all of the
all 6 classes.
Yeah, so you know exactly what's going on. Luckily, we've got timing and scoring. And again, the 45 car, that's Carlos Valenzuela. Carlos Valenzuela leading the Honda Challenge 4 field. Yeah, I should have asked Carlo this morning if they got that car fixed with the transmission, but we'll see. I don't know. Maybe you don't change it. Maybe you just leave it alone since he won anyway. So.
What he needs to do is put an automatic transmission there.
There you go. Well, one and done, and we'll be getting started here in just a little bit.
Hopefully the rain won't be getting started in just a little bit.
Well,
Although from what Will found down there on the grid, looks like everybody was betting that it was going to get wet before this 45-minute race was over, because they were scurrying about, changing suspension settings, sway bars, and all that to get the car set up to run a wet race. Pace car leads them down through the field, coming into turn 11 right now. Pace car is off. Here comes that front row. Palomar Racing and Moorwood Creative, a pair of super touring cars leading the field up. This is the first half of a split start coming up to start finish and a green flag, which waves, and off we go.
Now, interesting, you see the start. This happened yesterday. See how quick those Legends cars are on the start. The driver of that blue and yellow car said yesterday, the way these cars are geared, the Legends cars are so quick on the start, they get a real jump. We saw that yesterday. Now, once everybody gets up to speed and everything, now those super touring cars will have an advantage. But on the start, those Legends cars get a real jump on the field. And we'll have wave number 2 coming now as Scott Adams in his number 93 Honda Challenge 2 car will lead that field. So 2 waves, 6 classes of racing, and we're going to keep it all juggled for you.
Yeah, that first of those Legends cars started in 5th spot. He was 2nd by the time they got into turn 1. Talk about acceleration, pretty impressive. But can he maintain it? Probably not, and the rest of the Legends cars will catch up to him. They had a great race yesterday, and we anticipate nothing less today. Cars already up to the top of the hill, looking up at the corkscrew. They're going through the Ray Hall Straight, and down they come. I believe that's that Palomar Racing blue BMW. Car number 24 that's leading the procession down the hill under the Wayne Rainey Bridge.
Down the hill they come, that beautiful machine leading. The Legends number 3 car is still in 2nd for now. But again, as they come up to speed, you may see these other cars get by him here as they've just got more horsepower, but not as quick on the start. Here comes that lead group. You see a battle back there for 3rd place overall, but they'll put lap number 1 on the board. And the sun is out, and we're seeing shadows on the front straightaway. So bright and sunny here, some clouds off in the distance.
Yeah, that's Bobby Pugh in that black Legends car number 3. And that great battle for 2nd in Super Touring, actually for 3rd overall, is just going through the Andretti hairpin now. But Pugh hanging in 2nd spot, trying to catch up to that Palomar Racing blue BMW that is leading this event. Battle for 3rd seems to have split up a little bit here.
Yeah, that gap between, the gap between the 2 waves was pretty big. That 2nd wave now just comes by. That's the Honda Challenge 2 group. And right now that's Jonathan Baker in the 32, Scott Adams in the 93. They're the 1st and 2nd place car in Honda Challenge 2 as we're just getting lap number 1 on the board here. The leaders are up the hill and already on the Ray Hall Straight. So we'll jump around, try to see where the best races are for you, and we'll keep you up to date on top 3 in each of these classes. Palomar Racing leads overall.
And Ashley Burt is 5th overall and leading Spec Z in that number 10 car as he's moved up as well.
Pugh still hanging on there in that 2nd spot, but it's starting to get some pressure from the 72 machine. That's the Super Touring car number 72 of Moorwood Creative. So Moorwood Creative wants to try to get by that car so they can go after the overall leader here. That leader's back by, putting lap number 2 on the board, lap of 140.221. But the 30.
Yeah, Burt with a great start. He started back in 11th, has moved himself up into 5th overall. So he's driving a good race in the early stages here, making great progress in the field. Some side-by-side racing with a Legend and one of the Super Touring car 5 over in turn 2, now into the Andretti hairpin. That Legend car looks like a dwarf next to that BMW, or it looks like a car that you'd see in the circus that 17 clowns get out of when it rolls to a stop.
Well, and you'll see as we go through this race, you'll see the classes all just kind of naturally come back together, and those cars will be running in their own group. And right now, a little mix-up on the start. And then what really gets crazy, and we saw this yesterday, is if there's a full course yellow, then you've got everybody's all mixed in together. Look at this in-car shot right here. That's the car number 13, I believe, giving us those pictures. That is just a super shot there. Or is that the 13 or is that the 713? Let me double check for you.
In the meantime, Palomar Racing with a comfortable lead. He's got at least 3 seconds over the second place car in Super Touring 5, which is the Moorwood Creative entry. Palomar Racing, number 24, your race leader overall. Bobby Pugh still hanging tough, leading Legends in second overall, pretty much matching lap times with your race leader in that blue BMW. Then it's a Moorwood Creative car, Super Touring 5, running third overall, second in Super Touring, with Tommy Lowe in the number 8 Super Touring car right behind him. Fourth in Super Touring would be your Moorwood Creative car number 73, and he's running 7th overall. And then your 5th Super Touring car is Bryce Cleaver in car 33, 12th overall, 5th in Super Touring. Leading the Honda Challenge 2 is Jonathan Baker in car 32.
What you're seeing right now on the screen, that is Honda Challenge 2. That's the 71 of Marcel de Kerpel. And then right behind that is Dane Bird. And that's the car, in fact, Bird now just making the pass. That's the car we've got our in-car camera in. Nope, he doesn't get by, so Bird's still there. So Marcel de Kerpel in the 71, Dane Bird in the 713. And it's that second car there, Dick, that's got our in-car camera, was giving us some great shots just a moment ago. And that battle in class is 4th and 5th in Honda Challenge. We're back on board now. You're on board with the 5th place car in Honda Challenge 2. Dane Bird trying to get by that 71. That's 4th and 5th, and I believe that is Michael Iacino in the picture as well in the red and black. I think all those cars are in class together, and like I said, as the race goes by, everybody sort of comes together. So that is the 71 and the 713 battle for 4th and 5th in Honda Challenge 2.
Yeah, Tommy Lowe sliding backwards all of a sudden. He started in 3rd spot in Super Touring. Now he's running 5th overall. He just got passed by Jacobson Bennett in one of the Legends cars. So Legends cars are running 2nd and 4th as Tommy Lowe drops to 5th overall and 3rd in Super Touring. Moorwood Creative right behind him in Super Touring. That's your 4th place car in that class, running 6th overall. 5th in Super Touring is Bryce Kluwer. But the Legends now running 2nd and 4th overall. Bobby Pugh in that number 3 car, about 3 seconds behind your race leader, Palomar Racing, who has driven off into a different time zone. He's all by his lonesome way out front with no one to challenge him, with almost a 4-second lead. Then it's Pugh, who's got about 1.5 seconds over the Moorwood Creative Super Touring car. And here comes Jacobson Bennett in the other Legends car, lapping about the same as Pugh, so he may catch him up, and you could have a Legends race between Pugh and Jacobson to Bennett before this one's all over with.
Great racing all around the racetrack. We're watching there that number 76 car as he's making laps around here, and that is, I believe, the Super Touring 6 car. Yeah, that's Michael Omelko. And there's our camera car, the 713. I'm going to run through real quick. I'm going to give you top 3 in each class. Honda Challenge 2 is the 32 of Baker, the 93 of Scott Adams, and the 145 of Alexander Taradelis Newell. Honda Challenge 4, right now that's Carlos Venezuela in the 45 car, the double nickel 33 machine, and James Landry, the 82 car. That's 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in Honda Challenge 4. Mentioned the Legends, Bobby Pugh in the 3, Jacobson Dennett in the 71D, and then Bobby Christensen in the 4C. And then in Spec Z, it is Ashley Burt in the number 10 car, Bill Bowdish in the 16, and the 219 is Matt McCarthy. Super Touring 5, our leader and overall, is the 24 Palomar Racing Machine. Moorwood Creative, the 72X, and Moorwood Creative 73. They run 2nd and 3rd in Super Touring 5. Super Touring 6 is the Driving Force Motorsports team, the 0 car, who just goes by start-finish. He's got a lead over Christopher LeBoeuf of the O-Far car, about a 4-second advantage. And then it's Eric Telestu in the 33X. That's your top 3 in Super Touring 6. So a quick run of the top 3 through each of our classes here. We're about 10 minutes into a 45-minute race.
Palomar Racing continues to open up the gap between himself and the rest of the field. That's that number 24 blue BMW, your Super Touring and overall leader. Lapping quicker than everyone out there, obviously, and the sun is back out here at start-finish, so we'll look at our cameras and see if it's sunny up on top of the hill in the Ray Hall Straight. I think whatever threat we had of rain has pretty much disappeared, at least for the moment, not to say that it will not be back to revisit us before the end of the day and weekend.
And we just had a change at the front of Honda Challenge 2, the double nickel team. They've gotten by Carlos Valenzuela in the 45, and then Landry in the 82, still sitting there in third. We got a shot of Landry just a little while ago, but those front 2 drivers in Honda Challenge 4 have now swapped positions here in this race. Yeah, as we go around the track, we don't see any really cloudy areas. So right now, the track bathed mostly in sunshine.
Well, everybody went to a wet weather setup. They kind of gambled and maybe decided, well, we'll compromise it. If it gets wet, we'll be ready for it. If it doesn't, everybody else has done the same thing, so we're all in the same boat.
Absolutely.
But it is the Palomar BMW that has been dominant from the start. Started from the pole and has a 4.5-second lead now over the second place car, Bobby Pugh, who is your Legends leader in that number 3 car. And Pugh started back in 6th spot. Got a tremendous start, just drove by everybody and was challenging the Palomar BMW for the lead as they got down the end of the front straight going into the Andretti hairpin in turn 2. Couldn't quite get enough to get around him and had to tuck in behind, and that's where he's been ever since, and pretty much matching him in lap times. A 140.5 for the Palomar car last time around, a 140.9 for Pugh in the Legends car.
There is the 219 we're seeing. That's Matt McCarthy. He's currently running 3rd in Spec Z. 3rd place in Spec Z, the 219 car. Here he is, turn 1. We'll head down to the Andretti hairpin. He's about 4.5 seconds back from the leader. It's Ashley Bird, Bill Bowdish, and then that car right there, Matt McCarthy, the 219 car, your top 3 in Spec Z. The front 2, Burt and Bowdish, are pretty close together, but there's a little bit of a gap back to the 3rd place car.
Yeah, Burt started in 11th and has moved himself up into 8th spot, so he's picked up about 3 spots. He's got 2 Legends car ahead of him, Bobby Christensen in the number 4C car and Brian Pogue in 91P.
McCarthy off turn number 5 and up the hill. Again, sits there 3rd spot in our Spec Z class. See if we can see which are our closest battles right now in class. Honda Challenge 2 is about a 2-second gap, about a 2-second gap in Honda Challenge 4. Spec Z is about a 0.5 second, and that's probably our best one right now is the Spec Z race. Ashley Burt leading the way. There's the 33 car. That's the double nickel car, so that's your leader right now in Honda Challenge 4. So that black-orange car right there, that's your Honda Challenge 4 leader, the 33. That's the double nickel machine off of turn number 4. Or now, actually correct that, now just coming into 4. And Valenzuela has now dropped back to 4th spot. That'll move James Landry, the 82 car, into 2nd spot. And we'll see if that green and white car of Landry, if that's Landry right behind the 33 machine.
The good battle between the 2 Spec Z cars of Ashley Burt and Bill Bowdish. They're about 0.3 of a second apart, running 1st and 2nd in Spec Z and 8th and 9th overall. So they're having a fierce battle themselves. Honda Challenge 2 is Jonathan Baker and Scott Adams in the driver development car. Baker pretty comfortably out front. He's got about 1.8 seconds in hand over the number 93 car of Scott Adams.
That 88 car you see, that is Vincent Ubaldi. Ubaldi right now running 6 in Super Touring 6. Ubaldi on the sort of the interior part of the track right now before it makes the turn to head up the field. But Ubaldi is 6th in class right now in Super Touring 6, car number 88.
The Palomar BMW is still well out in front, handily by 3.5 seconds, 3.6 actually. And Bobby Pugh hanging in, lapping pretty consistently at or maybe a little under the race leader's lap times. 142.3, I'm sorry, for the race leader last time by, 141.9 for Bobby Pugh. So they're pretty much static. That gap between them varies from 3 to 3.5, 4 seconds with each consistent lap. Pugh is 2nd overall and leading, of course, the Legends group.
You're looking at Carlos Valencia right now, that white 91 car. Currently 8th spot in Honda Challenge 4. That's Carlos Valencia. Your 8th place car going up the hill in Honda Challenge 4. Pick up another race down the front straightaway here, just past the start-finish line. That is the 25 machine. 25, that is Weston Pawlowski. Pawlowski currently 4th in Spec Z. Weston Pawlowski, there we go. Weston Pawlowski, 25 car, currently runs 4th place in Spec Z. I say, trying to jump around and catch as many of these cars for you as we can. The field is kind of spread out a little bit right now, so it's given us a chance to work through the field as we look at that machine. And now one car going to go by Pawlowski, taking a spot away.
The Palomar Racing entry dominant in Super Touring as a large margin of 7.5 seconds practically over the 2nd place car in Super Touring, which is the Moorwood Creative Entry 72X. So cruising around at a 142, and the 2nd place Super Touring car consistently lapping about a second slower than your race leader. Pugh in a Legends car, now about 4.5 seconds behind the race leader, but still a considerable distance ahead of his closest challenger in the Legends car, which would be Jacobson DeBennett in the number 71D car.
Just about 20 minutes into this event. That's our camera car. There we go. Let's get inside and go for a ride. Down into the Andretti hairpin goes that 713 machine. Great view. Dane Bird now off the corner. We'll go to turn at number 3, kind of pointing back towards the paddock area. That right-hander going to be followed up with another right-hander. Bird right now sitting in 4th spot in Honda Challenge 2. Off that corner, we'll set up for turn at number 5, and you'll see how busy they stay in the race car. There's Bird up the hill, and Bird now, I believe the car right in front, I believe that is the 145 car. Bird, I believe, is battling that car for position. There we go up the Ray Hall straight, and let's see how busy Bird stays. If we can watch him through the corkscrew here, how busy the drivers are as they go through there, because you're grabbing gears and a whole lot of steering wheel, Dick.
Yeah, and he starts the descent, working his way down the hill with that right foot on the floor, It's hard to believe that you're accelerating down that hill, and it is a hill. Let me tell you, a pretty steep one. Be a good one to go down on a skateboard.
Or one of those, what are they, street luge. Do a little street luge there.
Street luge, there you go.
I'm pretty sure that is, yep, in front of him. Let me see if I can catch a number 145. Yes, it is. So that's a battle for position right there. And that's one of the best on the track. That's Alexander Terradelis Newell in the 145. He is third in Honda Challenge 2. Dane Bird, as they go by us now, is fourth. Why is that important? Well, one of those two guys will get to stand on the podium, and the other one won't. Top three make the podium.
And Bird's about a half a second behind as they cross the start-finish line to complete that lap.
Just saw a quick shot of our overall leader there. And there is Pugh. That is your Legends leader right now in car number 3. And Pugh's got quite a gap over the rest of that field, but he is your current leader in Legends.
Yeah, he's almost 12 seconds ahead of the next Super Touring car, but he's about 4 seconds ahead of Pugh in the Legends car. Pugh driving a whale of a race. He started back in 6th spot, was second at the completion of lap 1. Looks like we got a car off up at the top of the corkscrew, driver's right. Can't make up the number. It's we've got a head-on view.
I believe it's the 88 car. We were talking earlier about the 88 as we see the caution come out now. Is that car sitting up there? Let me go through my timing score. Yeah, that's the 8. Let's see here. Yep, I believe that is Vincent Ubaldi in the 88. I just kind of recognize it was sort of a unique color on that car, and I believe that is Ubaldi. And you see the double yellows flying there from the corner station at the top of the corkscrew. And so what's this going to do? Well,
it sends bunch them up.
Yeah, it sends up that Toyota pace car, and now everybody is going to get bunched up for a restart here. Well, where are we? We're just about halfway here.
Yeah, all those leads and gaps that these drivers have worked so hard to create just go out the window with the double standing yellow as everybody lines up behind the pace car. You must follow the car in front of you. You cannot improve your position. Pace car's out, going to pick up the leader, which would be the 24 Palomar Racing Blue BMW. Leader overall and leader in Super Touring 5. Going to give Pugh another shot at the start, which should make it interesting when we go back to green.
Well, and you look now, because it mixes everything up when we go back to green. A Super Touring 5, then a Legends car. A Super Touring 5, then 2 Legends cars. Then a Super Touring 5, then a Legends car. Then 3 of those Spec Z cars together. And then we pretty much get into the Honda Challenge 2 field. That Honda Challenge 2 field was all running pretty close together. Baker and Scott Adams, the 32 and 93. So they're all going to stack up behind the pace car. You see the pace car going to wave a couple cars by and now pick up the leader. You see the blue and yellow car and the black car of Pugh. Pace car says, yep, you're the right guys. Come on, follow me.
You've got 3 different classes of cars in the top 10. So talk about a mix. It's almost as if you took the cars and took those numbers or class numbers and threw them in a cup, rattled it around a little bit, and rolled it out on the table to see what was going to come out. And it is a mix, very evenly matched cars, even though they're running in different classes.
Some of these regions of NASA will run a format race where, yes, they'll start them in separate waves and that sort of thing, but then the next day they'll run a race and they'll start it based on where you finished, and it's a rolling start, and all of the classes are mixed together for the start. That is a really interesting start as well. And that car sitting up there, Ubaldi, that's a tough spot for even the crews to get to him.
It is a tough spot. It doesn't look like he's too far out of the way. You think he should be able to drive out of it, but he can't because the gravel is too deep there. He can't get traction. So if he tries to drive out of it, all he's going to do is bury himself deeper, kind of burrow in if he hit the accelerator.
Track Day Tire is proud to be the official tire supplier of NASA. NASA members are able to take advantage of TrackDayTire.com's enormous inventory and technical support, team focused solely on helping members extract the most from their competition tires on the track. If you need more information, you can go to DRIVENASA.com.
As the official motorsports supplier of NASA Competition Motorsport, has the largest inventory of auto racing safety equipment and accessories in the nation. With an exclusive discount only available to NASA members, Competition Motorsport can get you what you need when you need it. No excuses. Visit DRIVENASA.com for more information, and make sure to check out the Discovery Parts Trailer in the paddock.
So we're watching there. Let's watch here. So now that gets you an idea. You can see the EV worker there, and shows you how steep that area is. You see the tow truck. He doesn't want to get too far in there, so they're going to put the tow strap on there and pull that 88 car out of that thick gravel. So give him a couple seconds. They'll get the tow strap onto the back of that car and get him out of there. And we're moving a few other EV. I like the way they do that, as they one set of EV vehicles, when they go to rescue, the other will come back in and backfill, so they can rotate those cars around. That's a really smart way of doing it. And they're having a little trouble. I don't know if maybe finding a place to hook on the back of that car or whatever. We'll get it done in a second. Here they go.
Looks like he's just about, he's played out enough cable to hook it to the back of the car, and the tow truck will winch him out with that power winch on the front end of the tow truck. As you mentioned, the tow truck doesn't want to get off the pavement and got in there. He's got his right front wheel off into that gravel, but the rear wheels, the drive wheels, are on the pavement.
I'm just now having fun watching him pull the car out of the gravel. They finally got him moving. Again, it's kind of at
there
an
he
awkward
goes,
angle.
Slowly. Yep. Yeah, it looks like the front end is locked up. He's crabbing as he comes across that gravel. Tow truck pulling him out slowly, slowly. Looks like the rear wheels of that car are now on the pavement. And he's rolling forward.
Yeah, don't drive off too soon.
Don't drive off too soon.
You're still hooked to the tow truck here. So
what happened last weekend to one of the Indy cars? Got spun during qualifying up into the corkscrew, and he ended up parallel to the course. Not parallel, I'm sorry, perpendicular to the course. And he tried to drive it straight back onto the track, and there's a big culvert there.
Oh.
So he ended up getting his nose stuck on the pavement. His front wheels were up in the air, and he was done. It was Newgarden, and basically he brought out the yellow in the qualifying session, and that ended his qualifying day and automatically moved him to the rear of the field.
Not what you want to do on
but
a
he had a
qualifying
whale
day.
of a race. He worked his way all the way up to second by the time the checkered flag waved. But it was interesting. If he would have tried to drive right and parallel the course a little bit and come back on at an angle, he probably would have made it. But going straight forward, he didn't realize there was that big dip there that got him stuck, literally.
Well, they have gotten Ubaldi out, and we'll see. Maybe we may be able to go green. Let's see. There goes. They're just coming down the hill now. There's our safety. No, probably too close.
No, I don't think you're going to make it.
Yep, still had some safety vehicles. Yeah, still on there. So we'll probably go one more lap before we go green.
Watch him. Safety car leading the field through 10. We'll have to keep our eye on him as he goes by the pit entrance. No, he's diving off, so we're going to go green this time by. Emergency vehicle has gone back on station at the exit of turn 11 down there, where the SCCA compound is, at the end of the grandstand. And here they come up, start, finish.
It is a
green
mixed,
flag waves. We got a new race.
Yeah, it's a mixed restart
Keep
here.
your
You got
eye on
cars all
Pugh
together.
on this start. There he goes. He's pulled up alongside the Palomar BMW. And if he can get around him, he can pretty much match him in lap times.
They're down there in the Andretti hairpin, looking at the middle of the pack here. And they're the front two cars off into turn number 3. And again,
leaders into 3, and it looks like Pugh has made the pass. He has passed that Palomar BMW and leads the field under the tire bridge in the infield. Now he's through turn 4. Let's see if that BMW can get by him going into turn 5. This could be a critical spot. If the BMW can make the pass there, he's okay. If not, I think Pugh will drive off into the distance.
6 different classes all here in Group C, which means we're looking at stuff 12 different directions at once. Here in a second, I'll go back and start breaking it down by class for you as we begin the second half of this one. In fact, there's only about 15 minutes to go. That double yellow took a bit of time, so we've got about 15 minutes. If you're going to do something and make it move, you got to do it now, because there's not a whole lot of racing left. We're going to give them one lap, reset all the timing and scoring, and then we'll go through each of our classes so you know where your favorite driver is. But we'll let them get everybody through timing and scoring, and then we'll reset the field for you. There we're looking at that 04 machine on track now. And that car is driven by, give me just a moment, that's Christopher LeBoeuf, and he is currently second in Super Touring 6.
It is Bobby Pugh, the leader in that number 3 Legends car, being pursued by the BMWs. Palomar Racing number 24, Super Touring 5 leader, running in second, followed by the Moorwood Creative 72X Super Touring 5 car. Then it's 3 more Legends running 4th, 5th, and 6th. Jacobson de Bennett in car number 71D, Bobby Christensen in 4C, and Brian Pogue in 91P. Legends putting on a great show, running in more than half of the top 6 positions. You've got 4 Legends and 2 BMWs in the top 6.
That is a mix of racing for sure. A lot of folks right there, that's turns 3 and 4 trying to sort out their positions. Saw one car, I believe, almost come to a stop there on driver's right. So hopefully he can get rolling to keep us going here. But let me give you top 3 in each class. Honda Challenge 2 is the 32 of Jonathan Baker, the 93 of Scott Adams, and the 145 of Alexander Terradelis Noel. Honda Challenge 4, the double nickel team, car number 33 leads. Then James Landry in the 82, Lauren Fancy in the 38. That's Honda Challenge 4. Bobby Pugh in the 3 car leads the Legends field. Jacobson Dedette in the 71D. And then the 4C of Bobby Christensen. Spec Z, Ashley Burt in car number 10. Bill Bowdish in the 16 car. And Matt McCarthy, the 219. That is Spec Z. In Super Touring 5, Palomar Racing, number 24. The leader, Moorwood Creative, 72X, their second. And then their team car, the 73 Moorwood car, they are third. Super Touring 6, the 0. That's the Driving Force Motorsports team. They lead over the 04 of Christopher LeBoeuf. And then it is the 33X. That's Eric Telestu. And that is your top 3 in Super Touring 6.
Pugh continues to lead. The BMW is in pursuit, but they're not making much of a dent as Pugh is turning quicker laps. His last lap, a 140.9. The Palomar Racing BMW, a 141.0. So he's a couple of tenths slower each lap, and then the BMW of Moorwood Creative at a 141.3. Jacobson Danette in the other Legends car that is second at the moment. Wendy also lapping quicker than the 2 BMWs in front of him, so he may make a bid to move up into third spot. He's only a half a second behind that number 72X Moorwood Creative BMW that is second in Super Touring 5 and third overall at the moment.
There you get a shot. That is the 72X, I believe, right there. Yes, it is. So that's the one currently in second spot in Super Touring 5. And you know what? He's not far back from the Palomar car. So there you get your top 2 in Legends and top 2 in Super Touring 5. They're all on the front straightaway together here as we get towards the end of this race. So we still have a good couple battles for a win here in those 2 classes.
And Jacobson Danette has passed that BMW, moved himself up into third overall as he has split the 2 BMWs.
Let's go to the eye in the sky as we watch a car go down the corkscrew. And again, you see kind of just some spotty clouds here and there. Overall, from what the weatherman had talked about, we've had a pretty good day. big pack of race cars off the final corner, turn number 11. And again, we'll start, somebody using all of the racetrack there. We'll keep our eyes still here on start finish. We'll be seeing a white flag here probably within the next 10 minutes.
Yeah, we're coming up on the final 10 minutes of this 45-minute race. So we're probably inside that 10 minutes because these cars need to get off the track as well. So it's a full 45 minutes from the time they get on till they get off. But Bobby Pugh now has got things under control. He is still lapping quicker than the second place car, that Palomar Racing BMW, car number 24. He's about 0.7 of a second behind Bobby Pugh in the Legend. But you got to keep your eye on Jacobson Dennett in the second Legend, who's running third overall. He's only about 1.6 seconds behind the Palomar car, so let's watch and see if he can close on him, and hope he would love to make it a Legends 1-2.
Oh, yeah, I tell you what, Dane Bird in our camera car just had a moment as they were going up the hill. I didn't see the car in front of him. I don't think that was the Adams car, but Bird...
He's in that blue Honda, if I remember right.
Yeah, Bird's in the Honda, but that red car right in front of him, I couldn't get the number on it. They just about touched as they went up the corner. You see, they're working in some heavy traffic right there. And the car in front of him, that's the 56 car in another class, but racing over there, that's Greg Carr. So Carr and Bird just about came together, and you see Carr now working as they come down the front straightaway, and now Bird's going to fan out and try to find a spot. That's a good race right there. Here we go on the outside, going to try to drag race Carr. There they go under the start-finish bridge, and Bird will make the pass. Not quite. Oh, what a move right there, trying to get by. That was the Ubaldi car that Bird had to jump in front of, and that now allows Carr to retake that spot. So great racing there. That's a Honda Challenge 2 car and a Honda Challenge 4 car just having a battle, and you see Bird lock up a little bit going into turn number 3.
I saw a puff of smoke coming from the rear of that car. But that's a small car, and he can fit it into a small hole, and he's using that to his advantage as he squeezed his way by going down into turn 1. Under heavy braking, they were 3 and 4 abreast. That's a great zone to set up passing, as you noticed, I'm sure, when you drove down in there. Can't believe how wide that entry is.
Here they come up the hill. I think Bird has finally gotten clear of Carr's number 56 machine. Because here's what's important for Bird. Bird right now is running in 4th spot in Honda Challenge 2, and he's only about a second behind the 3rd place car, Scott Adams, and that is for a podium position. That's what you came here to do. Now it looks like that's a Honda Challenge 4 car, maybe right in front of him. That's a good race. Let's stay with this one for a minute. You'll see right here they come in the last couple of corners. I believe, again, I think that's a Honda Challenge 4 car. That might be the 28 Double Trouble machine that he's trying to get by.
And while we were talking about that, Jacobson Dennett moved his Legend around the Palomar BMW and is now in 2nd spot. So it's Legends running 1-2 overall.
There goes Dane Bird picking up that spot. Now that's an overall, but I don't believe that is in class. It is not. He's got to see where that 93 of Adams is, and he's lost some ground to Adams now. All this jockeying with some of the other cars in class, that's let the Adams team get out, what is he? About 4 seconds back, a little over 3 seconds back. So Dane Bird giving us a great ride, both inside the car and then watching him outside as he's working through some of these other vehicles. If he can get clear, does he have some time to start to reel in? And guess what? I see the checker flag in the air. So flying laps the final time. There goes the Luba. And you know what? You may have had a pass right there at the end.
I think you had the Bennett get around Pugh.
You sure did. So
not the Bennett, Dennett, my apologies.
Absolutely. Right at the end, that final pass for the Legends win. And it'll go to Dennett in the 71D machine. There we see Dane coming down the hill. He's not going to be able to catch, I don't believe, that third place car of Scott Adams. There he is, and there's Adams a little bit further ahead. So it looks like Bird in the 713 is going to have to settle for fourth in Honda Challenge 2. And Dick, once they all come around and see a checker flag, we'll give you the top 3 at least in each class, so you know where your favorites finished.
But a great pass by Dennett.
Yes.
Taking the lead on the last lap. He'd been running consistently in the top 5, and then just toward the end of the race, he moved up past a couple of cars, and on the last lap, past his fellow Legends car, moved into number 1.
And interesting, with only about 4 laps to go, he set fast lap of the race, a 140.159. So he saved the best for last, and that ended up putting him in first place overall and first place in his class. So I think final cars have now taken the checkered. I'm going to go through, give you top 3. And, of course, you can go to the NASA Champs page.com, and you can see all the final results once they are posted. Well, let's do top 3 in each because we got a bunch of them. Honda Challenge 2, the win went to the 32. The Jonathan Baker machine. Alexander Taradelis Newell, the 145 car, was second. And Scott Adams, 93 car, was third. That is Honda Challenge 2. Honda Challenge 4, the 82 of James Landry with the win. That double nickel car number 33 was second. And then the 28 double treble team, third in Honda Challenge 4. As we mentioned, overall win and Legends win going to the 71D of Jacobson Danette. Bobby Pugh, who led for a while, will end up second in the Legends class. And Bobby Christensen, he drives the 4C car. He'll stand on the podium in third place. Ashley Burt led the whole way in Spec Z in car number 10. Bill Bowdish in the 16 car was second. And Matt McCarthy, the 219. That's your top 3 in Spec Z. Super Touring 5 led for a big chunk of this race overall. Ends up, I believe, third overall, but we'll take the Super Touring 5 win. The Palomar Racing team, car number 24. And then the Moorwood team will go second and third, the 72X and the 73. And finally, our podium finishers for Super Touring 6, the Zero Driving Force Motorsports team, the 04 of Chris LeBoeuf, and Eric Tilistu in the 33X. So all those drivers we listed will be headed for the podium and hold a trophy here at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
6 podiums, 6 different classes. A great show in that, and I was impressed with the performance of the Legends.
They ran a great race, and again, you got it right. It was, for them, it was all about getting the start right, and they did. So I'm trying to see, we do not have, yeah, we do have Group B, all right, coming up next. So Group B coming our way next.
Yeah, we've got 36 cars in that one, 21 of the Spec E46 cars and 15 of the 944 Spec cars. Again, that'll be a split start.
So Group B coming up in just a little bit. That'll be our prototype cars as well in B, and then a D, F, and E. They kind of mixed up our schedule there a little bit. You're looking there at the paddock area. Cars are lining up in just a little bit, and we should be going down to the paddock in a moment and talk to some of the top winners.
Well, before we do that, we'd like to thank again Daredevil Coffee. Adventure starts within. Make sure to pick up the exclusive Corkscrew NASA blend available for purchase in the paddock or online at Daredevil Coffee.
So we'll put Carla and Will to work because they have a whole lot of people to try to catch up with down there in the paddock. Luckily, they bring them all together and put them in sort of park them all together. So, all right, well, let's go down to the paddock. Will has caught up with one of our winners. Take it away, Will.
Here with Matt Million, ST5 winner. Crazy race, a bit of a full course yellow, a lot of traffic. Tell us how it went, and congrats.
Yeah, thank you so much. It feels really cool to kind of bring this whole program full circle and kind of achieve our goal for this season, which was ultimately ST5 National Champion, which is super, super cool, and I can't wait to bring that back to the shop in Escondido, California for Palomar Racing. Yeah, that was an interesting race. That was not plan A. Well, it was kind of plan A. Yesterday was plan A. We qualified pole, ran away. It was smooth, passed some lower class cars. Today it was going that way, had a good start, had a good jump, got ahead. I was just kind of managing my tires, managing the car, whether it was the extra fuel in the car for the longer race, but I felt like I was a little bit slower, just having to kind of manage some things and getting through some traffic. Full course yellow definitely bunched us all up, and I knew Larry in the Morewood creative car was hungry. I saw him, and we kind of got into a tussle with some Legends cars, and that was a lot of fun, but ultimately really happy, and yeah, we'll take it home.
Matt, clean race, came out on top. Congratulations. Thanks so much, man, for being here.
Thank you all.
We're going to throw it to Carla or the booth for another interview here in Impound.
All righty, we'll take it up here in the booth real quick while Carla is catching up with one of the other top finishers. And there she is. She's down with the 82 car.
Hey, you are the 2022 NASA champion for Honda Challenge H4. All right. James Landry, you are the Honda Challenge H4 2022 national champion. How are you feeling?
Tired. That was a long, hot race, but it was fun. Really hard battle.
You started 6th place and you fought your way all the way to the front.
Yeah, it was tough. These guys were hauling, and I don't know. Oh, these guys are good competitors, tough drivers.
They are good.
There was some trouble in the field too, as far as mechanicals or something, but I'm not sure what happened. But I'll take it.
And this guy is a fast guy. I've driven with him before. He's a former teammate of mine in endurance racing, so I know he's a shoe.
Let's do some more.
More endurance races?
Yeah, for sure. Wins? Absolutely.
All right, congratulations, James Landry.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. We'll pass it over to Will when he's ready for his next interview.
Cool. Thanks.
All righty, so Will catch up with another driver, and I believe he has. Those guys are busy down there. So let's go down there, and Will Falls is with one of our other top finishers. Will, take it away, buddy.
Here with Jonathan Baker, Honda Challenge 2 national champion. How's that sound, buddy?
Unreal. I've been dreaming about this for 10 years, and this was my 8th time doing nationals and my first time winning. So I'm just elated, and I'm so surprised, and I'm on cloud 9 right now.
Talk through a little of the excitement this morning with the weather. How'd that play out into your game plan?
So yeah, we spent the night in the trailer with the car, thinking that we were going to get downpoured, and yeah, we had the slicks on just in case, and we had rain tires lined up with an excellent Miata guy. And then yeah, lo and behold, I'm waking up and looking at the weather, and like we have to change everything, and yeah, we got it ready in time. Luckily, with like 10 minutes to go, and got out here, and I mean, we got a lot of luck out there. Scott was very cooperative. I'd say we touched mirrors, but that was it. Other than that, it felt really clean, and I think the other guys may have had an issue, but it was an amazing experience, and I'm just glad to be here.
Nice, man. Well, congratulations, Jonathan Baker, national champion, soaking it all in. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Will, and thank you, Carla. A lot of emotion down there, as you heard. 10 years in the making, 8 times to these national championships, and finally he gets to stand on the top step of the podium. So congratulations to those guys. So Carla's caught up with another one of our top finishers. So let's go back to the paddock, and Carla, take it away.
National champion Spec Z class, how are you feeling?
I can't stop laugh crying. I don't know what that means, but it feels really, really, really good.
Awesome. It's so awesome to see. How long have you been racing the class?
This is my 8th year in this class. 8th year in this class.
Is it your first time winning the championship?
It certainly is, and it's a wonderful class. I love the guys in my class with me. They're some of my best friends, and we tear it up together, and then we get out on the track and we give it to each other like you can't believe, and then we get off and we love each other again. It's absolutely fantastic. To my family, to my lovely wife who supported this whole endeavor, thank you, Jackie. To Emma, my daughter, who overnighted me windshield wiper parts yesterday, thank you, Emma. And to my son Sam, they come to the garage with me anytime I need them and pull trannies and do whatever we got to do, and I couldn't have done it without the rest of them. Thanks, guys, and thanks to you.
Thanks to you. You're going to make me cry now. Congratulations, man.
Thank you.
Really excited for you.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass it back up to the boys in the booth. Thank
Boy,
you.
You talk about emotion. There it was, and he talks about the family coming together to make it happen, and you like to see that emotion. After all the work that it takes to get there, you finally get to stand on the top step. Let's go back down in the paddock. Will Falls. Will, take it away there, buddy.
Here with Jacobson Dennett, Legends winner. Big old smile on his face, national champion. Looked like a wild restart. Tell us all about it, man.
Started out rough. I had a lot of traffic between me and Bobby, and got through it really good. Then still had some at the caution. The caution worked really, really well for me. I got to kind of self-reflect, calm myself down, and get it together. And luckily, everybody was racing, and I took the right opportunity and come past it and got a clean win. Feeling really good about it.
Nice, man. Congratulations. Thank you for being here. And let's go spray some champagne. Back to you guys in the booth.
All right, Will getting hugs of congratulations down there in the paddock area with all of the winners. Of course, they'll be going down, and you can go onto the NASA website. You'll be able to see shots of these guys actually on the podium in victory lane. They'll be doing that, and we're going to roll right back into racing here in just a little bit. But they're going to go down to that podium. And again, be sure you go and get all the stories behind the stories and some in-depth coverage at the NASA website once the weekend is over. The team does a great job, whether it's the folks with NASA doing the social media, the press department with the press releases and information. Really an exceptional crew to work with. They provided us with all the information that we've needed here this weekend to let you know that exactly what's going on. And sometimes when we don't know what's going on, they fill us in and let us know. Since 2008, Hawk Performance has supported NASA members with the best braking products in the industry. Combined with a lucrative contingency program for HPDE, TT, and racers alike, Hawk Performance is dedicated to making sure drivers feel confident no matter what the road or track conditions bring. To see how Hawk supports NASA members, visit DRIVENASA.com. This live broadcast is brought to you in part by Hawk Performance, supporting NASA members since 2008. We've got more racing coming up in just a little bit, and we'll touch on tomorrow. We've got bonus coverage for you. We have a 6-hour endurance race we'll be telling you a little bit more about, but bonus coverage on a Monday for you. And while we're here, we're going to pack as much racing into the weekend as we can. So if you get a chance, you can join us tomorrow for our endurance race coverage. But we still have some big races to go this afternoon, so don't go anywhere because it is a really competitive field still coming up in just a little bit. And we're going to have a very cool in-car shot coming up for you for this race in a little bit inside one of the prototypes. We'll be showing you that in just a second as we see the cars are in the paddock area. They're on the grid, and they'll be ready to roll out in just a little bit. And again, going here to Group B. Group B as our prototypes are Super Unlimiteds, ST1 and ST3s. Coming up in Group B. I've got one of our in-car cameras tucked inside one of the prototypes. So we'll see some fast laps here now. Our clouds still kind of parade by, but for the most part, except for a little drizzly mark here and there, we have had a very, very good racetrack conditions for these drivers to deal with so far today. They'll roll out here in a moment. Guys, right now has been, we've seen a few full course yellows, but overall we've seen very tight driving, but we've seen very clean driving from everybody so far. And we think that should continue. Knock on, it's not wood, that was a plastic table. So if that doesn't work, it is on me. Competition Motorsport, as the official motorsports supplier of NASA, Competition Motorsport has the largest inventory of auto racing, safety equipment, and accessories in the nation. With an exclusive discount only available to NASA members, Competition Motorsport can get you what you need, when you need it, no excuses. Visit DriveNASA.com for more information, and make sure to check out the Discovery Parts trailer in the paddock. Thank you so much to Competition Motorsport. Grid is filling up, so it shouldn't be too long. And I did see a couple track service vehicles go out on track, so maybe a cleanup or two. And they were up there where they had to pull Ubaldi's car out of the gravel trap at the top of the corkscrew. A little cleanup there just to get some of that gravel. He probably just drug a little gravel back onto the racetrack when they got it back on, but they seem to be all done there. And so we should be in a position to roll with our next championship race. If you're just stumbling around through the internet and you've popped something on, you're like, what am I watching? Well, you're watching the 2022 National Autosport Association, the National Championships here at Weathertech Raceway in Laguna Seca. This is live coverage, so you're seeing it as it happens here on the Monterey Peninsula. And a cloudy day, but it's been overcast, and so far the drivers, you've heard them talk a little bit. Last night we're sitting there trying to guess what we're going to do or how we set the car up or what we do for the rain. And as it turns out, they didn't have to deal with the rain so far, but there's still some racing to go. Our TT sessions are all over. In fact, they're going to do an awards ceremony down at the paddock a little bit later for our time trial winners in each class, and we're going to be able to roll in a little bit. You're going to see a great shot coming up in an in-car here coming up from inside one of the prototypes. So we're going to get ready for that. I'm going to hand things back over to Dick. Let Dick give you the full starting lineup for our next championship event.
Thank you very much, Edwin. And we get ready to go with race Group D. Okay, on the pole for this one is Casey Mashore in car 615. Starting alongside Lucas Weisenberg in car 46. These are all Spec E46 cars. Second row, car number 31, Jason Fraser. Alongside him, Jonathan Parishon in car 90. Back to row 3 inside, starting fifth, number 16, the JDZ Motorsports entry. Completing that row in car number 47, the Legacy Motorsports PB entry. Row 4 inside, starting 7th, 426, Valkyrie Autosport Spec E46. The JDZ Motorsports starts 8th, completing that row in car 15. Then it's car 03 inside row 5, Steve Ferrario. Peter Onepo, car number 45, completes that row. Inside row 6, number 98, Abuse of Power. Larry Noble in car number 28 starts 12th alongside. Then car number 13 starts 13th, Arul Venkatesh. Alongside him, the Kids College Fund Motorsports, X29 is the number. So we move back to row 8 inside, 15th starter, 321, Steve Mashore. 87, Adam Oljenizak completes that row. Eric Holmes starts on the inside of row 9, 17th in car 920. Then it's the Esprit Cosmetic entry, number 7 completing the row. 19th on the grid, Zach George in 132. Then it's Daniel Yanis in car number 13X. Row 11, car number 64, Micro PDM, the last of the Spec E46 cars. Second start, the separate start, will be car number 9, Marcello Vine, leading 944 Spec. John Pentel Molnar in car 84 alongside. Then it's Kevin Fry in car 42. Gian Bowles in 85. Caleb Fletcher in car number 81 is in the next row with Charles Sharp alongside in car 58. Ty G in car 79 leads off the next pair with Jim Richmond alongside in car 35. Jordan Sedaris in car 44 starts 33rd alongside Philip Asteen in car 25. Then it's Owen Burns in car 60, Jeff Heitz in 19 alongside, Carol Otwood in car number 7, 37th on our list with Mark Weiler alongside in car 96. Final car on the list, Bryce Alexander in car number 33. Those are all 944 Spec cars. Cars are on their pace lap now, working their way around the track. They'll come back looking for a green flag here at start finish. And they get it, and off they go to the races. And it looks like it's Casey Mashur, I believe, that jumped out in front as they go down there with a good lead, got a great start. The field's starting to spread out now, single file as they go through turns 2 and 3. They get sorted. By the time they got out of 3, they're pretty much single file. Someone pulls up alongside trying to make a bid as they go down into turn 4. That's not going to work, and he pulls back in line. There is one slower car out there that is pulled out of the racing line and allowed everyone else to move on by.
So Dick and I have been doing back-to-back races, so we take a break real quick, grab a bite of lunch, and then right back into it. So thank you, Dick, and they are all rolling. I think we did 2 waves to start this one out. We got the prototypes, the Super Touring, and the Super Unlimited cars out here right now. So we'll let everybody make a and a crash right on the front straightaway in front of us. 2 cars came together right at the start, and from the angle I can't quite see. There you see both of them, that purple machine and black machine. And both drivers look okay. It wasn't a hard contact, but I think that was like one of the second wave of cars getting the green and came together.
There was contact from the cars, and looking out on the track, there's some debris to the right of that car that stopped. So I think the contact took place closer to turn 11 than where that car did come to rest. Did a 180, went up against the concrete barrier, and it's a double standing yellow at start finish with an emergency vehicle on course. That's the tow truck that has arrived to minister to that car that is stopped down below us. He's facing oncoming traffic up against the concrete barrier. Drivers getting out of the car.
Can you imagine how frustrating that is? Doesn't even get to the green flag. Here's his national championship race. You're on the start, and your race is over
before it starts.
Before it even starts. That is frustration for sure. You see from the drone here as the field comes by, we hadn't even completed a lap under green, and you see them come together, and there may be some fluid down there as well. So we may have a bit of a cleanup there as you see our drone shot following our group around. But gosh, I can just imagine the frustration. And it like I say, it happened right in front of us here, and boom, it was over and done in the blink of an eye. You see now we've got some of our track officials out there picking up some of those body parts there. We saw one car go through, but most of it's probably just some plastic off the front end of that car. Now, what I don't know, they did get a lap done, under caution and everything, so probably won't be a complete restart. It'll probably be just a rolling start, just like they would, if it was 10 laps into the race. But it's going to be a little while to get cleaned up. But again, I can only imagine the frustration there in getting to the race, seeing the green flag, and then instantly your race is over.
Picking up lots of pieces of plastic, maybe some carbon fiber there. That stuff can really cut a tire. As another tow truck arrives on scene, waving yellow flag here at start finish. The course pretty much blocked at the moment while that tow truck backs up to pick up the car that's up against the wall. And we won't be able to get the number of that car until it is up in the air.
Now, I could only, again, imagine kind of the feelings right now.
I read the wrong grid. This is not Group B. I had the D grid. That's what I had. No.
Cars are having to, like say, tiptoe past them there. It's just about a completely blocked front straightaway. Again, both drivers were fine, got out of the car. Again, they were just coming up to speed. You see one car, that might be the 17X, the purple machine, going in there. We'll get an idea in just a little bit. There's our in-car shot. Take a look at that. Inside one of the prototypes. And that's going to be a little while to get everything cleaned up, and then we'll do flying green lap, and then that can sort of reset where we are. Jeremy Crossett in the 01 car right now, leading in the NP01 class. But again, because none of the cars really got a flying green lap, they've come under caution. So all the laps we've run in this race so far have been caution laps. Once we get a green flying lap, then we'll reset scoring for you and let you know. But cleanup's going to continue here for a little bit longer on this front straightaway. Don't forget our friends Axe and the Oak. Axe and the Oak, sharing stories one drink at a time.
It is the 91 car that was involved there that was up against the barrier, and it's being towed away. Looks like the rear end is locked up. As you can see, the rear wheels, but you can't see, but I can from my vantage point. Rear wheels are not turning. So it was the 91 car that was involved. It may have been another car. That's Tim Barber in a Super Unlimited car.
Boy,
Now
you just kind of shake your head on that one.
What a horrible break.
Well, the other thing now also, of course, thank goodness this is a 45-minute race, because we're going to be 10 minutes or more into this race before we actually start racing. And so that's going to be, if it was one of our shorter 30-minute qualifying races, heck, that'd be about half the race before you actually got going.
We're coming up on about 7 minutes already, and they got a bunch of brooms out there and blowers to clear any debris and bits and pieces that are on the pavement, trying to pick them all up and make sure that the track is ready to go. Very easy to puncture a tire on some of that debris, even though it may be so small it's hard to see.
And I didn't see any, I thought maybe fluid, but I think what I saw was just where they had, tire marks down there. So I don't think it was a fluid situation. I think it was just where they had skidded to a stop there. But I don't know if that was a start of a second wave and it caught a slow car, but because all of a sudden there were two cars just right across in front of us.
Yeah, where's the other car?
What's that?
Where's the other car?
They got it all back into the pit area. It was the purple car that stopped right up here. So you had two cars, that one, and then the purple machine that might have been Jason Chen. I'm not positive, but it might have been Chen. And the only reason I say that is it shows that Chen has only made one lap. So I'm thinking maybe the 17X of Chen. And
well, we know the one car was the number 91 car that ended up against the wall facing oncoming traffic. I didn't see it actually happen. I saw it when that car came to rest, so I didn't see the other car. Looks like they have cleared the debris and emergency vehicles are leaving the scene.
Oh, they did that pretty quickly. Good job. By the way,
pretty
hats
efficient
off.
Crew.
Yeah, hats off to the crew all weekend long. They have been really, really exceptional at getting this track turned around quickly so that we can get as much green flag racing as we can. You see a couple of those big, mean silver Crown cars. We talked about those yesterday. Built originally as USAC oval track cars. They were designed mainly for the larger speedway ovals that USAC went to with the Silver Crown series. And then they went back to the more traditional big sprint car style. So these cars, there are several of them throughout the country, and a couple guys are trying to get together and turn these into a road racing series. And from what we've seen this weekend, and one of the cars I've seen tested another track, they may have a formula that could be pretty interesting to watch as they go through the, it takes a lot to develop a series and come up with all the pieces and then find those cars and get them on track. We'll see. We're looking at our Toyota Pace car.
Lights are out, I think. We'll watch and see if they take the exit. They do. Pace car takes the pit exit out of turn 10, and here comes your field back up towards start-finish. Should be Henry Hill leading the group with Michael McLeenan right behind him. Then it's Jonathan Finstrom, Brian Tyler, and James Paul. That's your top five. Green flag waves, and away we go. They are off to turn 1 and back to racing action here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Boy, you can feel the power in this group, just the rumble, particularly the Silver Crown cars, just put out a growl as they come side by side each other. They're fun to watch. And gosh, you look on that screen right there, what a mixture of racing machinery all out there together.
Well, and, I thought the same thing in the last race where we had 6 different classes with the Legends cars blown by the BMWs. That kind of surprised me.
Absolutely.
But great action with the 2 Honda classes as well, and Super Touring.
The silver Crown car with those smaller prototypes around him just makes that car look gigantic out there. And again, it is a big speedway car, but that's what makes these types of events so interesting is the mixture of machinery. If you get out to one of the NASA events, a regional's close by or something, be sure you're getting down in the paddock, you're walking around, you're looking at the vehicles. It's great to see them on track, but stop and talk to anybody, because there's nothing racers like to do better than to talk about their race cars.
You look at that silver Crown car, and it's a lot wider than you would think it is when you get up close to it and can physically see it.
And you see them dicing around there with a couple cars. I'm going to let everybody get one more flying lap in, and then we'll do each of your running orders here. Well, you can definitely feel them as they go by. All right, let's take you through each class now. Got about 5 laps complete in the NP01, the prototype class. Jeremy Crosette in the 01, the 48, that's Sam Mangiamelli. And then the Iron Wheel Racing Team 227, that is in NP01. Super Touring 1, Timothy Bidwell in the 40 car leads in that class. Then it's Martin Dazcal in the 772 and Max Panchuk in car 331. Super Touring 3, Matt McIntyre in car number 31. Greg Nestor is in the 08. Kevin Michaels in the 98, and that's your Super Touring 3 top 3. And Super Unlimited, he leads overall, has a quick lap of 129.625. That's the 8 of Henry Hill. The 3 is Michael McAleenan. And then James Paul, the 22 car, is 3rd. And so there you get a good mix. You see on track right there, you've got a open cockpit prototype car, and you've got that 158 car going at it, and 2 very different cars, but racing side by side.
Top 10 cars, all Super Unlimited cars. Someone took a really wide line down in turn 11 and got the right wheels off the pavement into the dirt, and trying to keep it in a straight line, because if you got one wheel in the dirt and one wheel on the pavement, the car kind of wants to turn whether you want it to or not. But he finally got it sorted and pointed in the right direction and was able to safely complete that lap. But Hill is being challenged by McAleenan now. There's about 0.6 of a second separating your 2 leaders, both Super Unlimited cars. Henry Hill in the 8 car and McAleenan in the number 3. Then it's James Paul, Jonathan Finstrom, Brian Tyler, your top 5, all Super Unlimited cars. Hill's starting to spread out some good class battles, as Edwin has mentioned to us. Mr. Perdue, I hope you're enjoying your visit to Monterey and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
You know what, I've had an exceptional time. I mentioned it a bunch yesterday. I mean, just the scenery in this part of the country is breathtaking. And then you take this iconic track, set it right on top of a mountain here. And, some of the campground areas around here, you look one area, you're in a world-class park, and then you turn the other way in your campground, and you're at a world-class motorsports facility. So it's definitely the best of both worlds. I believe right there you're looking at 2nd and 3rd in the Super Unlimited. Michael McAleenan and James Paul. Yep, there's the 3 and the 22. So that's a battle for 2nd spot in Super Unlimited. And they're not too far behind Henry Hill. Hill's out about 1.5 seconds in front of those 2. Here they are, all 5, and there you go. Those 3 cars in your shot right now are running 1, 2, and 3 in Super Unlimited and overall. And you saw Paul try to take a little peek to the inside when they got up to the top of that hill. And there we go, another in-car shot. And that was the in-car shot. We had that shot yesterday as well. That is great because you're looking right off the nose of that race car. Oh, there it is. You see it's that bright orange machine right there. That number 227 machine. It's the Iron Wheel Racing Team. And guess what? That right there, there's a race to look at. I believe that is 1, 2, and 3 in the prototype. Mangiamelli, Croisset, and the Iron Wheel Racing Team. That's 1, 2, and 3 in the prototype class. They go up the hill, and we're going to ride with the 227 car on the Ray Hall Straight. That's some tight racing, and we're going to see Croisset try to get by. Yes, they're side by side going to the corkscrew.
Wow, he left him racing room. He could have come over on him and cut him off. I believe that's Mangiamelli out front with Croisset behind, and we got the view from Iron Wheel Racing 227, the third car in that group, as they come down off the hill.
That is unbelievable. And now Croisset has taken the spot back in the lead. Let's see if timing and score will reset as we go by here. And there we go. So the 01 retakes that top spot. And there you see that Hawk labeled machine. That is our in-car camera. That one, like I said, is shooting just off the nose. There you got a view of it. So that's third place in NP01. And boy, when we saw him try to make that pass on top of the corkscrew, you said they gave each other plenty of room, but that could get pretty hairy up there.
Yeah, it can, because there's not a lot of room to give. Skies have darkened again. It looks like we might be in for a little moisture before the afternoon is over. Kind of coming our way from the ocean, and that's the way it moves in. It moves offshore inland with an onshore breeze.
We're staying with that racing up there because that fourth car in the picture there, that's Owen McAllister, the 39 car. So your top four in the NP01 class are all within about a second of each other down the front straightaway. We pick up that machine. The leader, no, that's not the leader, I believe. Let's get a number on that car.
Leader should be Hill in car number 8. He's your overall leader, leading Super Unlimited.
And I believe that's Jake Fazeli there in the 5 car we're looking at. Fazeli in car number 5. We pick him up off turn number 3. And indeed it is. So Fazeli in the number 5 car, currently running 6th place in class. You see him chasing one of the Silver Crown cars up the hill. Well, here coming up on about the 20-minute mark, Jeremy Croisset in the 01. He leads the prototype over Sam Mangiamelli in the 48, and then the Iron Wheel car. You see a couple cars going 3 wide down the front straightaway. Bidwell in car number 40 is your Super Touring 1 leader. McIntyre, the 31, is your Super Touring 3 leader. And as you mentioned, there's their overall leader right there. I believe Henry Hill in the 8 car. There he is. That's your overall leader right there, Henry Hill, as he goes into turn number 3. Hill's led from the start. And just an update, it looks like, Jonathan Fenstrom has gone to the pit area. So Fenstrom, we've seen some very fast laps, and he set the quickest lap in all of the time trial. But Fenstrom is now out of this race. We show him only completing a handful, 6 of the 10 laps that we've run so far. So a quick look across all of our classes. And the best race right now is the NP01 class. But, everybody here turning laps. You've got, Henry Hill, 127. McAleenan, 127. James Paul, the top 4 in Super Unlimited have all, in a spin right at the top of the corkscrew. Let's see if he can get refired. Boy, it's sort of a
He should be able to go all right there because he backed off. Driver's right. He was pointed in the right direction. All he had to do was drive the car when traffic was clear to rejoin, and he did just that. Gravel's not too deep on the inside. It's only on the outside where it's deep, because you can really get some damage to your car if you go off there. And if you're going off there, you're going off at a pretty high rate of speed as well.
That's Chad Plavin we were looking at right there, the lead in that group. And that shows you, again, why these flaggers, they're so important, because they can see what the driver can't see. Because without somebody flagging that corner, you don't see that car up there until you're right on top of it.
No, and it's the flagger's job to communicate to the driver the status of the course in front of him.
We did an excellent job there sharing that information. And I believe that was the one that spun. Was that the 22 of James Paul? It may have been right there, leading that group. It may be Paul, and so that's going to cost him a bunch here. There's the leader going up the hill, and then we pick up a couple of the prototype cars, and boom, just like that, we're to the halfway point of this race. You know what we've got now? We've got complete overcast skies, but they're a little bit higher clouds than they were, so that's good to see. We'll see what that means for us going forward. If you're just tuning in, we're at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, the 2022 National Autosport Association Championships. We've already crowned several national champs today, and we have several more to do before the day is over. And boy, look at those cars. And look what a mix of cars. You got full-bodied cars, open cockpit prototypes, closed cockpit prototypes. That's a really good mix of all the different stuff that's happening here this weekend. Dick, we're seeing this place this weekend, you know, the paddock full, but I can only imagine also on one of it, you know, take it to Indy weekend, IndyCar weekend or something, just what this place is like when it's packed with folks. Or you even talked about going back to the old MotoGP days when you said the hill just absolutely covered with people.
Covered with people up there. That was during the Can-Am days and the Trans Am days. You couldn't see the dirt. There were that many people up on the hill. Crowds are coming back, though. The crowds have been up this year at this track for both the Rolex race, the IMSA race in the spring, and, of course, the IndyCar season finale last weekend. It didn't hurt that you had 5 drivers in contention for the championship in the final race of the year.
Adds that extra element of importance to that event for sure.
A moment of suspense. Who's it going to be?
Pretty good race there. Everything else has settled down a little bit.
Hill pretty dominant so far in Super Unlimited. He has got almost a 12-second lead over McAleenan, and who's running in the second spot. James Paul running third in Super Unlimited, followed by Vasily Stratton and James Ingram. Those are your top 5 overall and top 5 in Super Unlimited. Super Touring, you've got Timothy Bidwell in car number 40. He's out front. Martin Dascal is running second in Super Touring in the 772 car. And he's about 9 seconds back. So the field's starting to spread out a little bit. The competition in those top 2 classes, Super Unlimited and Super Touring, not that intense.
And you will see that, you know, different classes, it'll swap around. You'll see tight races, then you'll see them get spread out a little bit. There you're looking at the number 51 car. He gives way to let one of the quicker prototypes go by. That 51 car, that's a Super Unlimited car. That's Michael Earhart in that machine. And we got one car around, right there, turn 11. And I believe that is the same car that went around at the top of the corkscrew. Let's get a look as he comes down the front straightaway here. And so, yeah, I believe that is the 22 car of James Paul. It is. And I believe Paul, that's his second time around, spun at the top of the corkscrew and again off turn number 11. Now, luckily for him, both times plenty of runoff for him, and he's able to gather it back in and go. And, of course, the field spread out quite a bit there. He's still hanging on to fourth spot. But now, think about that. If you're Paul, you've spun twice, you're still fourth. Boy, you sure did miss a shot at the podium.
Yeah, there you go. But NP01 is really tight. As you look at Jeremy Crossett is leading in the 0-1 car, but he's got 7/10 of a second over Sam Mangiamelli, and he's got 6/10 of a second over the third place car in that class, the Iron Will Racing number 227. And fourth in the class is Owen McAllister, and he's only 8/10 of a second back. So first, second, third, and fourth in NP01 having a very tight race.
We'll see if we can pick them up here in just a little bit and follow that, because you're exactly right, Dick. That's the best race on the track right now in the NP01 class. There's Paul back under speed, or up to speed, I should say. Tell you what, that number 3 machine, I can't remember who's driving that. That is just a beautiful, oh, Michael McAleenan. That is a beautiful car because it's kind of that dark gunmetal gray and just makes a beautiful, beautiful race car. Here we are on board once again with our Iron Will Racing machine, car number 227. That is that NP01 battle you were talking about. You can see right in front of him, Mangiamelli and Croisset as they go into turn number 4. And Dick, you called it again, because that's the best racing we've got on the track right now. That's your top 3 altogether.
Yeah, not too far back either to Owen McAllister. He's fourth in the class and still in touch with that lead group. I was going to say lead trio, but it's actually a quartet.
A quartet, absolutely. Absolutely. A couple cars battling right there, but
seeing those Silver Crown cars out there.
They do let you know when they're going by. Leader just went by, put another lap up. 28 minutes into this race, and we're going to try to find where our NP01 cars are. Right now they are that'd be a good one to pick. In fact, they're should be coming out of a final corner right now, turn 11. So that NP01 battle is coming down the front straightaway, and there they are, 1, 2, and 3 going by the start-finish line. And you're right, McAllister, now he's only 2.4 seconds. So your top 4 cars, 2.4 seconds apart in the NP01 class. Let's watch these 2 cars right here. We've got the 331 machine, and that is Max Panchuk. That is in Super Touring 1. So Panchuk in the 331, and here they come off turn number 11. So Panchuk in 331, currently 3rd place in Super Touring 1. Looking at car number 40 on the track right now. And that 40 car, is he Super Touring 1? Yep, correct. That's Bidwell. So that orange and gray car you see coming at you right now, that's Bidwell. Car number 40, he's your current leader in Super Touring 1. And that's one we haven't talked about too much, Dick, because the gap is about 20 seconds between first and second.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one.
Okay. Bidwell's got that one in hand, but still has to run clean for another 15 minutes.
It's amazing that James Paul's still running 4th after a couple of loops that you mentioned. Hasn't lost that much time. Also, you speculated that, gee, if it wasn't for those, he might have been eligible for a podium finish. But it's not over yet.
Not over. And you've got, you know what? Motorsports is like broadcasting. You got to have a very, very short memory. You got to whatever happened and then roll on to the next piece. So there is your leader, Bidwell, in Super Touring 1. He has been superb so far. The race we're going to try to catch for you right now is the NP01 class. Where are they right now? They're coming up, I believe, on the back straightaway. The 8 machine is just kind of in his own zip code right now. That's the overall leader, and Henry Hill Super Touring.
Your NP01 group should be coming up the front straight momentarily.
Yeah, that's still the best race. So let's see if we can catch the front straightaway cars here. Should be coming our way in just a moment. Yep, you see them right now. They should be in turn number 11. So we'll try to catch those cars on the front straightaway here in just a moment.
Don't count James Paul out of it yet, because he's turning quicker lap times than the car in front of him, of Vasily Stratton, and he's closing. He's got the gap back down to under 2 seconds between himself and the third place car.
Dick, and here's the race now we've been trying to watch. This is so good. NP01, Crosette leading the way in the 01 car. A couple of the faster prototypes going to go by, but your top 3 are all together. Crosette in the 01, Mangiamelli the 48, the 227 is Iron Will Racing. Some of the Super Unlimiteds are coming through right now, but once they get through, those 3 cars will be all together, and that's the battle right there. First, second, and third. And you see third, Iron Will Racing Machine, just outside of your picture right there. You're going to get this SU car once he gets past Jeremy's machine, and he'll do it right there. And those 2 cars in different classes, so you'll see a relatively easy pass, but those are cars not competing in the same class. Now those 3 cars are all together for the win. Here they are on the Ray Hall straight, coming at you right now.
Yeah, we've only got about 6 or 7 minutes left in this one before the checkered waves. So they've got maybe 3 laps.
Yeah, maybe.
Ballpark.
All right, look right here. The blue car and that dark kind of purple car. That is fantastic. Again, that's for the win in the NP01. And that gap now, what is it? Maybe a car length.
If that.
Off turn at number 11. Not too many laps to go here. First, second, third, all in the shot together. They come by, start, finish. What's the gap going to be right now? Half a second, Dick. 0.57 between first and second, and then Iron Will Racing there in third, waiting. If either one of those cars make a mistake, they're ready to pounce.
They're starting to pull away from that Iron Will Racing car, the 227 car. The gap from him to second, Mangiamelli, is almost 2 full seconds. Then it's another 1.5 seconds back to Owen McAllister, who is 4th in that class in the number 39 car.
Boy, Mangiamelli's right there now. They'll head for turn number 5. There they are, all 4. Mangiamelli's got it down to maybe 2 car lengths. Into turn number 5. Jeremy kind of hugs that inside line, uses all the race check out to the curbing, but Mangiamelli right there in his tire tracks up the hill.
Yeah, Mangiamelli and Crosette are pulling away from the rest of the NP01 competitors as they go up the hill. They're turning faster lap times as they slowly work their way ahead of their pursuers. But they are pretty much glued together. Crosette last lap of 1:37.4, Mangiamelli last lap of 36.9. So about a half a second apart in lap time. Mangiamelli the quicker of the 2 last time around.
And, you know, the 01 car, he was one of the drivers that said, yeah, if it rains, we're kind of done. We don't have a setup. We're not ready for, a wet weather race. And so just by the luck of the weather, right now leads this NP01 field, but not by much. And Mangiamelli now begins to push because he knows there's only a handful of laps left in this battle.
Yeah, the gap down to under 5 seconds now. And again, Mangiamelli turned a quicker lap than Crosette, who is leading the class.
Well, now we've got it down to a car length. There they are. That's turn number 3. You know, in one of our races early, we saw a great pass going into 5. You could see a similar piece right here. There's the fourth place car now. Owen McAllister is in fourth, but there's first and second in NP. I tell you, the person that's got a great view of this is right there. See him racing up in front of him. So there's the front two, and then there's the third place car. Follow him up the Ray Hall straight.
You've got a new Super Unlimited leader, Michael McLean. I don't know what happened to Hill, but he is gone. The number 3 car is your leader. Vasily Stratton is second, and James Paul is third. He did get up to third after all.
And Henry Hill, it looks like he has taken that car to the paddock area.
Yeah, so attrition for the race leader who had dominated the class from the green flag. All of a sudden, his day is over.
Yeah, and we're talking just a few months ago, we're talking about, oh, he's, got this 20-second lead. Nobody's going to touch him. But, a mechanical bug bites you, and all of a sudden you're in the paddock, and there is a brand new leader. There is the NP01 race. Again, we're staying with that right now because that happens to be one of the best races on the track. Everybody else has a pretty big gap from first to second.
I think Chrisette got the message. All of a sudden, his lap times have decreased. He's down almost to a 136 flat.
Yeah, and you're exactly right. And he does that last lap. That's his best lap of the race. So, yeah, somebody said, okay, hit the nitrous bottle. It's time to go.
Okay, remember all that push to pass you've been saving?
Oh, yes, yeah.
Start pushing.
And you're right. They've opened up. See, there we ride again with the third-place machine.
We're just a lap or two away, I think, from a checker. We'll keep our eye on the starter to let you know. Looking at the gap between them in that NP01 battle. Last time was 0.8 of a second, so Croisset has opened up a little bit of breathing room, but not much. But if he continues at this pace, there's no way that Mangiamelli will be able to catch him unless he can match those speeds.
Yeah, just when it was getting close there, then it's like, all right, now it's let's go race time, and that gap has opened back up between first and second in that NP01 class. A little bit of lap traffic to deal with there. Car gives him plenty of room, but Mangiamelli then has to deal with it. And we'll look, we're watching the starter to see if we've got a...
Yeah, I'm looking for a white flag. If they throw one out to indicate that it is the last lap. Should go out to McAleenan, who is your overall leader in the number 3 car and leading Super Unlimited. White flag is in hand for the starter.
Showing a blue flag for one of the cars that's about to get lapped by the leader. And there is the 3. McAleenan goes by. Croisset now is down. Where are they? They're going up the hill from 5. And I tell you what, that's the battle. They're going to have to deal with some lap cars in front of them.
They got a lot of traffic in front of them.
There's the third place car in class. Hey, guess what? Guess who's third right now in Super Unlimited? It's James Paul. After all the craziness.
Well, yeah, I mentioned that earlier when McAleenan took the lead.
That's what happened. You're exactly right.
When Hill retired.
When the 8, you're exactly right. I didn't think about that. In the same class. Yep. What a crazy day he's had. Boy, look at this traffic now coming down the hill. That is first and second. The blue and white car and that burgundy and black machine behind him. That's first and second in NP01, and they've not gotten the white flag yet. They're still going to have
it this time
lap.
up.
Boy, that's some tight traffic to work through. They'll see the white flag now, so they've got a whole lap of racing still to go to come up with the win. They're down the front straightaway. Again, best race on the track right now. Let's watch them. They're down into turns 1 and 2. I saw the flag, a little debris flag up, and oh, look at right there he is now. Mangiamelli there is right on the rear end on that diffuser, and look at and now here comes Mangiamelli on the outside. Can't do it from the outside. Now going to try to peek to the other side, a little crossover. What a shot we're getting overhead. That's the battle for the NP01. Mangiamelli
They're
preferred
side
line.
by side going through the infield. Out of turn 4, they're going up at turn 5. Traffic is ahead of them.
Oh, what a line they touch. Just a little kiss there. And if Jeremy Crusade, had he been able to hang on to that inside line a little bit longer, he may have held on to it. And look,
We got moisture on the camera up at the top of the hill.
Let's see if this plays into it. And they've got a Super Unlimited car mixed in there as well. We should see them on the back straightaway. Here they come. There is your NP01 leader. And Croisset now has dropped off. I believe the 227 has now taken the second spot. He has. There's the 227. And I wonder, and there is Croisset. I wonder if he got into the rain back there or something.
Well, you said there was a touch going into 5.
Just barely touched each other, but shouldn't have been enough to cause an issue there. And he's lost a couple of spots. I believe that's McAllister now who's taken over the 4th spot. And people are spinning. We have got, I guess, a spin. In fact, there's your leader.
On the front straight, yes.
Your leader has spun on the first straight, and there's rain coming down. People are sliding everywhere. That is the guy who was leading this race overall. Mangiamelli now is going to come by. And you have got, I guess, a rain shower just hit, and people were spinning off everywhere. That's what got Croisset at the top of the hill, and all heck breaks loose here right at the end.
And you have a new leader, new overall winner in Super Unlimited, Vasily Stratton, and James Paul ends up second.
Now let me see if those guys, yes, they did take the white flag. Did they take... Yeah, the NPO1 guys have taken the checker. So I think everybody has taken the checkered flag now. Holy mackerel. So Vasily Stratton ends up with win. But, hey, remember we said they at the beginning of this race they didn't get to the starting line. Look how close the 3-car was to the checkered flag.
Yeah, before the incident happened.
Just about
100 feet away?
Maybe 100 feet away. So,
from a national championship.
Oh, unbelievable. McElhinney never made it to the finish line. So Vasily Stratton, James Paul, and James Ingram, top 3 overall. Let's go class by class, because the middle of this race. Let's be honest with it. They were a little spread out. It had big gaps everywhere, and so we're like, okay, we've got kind of a one without a lot of action. Then it got crazy.
Yeah, well, the NPO1 battle livened up the middle of the race. That got pretty intense.
So let's go Super Unlimited, and overall winner, the 7X, Vasily Stratton. James Paul had the craziest race of anybody. He ends up second in Super Unlimited, and the 5T of James Ingram, third in Super Unlimited. Super Touring 3, Matt McIntyre, the winner in the 31 car. Greg Nestor in the 08 machine, and Kevin Michaels in car number 98. That's Super Touring 3. Super Touring 1, Timothy Bidwell in the 40 car. Just a superb day out there. And then Martin Descal in the 772. The 331 is Max Penchuk. That's top 3 in Super Touring 1. And then the race that was just so fun to watch the last maybe 10 laps of this thing, and that is NPO1, Sam Mangiamelli, the 48, the 227 Iron Wheel Racing, the 39 of Owen McAllister. Jeremy Croisset going to end up in 4th place in the 01. And think about this. In Super Unlimited and in NPO1, the car that was leading on the white flag was not the car that won when the checkered flag came out.
Last minute drama. They're picking up that other car off the front straight.
Yeah, and we saw it. The car started spinning. I think there was a little rain up on the Rahal Straight. That might have caught out Croisset in the 01, and then we saw a car spinning coming down the hill, another car here, and then we look, and all of a sudden there is your leader with nose into the wall. Wild finish here in this race.
Yeah, Croisset disappeared from the lead before they got to the corkscrew.
Yeah, he had lost one spot going up the hill before the Rahal Straight, and then he lost second and third when, I don't know, I don't know if it was wet up there or just skated off the track, but that...
Well, I did mention I saw water drops on the lens of the camera shooting up there. So it must have been wet. How wet, we don't know. But wet enough to cost Cressette.
Let's say, you go in the last lap. So Cressette takes the white flag. He's leading, gets past for the lead off turn number 5, and by the time he gets to the corkscrew, he's back to 4th place. So I guess that's why we watch it to the very end to find out what happens. We're definitely getting a lot of rain now because as we get into the paddock area, we see the umbrellas are out down in the paddock area. And I think we'll go to Will here in just a moment. All right, let's go down into the paddock area. Will Falls is down there in the paddock. Will, take it away, buddy.
Yeah, except Jeremy. He was on slicks.
Oh, wow. Here in Impound with MPO1 winner Sam Mangiamelli, your second MPO1 championship win. Tell us about your race, bud.
That was incredible. We opted to go with rain tires and everything with the impending weather, and a couple of guys went with rains, others went with slicks, and it's just praying that it would start raining. Saw it start to sprinkle, and then it went away. I was like, oh, we went the wrong way, but these tires actually held up pretty good for being rains on pretty much dry pavement until the last about 3 laps it started raining, and going into 1 is where it started picking up pretty heavily, and Jeremy slid up a little bit, was able to get alongside of him. And then going back into 3, he was able to kind of slide up past me and was able to duck back under and get a run on the final lap all the way up through the rest of the track, through the corkscrew, and pull it off finally. So.
Nice, man. Congratulations. There you guys hear it. It looks like Sam here was on the Spec rain tire and Jeremy was on the Spec slick tire. So mixed conditions playing a big part of the racing here at the NASA Championships. Let's check in with Carla for another interview here in Impound.
Thank you, Will.
Boy, that explains it then. And Jeremy had said we didn't have the reins on there, so Jeremy had the slicks on, so just the slightest little bit of moisture made all the difference in the world. Carla's with another one of our top finishes. Carla, go ahead.
Vasily Stratton, you are the 2022 NASA National Champion for Super Unlimited.
Awesome, that's great. Yeah, it was a tough race. And I'm happy to be here because Laguna Seca is such a beautiful place, and NASA's putting on such a nice organizational race, and I have to thank both my teams, Lang Racing and Edge Motorsports, for doing a wonderful job supporting me. Couldn't have done it without them, and it was awesome. I really enjoyed myself.
I think I saw a huge position change lead there at the end of the race. You weren't leading the race, and then now you won. What happened?
It's a miracle. It's miraculous. Wonderful things like that happen all the time.
Who did you pass, and how'd you do it?
I'm not sure. I passed a lot of people, but it was a good time.
All right. Well, congratulations to you and the rest of your team, and I'll pass it back up to the guys at the booth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. It was interesting to me on that interview with Mangiamelli, how he had chosen the rain tires, and near the end of the race, he was kicking himself because he made the wrong decision. Well, it turned out to be the right one after all.
And I'm so glad we had Will do that little feature piece for us earlier today to explain, hey, here are the decisions the guys have to make. And then that explains, because I bet you the number 3 car, McAleenan, I bet he wasn't on the rain tire option. I bet he was on the slicks as well. So
yeah, it could have been because he was in the lead, and then poof, he was gone.
It was weird. We had this weird start to this race with a wreck at the green flag. Then things kind of got spread out and everything. And then in the last 2 laps, it gets all crazy again. It's an unpredictable sport for sure. Well, we are zipping through the day again. We've got 3 more championship races, but it has been a interesting day to say the least. We got Group D coming up in a little bit, and that's a big field of Spec E46 and 944 Spec cars coming up in just a little bit. We're going to hold for a second before we get in that and see. I imagine they've got a few more interviews to do down there. And Nick, you picked it up right before Cressette had his issue on the Rahal Straight. When we went to that shot, you could see the raindrops on the camera lens.
Yeah, and that's what caught him out when they got up there to the top of the hill. That's what cost him the race. And boy, I'll tell you, Mangiamelli had the right choice. He thought, no, I should have gone with the slicks because it rained a little bit and then it dried up, and he was able to use the rain tires fairly well. Normally, they will heat up if you're on regular pavement, and they start to chunk on you. But fortunately for him, the rain came in the last couple, 3 laps, and he ended up, as a result of that, being on the winning tire, and also the right tire, both at the same time.
I think the part of his drive that might have been so impressive was not what he did once it started raining, but again, taking care of those tires throughout the race. You're exactly right, because those are not designed for dry weather driving. So his smart part was running hard, but taking care of those tires.
Yeah, because a lot of times if you see them on on wet tires, and it starts to dry up, you'll see the cars veer offline and look for puddles to drive through to cool those tires down. Yeah. Unfortunately, there weren't any puddles out there.
No, it never rained enough in that session to, I think the biggest rain we got here was before you and I even got to the track, because we saw it.
It was overnight.
It was pretty, when I was out there doing my
lap record run?
Yeah, my 4-minute, 22-second lap, there was a lot of wet spots out there. Like I said, before we get into this next starting lineup, we're just holding for a second to see if they're going to catch up with a few more people here. But we've got a super competitive race coming up next, and a little bit easier to follow because this one, only 2 classes in this race. So a couple minutes here before we go back to the grid and get this one started. I think what we'll do right now is we're going to take a little commercial break, and we'll come back with Group D, F, and E. You are watching the NASA Championships 2022. We're coming to you live from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
Focus, guys. We're in a race to the finish, okay?
Here's where the rubber meets the road.
These initiatives move the needle, like, at all?
Well, let's shift gears a minute.
We're really kind of at the apex here.
We need to put the pedal to the metal. We need to nail those hairpin turns, cross that finish line, and take that checkered flag. Woo!
Hit the track with the world's largest motorsports calendar, track day insurance, and more. Hagerty. Let's drive together.
Standard brakes are good for standard jobs. When you want absolute confidence in demanding braking applications, insist on Hawk Performance products. Proudly made in the USA, Hawk Performance far exceeds expectations, delivering clean, precise stopping power up to 40% more than original equipment brakes. So you may be asking, do I really need Hawk Performance brakes? Well, if you're into street performance and bolting on massive horsepower, the extra stopping power is a must. If you drive a truck and pull or carry heavy loads, Hawk will give you the power to safely bring your rig to a stop without breaking a sweat. And if you off-road or crawl in a Jeep, you'll get the toughness and holding power you need on extreme terrain. Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The more power you have, the more grip you have, the more you push the limits, the more stopping power you need. Get race-proven technology. Hawk Performance.
And welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, the 2022 NASA Championships. I'm Edwin Pardue. Dick Sisich with us up here in the booth. Will Falls, Carla Pestotnik down there in the paddock and doing our victory lane and down on the grid. They've done a wonderful job, and we're ready for Group D. You see them pull off the grid. Spec E46 and the 944 Spec. Let's go here. Front row, the 615 car. That's Casey Mashore and Lucas Weissenberg in the 46. Row number 2, the 31. That's Jason Fraser, and next to him, the 90 of Jonathan Pirshon. Row 3, the JDZ Motorsports car number 16 will go next to the 47, the Legacy Machine. And row 4, Valkyrie Autosport, the 426, JDZ Motorsports in car number 15. Steven Ferrario in the 93 car will start alongside the 45. That's Peter Odnepo. That is your top 10. The 98 Abuse of Power team will go next to the 28 of Larry Noble in row 6. And then it's Arul Venkatesh in the 13 and the X29 Kids College Fun Motorsports.
Back in row 7, it's car number 13, Arul Venkatesh alongside X29, the Kids College Fun Motorsports entry. Steve Mashore leads the next row in car 321 with Adam Oljanizak in alongside in car 87.
Let's go to row 9. Eric Holm is in the 920 car. The Esprit Cosmetic car number 7 will start 18th. And row number 10, that is Zach George in the 132. The 13X, that's Danielle Yanis. And then the Micro PDM car in 64 rounds out your Spec E46 field.
Now we move down to 944 Spec leading that contingent. Car number 9, Marcelo Vine alongside number 84, John Pentalai Molnar alongside. And next row, Kevin Fry, 42, Gian Bowles in car number 85.
We'll find Callum Fletcher in the 81 car, flanked by the 58 of Charles Sharp, and then Ty Geese in the 79, Jim Richmond piloting car 35.
Jordan Sedaris leads the next row in car number 44 with Philip Astein alongside in car 25. Then it's Owen Burns in car 60 with Jeff Heitz in car 19 completing that row.
Carl Atwood will start the race in car number 70. Car number 7, and then Mark Weiler in the 96, Bryce Alexander, the final 944 Spec car in car number 33. And Dick, you just went outside to just kind of check the conditions a little bit. What are you getting out there?
Yeah, it kind of mixed light sprinkle and then a little more intense and light, but I don't think enough to get the track damp enough to be an issue, at least not in this area, but in different parts of the track, the weather's different too.
And we saw that in that last race.
Yeah, that was that ample demonstration.
We've got two waves to start this, the Spec E46 and then the 944 Spec car. So we see the pace car, and all of these have been one and go. So we'll see right here that pace car dive into the pit area, and we're set to go. This should be a good one. Casey Mashore and Luke Weisenberg will be on the front row. Spec E46 cars, they always run a tight, close race. There they are through turn 11. Field looks nice, side by side, off turn number 11. This is Group D. This is the NASA Championships. Who will be the 2022 Spec E46 National Champion? We're going to know in under 45 minutes. We are green flag racing.
Great lineup as they come through. 21 Spec E46 cars, 15 944 Spec cars will be in that split start. They'll do the second group. Here's the, looks like a BMW demonstration lap as they all come down into turn 1. Leading through there, it looks like it's Lucas Weisenberg that's ahead of Casey Mashore as they go through that corner and down into turn 3. 2 abreast in turn 3, that's not going to work. 3 abreast, and that's not going to work. A little bit of tail wagging down there. Might be some damp pavement, so keep your eye on that.
The Spec 944, the second wave, is off and rolling, and they are just now into turn number 3 as we see our lead pack cars going into turn number 5. So a good split in between those two. And we'll see that field, you said 21, that's a strong number of cars. And those cars tend to stay in a pretty tight pack. One car a little bit off the pace there, but we should see those front groups stay really close together. Let's jump inside Panteli Molnar's car, the 944 Spec machine, as he is headed for turn number 5. That's a great view as that field is in 5 now.
Okay, I'm looking at that pavement through the lens of the camera, and it looks damp out there. Over in that area of the course from 4 up through 5 and up into 6, the pavement looks wet. Everybody gets through all right, going up now single file up through turn 6.
Boy, it looks particularly wet up there on the Rahal Straight.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Anywhere from 4 and 5 all the way up that side of the track, the backside, up to the top of the hill. Looks a little damp. Here come the leaders down through the corkscrew right now. Those are the 944 Spec cars. That's the second group that's coming through there.
So as we get our first flying lap, Casey Mashore in the lead in the 615 car. Jonathan Parishon in the number 90. And then it's Jason Fraser in the 31 car. Those are your top 3, and they're going to be followed here in just a second. The 944 cars now are coming off of turn number 11, and we'll tell you your top 3 as they come by, putting lap number 1 on the board. And it'll be Molnar, Vine, and Fry, 1, 2, and 3 in 944 Spec. See a debris flag being displayed here at start finish, so we'll follow up on that as well. But again, it's going to be very carefully watching the weather here, see what options people have done with these cars and how they've set them up for the race. Tell you what, Casey Mashore, the 615 car, he's gotten a good start and gotten away from the field a little bit. There you see our 944 cars. They're all still pretty close together as they come down through turn number 3. As you see the last of the E46 cars up the hill. So everybody is away. Now we're back inside race car.
Mashore got away because he turned a killer lap on the first lap. He was 3 seconds quicker than the second place car on the opening lap.
We're inside the number 79 car. That's Ty G's 944 Spec machine. And
he's motionless.
Oh, yeah, we may have to double check and see. Or his camera locked up. I thought the same thing. I was like, oh, he stopped,
okay,
so we're on
looks like,
track.
yeah, because there was nothing passing by through the lens.
944 cars down through the corkscrew. Here they come through. I love that combination that takes you to turn number 11. That kind of S combination once you get down the hill to get you to turn number 11. And there they are going to jump in to that corner right now. Spec 9, boy, look at that. Nose to tail off turn number 11. Vine going to try to find a way to get by the 84 car at Molnar. Won't be able to do it. So Molnar, Vine, Fry, and Fletcher, top 4 in 944 Spec. I see a couple of the E46 cars. They've got the wipers going. So there is some rain around the track. And we saw one of our camera operators has just popped in front of his camera to dry off the lens a little bit. And that's on that Ray Hall straight. That may be a losing battle here this afternoon.
Well, Molnar getting a lot of pressure from Vine in that 944 Spec battle. Last time by, there was about 0.3 of a second separating the two of them, and Vine was actually turning faster laps, so he was closing on him, but it's one thing to close on somebody, it's a whole other thing to get around him.
You see the Spec E46 field come through the corkscrew. There's the 15 machine going by. He's back in the field just a little bit. And the leaders now down at the bottom of the racetrack. They'll be headed to put another lap on here early in this 45-minute race. We're going to crown a Spec E46 and a 944 Spec champion. Let's see what Mayshore's gap is now. Like you said, he had busted off a fantastic first lap, and he's extended it a little bit now. Dick, he's taken that out to a little over 4 seconds. That's impressive early on.
Yeah, he's really pulled it out. And you look at his lap times, he's in the 48s. Everybody's in the 49s, 50s, or 51s. So somehow he's found a way. He's found the quick way around this racetrack, and he continues to pull away lap after lap in this event. A 45-minute event, remember, it's a timed event. It's a little damp out there. There's like a light drizzle or spit, but not a consistent rain. Not enough moisture in the air that you could call it rain. Not even drizzle.
It's got to be getting slippery in a couple spots. I saw him coming down kind of through that 9-10 combination down there, and all of a sudden I thought everybody was drifting to get through there, and a couple people had to do a really good job to catch the race car there. There's Callum Fletcher, the 81 car right now. And see, in braking, you saw Fletcher kind of wiggle and still chasing that car. That's the 4th place machine. And then the car right in front of him, Kevin Fry in the 42.
Whoa.
We must have rain down there in turn 2.
It's intensifying. You can look out our window and see that it's just getting more intense. You're getting more moisture on the track. It's going to be a slick race. So if you chose rain tires for this one, you definitely made the right choice.
So we'll look at Fletcher in the 81 car. There's Fletcher. He's still, I think, in 4th. Maybe actually he's picked up a spot. Fry may have dropped a spot to him there. We'll see when they get. And again, under braking is when they really have to try to control the car as they get into the damp section of the racetrack here.
Well, I was watching cars tiptoe through 5 as they made that left-hander that takes them up the hill. They were treading very carefully through there. Don't want to slip off the outside of that corner.
We've got one car that has gone off kind of down at the bottom of, not all the way, but about halfway down the corkscrew, and he wasn't in the gravel so much they had to go save him. He was able to get back on the track, so we'll stay in a green flag situation. Here's a good battle, and let's see if these guys get down into turn number 1. There's the 31 car.
Oh, and the car fishtailing a little bit under braking, the car that was on the outside.
Boy, that's fun to watch. Jason Fraser is in the 31 car. And he
kind of reminds me of ice racing.
Yeah, it really is. Did you see Fraser, the 31, just tiptoeing, and then the car right in front of him kind of kicking the back end out as they came out of the corner. This is, I know it's a handful to drive, but boy, is this interesting to watch right now. Not a downpour, just the track getting damp as we go.
How damp is the track getting? How about almost 5 seconds a lap? Mashour's quick lap, a 1:45. His last lap, a 2:01.8. But he still manages to extend his lead to almost full seconds over the JDZ Motorsports car number 16. So Casey Mashour, your leader in 6:15, and Jason Fraser third in car number 31. That's in Spec E46.
We saw Jonathan Parrish on there, that 90 car a moment ago. And just, I mean, just the slightest little input. In fact, you see him go by right there. We'll see him in the corkscrew in a second. But the slightest little input is going to totally mess up your day and your corner. There's the 31 car. Meanwhile, we had one car spin and get back on track. That was one of the 944 cars. And it is a slick mess. Is that... Yep, there's Percheron in the 90 car. That's your fourth place car. There's another car that is spun. That's the 96 car, the 944 car. That's Mark Weiler, and he has spun. Oh, man, what a tough spot to be in. Right there in the middle of turn number 11. Cars are braking, and that car is just sitting in a difficult
Some
spot.
cars are going around him to the right. Some cars are going around him to the left. He is just dead in the water right in the middle of the racing line, and cars are splitting him as they go by.
Boy, luckily he gets that turned in the right direction. We saw that blue car coming off the corner. You know, right there, coming off just the slightest little amount of input you give the car, whether it's brake, whether it's accelerator, whether it's any steering input, and the car says, nope, I don't have the traction to do what you want me to do.
And most of the wiggling that I've noticed has been under heavy braking. That's where the car really becomes unstable.
That's the 98 car we're watching right now, the Abusive Power team. And what he's doing right now is abusing the race car because it does not want to behave. Here we come with Ty Gee in the 944 spec. And he goes underneath that bridge, and now this point he's almost all the way down the downhill section of the racetrack, but that area looks to be particularly wet.
You've got a new 944 spec leader. All of a sudden, Molnar has taken the lead in car number 84, followed by Fletcher and Fry, then Bowles and Sharp. I don't know what happened to Vine. Vine had been leading unless he spun off the track. Yeah, he has dropped back and continues to drop back. He is now back into 27th over. He's behind Ty Gee. He had been running in 19th overall. Now he's back in the deep 20s. So all of a sudden, Vine, who had led this thing from the start, has fallen off the pace and dropped way back. Evidently, the car went around on him, and he could do nothing to stop it.
Yeah, I'm going to see if he comes back through timing and scoring as we ride with Ty Gee right now. Gee running in 9th place, but we'll see if does Vine come back by start-finish, or has he taken that car into the paddock area. There's the leader and the top three you're looking at in Spec 944. And there Vine now finally goes by. So Vine is still on track, but he dropped from the lead all the way to 13th place.
And he continues to drop. He's now 31st overall.
Yeah, and now he may have taken that into the paddock area. We'll double check because he has not reset, so he may be done for the day. Ty Gee gives us a ride up the hill, and you see how wet it is becoming there. And again, not a downpour, it's just starting to sprinkle it. Gee, as he got to the top of the hill there, you saw him, all sorts of input to keep that car where he wanted it to be.
You know, even though it's not raining heavily, you've got an accumulation of that moisture that's settling on the racetrack.
Boy, just a couple of the 944 cars having a super hard time. 11.
Wagging the tail coming out of there. Off to the left, turning some opposite lock, and off to the right.
And all of that had a change of lead up front. That was Molnar who got really sideways. Kevin Fry took advantage of it. So Fry now has taken over the 944 spec lead. So Kevin Fry in the 42. Pentelli Molnar in the 84 car, and then Caleb Fletcher in the 81 car. There's Charles Sharp, the 58. Sharp currently runs in 5th spot in class. Here he is into turn number 2, and just so gingerly into the corner.
Yeah, the top three in 944 spec are running 18th, 19th, and 20th overall. Considerably off the pace. They're lapping 213, 215, somewhere in there, where your race leader Mashore is lapping 2:04, so about 10 seconds a lap slower.
Well, and you had talked about how Mayshore had, that first lap of the race when he got to, well, he went up there first lap of the race, he did that 1:45, and now last lap, as you said, about 2:05.
That's 20 seconds.
Yeah, and it's good that he got that good lap in early because that's what got him this lead. We stayed there with the 58 car. Now you pick up some of your Spec E46 cars down the front straightaway. That is going to be 7th, 8th, 9th place car, JDZ Motorsports. As you see them now into turn number 2, tricky to pass under these conditions, but there they are trying to go side by side. That 15 car, the JDZ Motorsports, not in the preferred line. The 98 car is going to take that spot away from him, but see how very tentative, gingerly to make that pass.
Absolutely. He's just kind of tiptoeing through there. But, if you can put enough pressure on the car in front of you and push him, make him go faster than he wants to go, that's when he can make a mistake and you can capitalize on that. So the point now is try to apply pressure. It'd be very difficult to dive inside and outbrake one because the surface is not going to hold it.
So update on Marcelo Vine. He's still out there running in 14th spot. So whatever off he had, he's come back onto track, but he's now found himself, he's almost a full lap now behind the leader, Kevin Fry. Again, what a handful for these cars. There's the, we just saw a quick shot of the 60 machine, Owen Burns. He was having a tricky moment as well. Now, one thing that will help a little bit, if the whole track sort of has the same level of moisture, at least it becomes predictable. What is so tough is when it sneaks up on you and all of a sudden you're like, well, it was dry here, but it's not dry over here.
Yeah, it's worse going from the dry to the wet than it is from the wet to the dry, obviously.
A couple of our Spec E46 cars there.
But, the track telegraphs what it's going to do. If you see that dark pavement, you know it's going to be damp.
And I believe that's a shot of our leader, I believe right there. That's Casey Mayshore, I believe, going down into that corner. And a little dirt tracking off the corner. Let's see if we can get the number right there on that bright machine. And indeed, yep, that's Casey Mayshore. So there is your Spec E46 leader. And we'll watch him a little bit, see how much trouble he has. Got a couple of the 944 cars in front of him.
Yeah, he's coming up the lap. He's got about a 5-second lead over the rest of the field in Spec E46. He's closed up on those two Spec 944s. He's got to pass one before they get up in the 6.
Yeah, it was Owen Burns gave him a point by. He said, go ahead, take it. And they get it on the back straightaway. So Mayshore, about a 5-second advantage right now for that leader in car 615.
Looking at our Rahal straight camera, it doesn't look like rain up there, but it looks like a low fog that's hanging over the track.
Well, and we see now, I believe the track has gotten a little bit of consistency as we watch our leader through the corkscrew. It now has a little bit of consistency. People are still sliding a little bit, but they're not getting caught off guard like they were just a few laps ago. As he comes now through this final combination that'll take him to turn number 11. And what I'll do is he comes by start finish. I'm going to tell you kind of our top 5. Let's do top 3 so you get an idea of kind of what the gap is, the top 3 for Spec E46. Mayshore now is off turn number 11. And here he comes the front straightaway. So Mayshore will come by. So there's Mayshore. And then it should be about 5 seconds back to, yep, now that 16 car JDZ Motorsports just went by. And then Jason Fraser, I believe now down the zip, Jason Fraser just went by. So that kind of shows you the gap in the top 3 right now with Spec E46. We're about 20 minutes into this race.
Yeah, 6 seconds from first to second, another 5 seconds back from second to third.
Oh, look at this in car and working it, saved it, almost lost it again. That was some great in car right there. Working super hard, saved it, overcorrected a little bit, gathered it back in, stays on track, and just put your foot back in the gas.
That's John Pantelet Molnar in the 944 Spec car.
And that's your second place machine in 944 Spec. And there we go. We picked him up live again, but his in-car with all the weather having a little bit of an issue there. And here he is now down to the bottom of the racetrack. And, oh, another one of the 944s. We got a quick shot of the front straightaway. Yeah, I tell you what, if you try to put too much input into that car off 11, you're chasing it for a bit. There's Molnar down the front straightaway now as we go back. And there's our front two. Do we have a change?
Should be Kevin Fry right in front of him. He's only about 2 seconds behind. Molnar is running in second spot.
Well, they just switched. That's what happened on the corner there now. Molnar took that spot from Fry. There they are.
Taking the lead.
Yep. Molnar in that yellow and black car, and there's Kevin Fry in the 42. So they just swapped, and oh, look at Fry. You can't brake and turn at the same time. You can do one or the other, but not both.
So great drive by Molnar, and we actually picked it up with his in-car camera when he made the pass for the lead in his class.
There he is. That's your leader. And then there's the gap back to second spot of Fry. Leader comes now off turn at number 4. We've seen a lot of people also as they come off 5, they want to get on the gas as soon as they can for that uphill run. And right there is where Molnar had some issues last lap. We saw him chase it there. Nice even run off the corner. You just got to be patient right now.
Yeah, and Molnar is going to run into a whole bunch of traffic as he goes up the hill. If you get on the gas too soon coming out of 5, your rear end's going to break away to the right and you're going to go off the track. Big runoff area on the outside of 5 drivers right in deep gravel, plus the earth bank up there is lined with tires to cushion any impact. And you do get cars out there that go far enough off to hit the tires because normally you're carrying a lot of speed going through turn 5.
And you mentioned Molnar in the traffic. You see him right there working through some of it. Fry gets by as well. And at the bottom of the hill now, but they're still going to deal with some more before that lap is over. Now we get a couple of our Spec E46 cars down into turn 1 and 2. That's the 29 and the 93 racing right now. And the 93, that is Steven Ferrario in the 93 car. So Ferrario running now in the top 10 in Spec E46 as we're coming up pretty quickly on the halfway point. And I see Carl has put his umbrella up on the flag stand, and quite a lovely umbrella Carl has today.
We're past the halfway point. We're more than 20 minutes in. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 45 minutes. I forgot. So you are correct. We're almost to the halfway point of this race. For some reason, I was thinking 40.
For the drivers, they probably wish it was only 40. They're like, you want to take 5 minutes off? Let's do it, because it's getting tough. And now the other thing we're seeing, it's gotten damp enough now, we're starting to see a little spray off the back of the car. It's the first time I've noticed that as they go up the hill, and just a little bit of tire spray.
Yeah, that shows you the accumulation of moisture on the pavement. Like I said, it hasn't been a heavy mist or rain, but it has been consistent, and enough of it has been deposited on the pavement to make it extremely slick. Watching these cars just entering the corkscrew up there, they're just kind of tiptoeing through before they start that plunge down the hill. Very tentative on the entrance. You can see another one up there on this camera shot that we've got.
So there you've got the 93 machine going by. Let me give you top 5. I'm going to give you top 5 in both. Spec 944, it's John Pentelli Molnar. In the 84 car, Kevin Fry. In the 42, and Caleb Fletcher in the 81. That's 944 Spec. And E46, Casey Mayshore, the 615. JDZ Motorsports in the 16, and Jason Fraser in the 31. And that's the person we're riding now. We're riding right now. That is our leader in 944 Specs. That's Molnar, and he's just slightly ahead of Fry. Fry is right behind him. And there's our leader. He's down into this final little complex. So Molnar leads, and last time by he had Fry right behind him. He's going to have to deal with a little traffic here And, they're literally nose to tail. In fact, there's Fry in the green car. Molnar is the yellow car. They got jammed up behind a couple of those Spec E46 cars that were super slow into that last corner. Now, let's watch this for a moment. That's your battle for the lead in the 944 Spec. Dick, that's a good battle in the rain.
Yeah, just going down into turn 1 and now the Andretti hairpin. They're closing on that traffic as they get into the corner. They've disposed of at least one of those cars. There's one more in front of Molnar that he needs to get by. Brake lights come on as they go into turn 3. Follows in his foot track, goes out wide, may try and pass him going into turn 4. Not the place to be, as that lapped car is on the inside going into 4. He's going to have to move over. He can't maintain that line. But that battle for the Spec 944 lead between Molnar and Fry is hot and heavy. Both of them have now gotten by the traffic and are into turn 5, but this has given Molnar the opportunity to put about a 6 or 7 car length lead between himself and Fry as they head up the hill toward turn 6.
They'll make that corner, and then on that back straightaway on the Ray Hall Straight, which was seen most of the moisture during the day. We'll pick them up here as they come by, and we can see what the gap is. You see maybe 7 car lengths between first and second place. The trickiest spot on this entire racetrack.
Yeah, watch this entry. There's Molnar.
Very gentle.
Cleanly through, tiptoeing. And here comes Fry.
So those two guys have a big gap back to the third place car. So that's what's going on in 944 Spec. Let's get you up to date in Spec E46. Casey Mayshore still leads. We're watching there the 45 car go by. And the 45 car, where's he running? That's Peter Onepo back there in 11th spot. So Mayshore and then the JDC Motorsports team in Spec E46.
Mayshore's got about 2.5 seconds over the JDZ Motorsports car. And all of a sudden, the JDZ Motorsports car is in front. He just got around Mayshore on that final lap and has pulled away. He's pulled out. He went from a 2-second deficit to 1.5 second lead.
Yeah, and they just went by and reset timing and scoring. So your Spec E46 leaders now down in turn number 2 and 3. And yep, JDZ Motorsports team has taken that top spot in Spec E46.
And I just had a shot of the two 944s that are battling for the lead, and they were tail wagging as they came out of that corner, both of them trying to keep it pointed in the right direction. It's getting wetter and wetter out there. As you had mentioned earlier, you can see tire spray coming off the cars as they proceed around the course, and that's because there's so much water that is now accumulating on the pavement, making for very slippery conditions. A lot of the cars using their windshield wipers to see where they're going. But a change overall as JDZ Motorsports has taken the lead.
There we pick up the lead now again of the 944 Spec. And he's got a little bit of a gap now, Pantele Molnar, over Kevin Fry. You see him come down the hill. Yeah, oh boy. Molnar had the back end hung out there, and all it's going to take is one little slip up at some point, and that is going to change positions real quickly. There's Fry in his tire tracks. Here they are. That's the battle for the lead in turn number 11. And that's the view as they come off 11 and head down this long front straightaway. And you see Molnar just putting all sorts of input into that car.
Looking at the lap times of the overall leaders last time by, whatever Mayshore did, he was 4 seconds a lap slower, so he must have had an off, and that's what allowed the MDZ Motorsport, and he's back in front. Mayshore has retaken the lead from the JDZ Motorsports car. So whatever mistake he made, he dropped back 4 seconds slower in that lap, and now he has come back and turned a quicker lap by 4 seconds over the JDZ car. So I don't know what those two guys are doing, but they're swapping it back and forth. Keep your eye on them. This is the battle for the championship in Spec E46. Casey Mashura has it now. He's in car 615. The JDZ Motorsports entry, car 16, wants it. He's second, 9/10 of a second back.
We've got one car that is spun on the front straightaway, but gets it rolling. You see there on screen. So
one thing you really need to be careful about is some of these cars start to loop it or get sideways. You've got to be careful when you pass them. They could take you out or punch you off the course unintentionally.
Or the other thing is, you check up quick for that. The guy behind you doesn't realize what you're doing, and yeah, that can get a little bit hairy as well. There is, let's see, there's the 98 car in the Spec E46. 98 machine is currently running in 6th place, so there's the 6th place car in Spec E46. Gets a point by there. So your 6th place car. And we'll see if Mayshore right now, I believe, is just going down the corkscrew. Here, that's trying to find our leader in Spec E46. 98 car, that's your 6th place car. And we'll see if we can find
Molnar has now opened up a comfortable lead in 944 Spec. He's got about 3.1 seconds over Kevin Fry.
Yeah, we've noticed just kind of that getting stretched
out.
And here we go. Here's our leader in Spec E46 coming down the front straightaway right now. There he is, that bright yellow car, and one car around, and they touch on the front straightaway. That bright yellow machine, that's your leader, but we had two cars loop around. And there he is. We'll continue. But boy, that happened just as Mayshore was coming through. So you had the Spec E46 leader, and then all kinds of heck broke loose.
That's the car that spun. It's just coming up the straightaway now. It is number 44. He lost it on the exit of 11, did a 180, almost collected the wall driver's left, and stood there facing oncoming traffic until it went by, and it was safe for him to make a U-turn and rejoin.
Tight racing. All right, so there is your Spec E46 leader, the 615 car of Casey Mayshore. And what's so interesting, you've also got, there's your 944 leader, so you've got the lead packs all here together. You see back there Kevin Fry back there, but Mayshore now Jason Fraser, the 31 car. So there is Fraser. So you got the bright yellow, kind of neon looking machine, and then you've got the orange car. That's first and second in Spec E46. And that final car you see going up the hill there, that's Kevin Fry. That's second place in 944 Spec. So all the lead cars are
running together. Yeah.
There's Mayshore down the corkscrew. And let's see how far now he is in front of Fraser. He's got a nice gap now back to Fraser. Here he is now, that 9-10 combination. Back in once, boy, you got to chase it.
Yeah, look at the front end was hunting for grip as he came out of that corner.
There you see Fraser back there, that bright orange machine. So that's the gap, first and second. There's Fraser. So that's the gap, first and second. And then that yellow car right there is the 944 Spec leader. So here comes Fraser. Fraser now clear of those other cars. Can Fraser make up some distance? Fraser now 6.3 seconds behind Casey Mayshore in the 615 car. That orange car right there, that's your second place car. He's got some ground to make up, and just very gentle through the corner. In fact, kind of way off the racing line there. He'll now go to turn 3. You see the leader just disappear in front of him. And now, so there's the gap there. And Dick, that's so hard because now you're in your second spot. You can see the leader in front of you, and it makes you want to go faster, but you can't.
Yeah, and we've got one of the Spec E46 cars that has split that 944 Spec battle too. He's come in between the first and second place cars. They're running back about 16th, 17th, 18th.
Jason Fraser in that 31 car, and he does not want to see that bright colored car disappear in front of him, but that is the gap. And then there you see now Molnar, the leader in 944. And there is your overall leader. Just goes by, and we can measure that gap. Boy, he's opened up again. Where is Fraser? We're waiting. There's Fraser. Just now comes into your picture. So big gap between first and second now, and it is growing. There's Fraser coming down the corkscrew, and you've got Mayshore all the way down at the bottom of the hill already, Dick.
I think Fraser may have got caught in some traffic, had a more difficult time getting through that traffic, and that's allowed the other car to open up a bigger gap. Let's look at that gap between the first and second place cars in Spec E46. Last time it was 6.3 seconds. Mayshore just goes by us here at start finish now. Let's see, Fraser should be up here momentarily. Yeah, it's now 7.5 seconds. So he picked up a full second just in that lap.
Now both cars do have some open running. They were dealing with some of those lap traffic there.
Keep your eye on that JDZ Motorsports car, number 16. It's third overall in Spec 46. He's only 0.7 of a second behind Fraser, so Fraser's going to have to watch his mirrors in the closing stages of this one. And we're probably about 5 minutes or less to go.
There is the green machine. That's your second place car in 944 Spec. And like I say, those two guys have gotten a pretty big gap over third. But now, you know, the distance now, Fry is back almost 9 seconds from the leader. So Pentele Molnar has continued to open that gap up. So that one looking pretty good right now in 944.
In the meantime, Larry Noble, who's third in 944, has put himself in a position to challenge Kevin Fry for that second spot. He's less than a second behind him.
So Fry now into turn at number 5. And as far as the weather goes, it seems to have, like I said, kind of stabilized a little bit, and at least it makes it predictable for these drivers. But it's still a handful, and never a downpour, but it's just been sort of a constant misty rain type of thing over the track. And again, we can start seeing some of those rooster tails start to come off of those race cars that let us know it's getting even wetter out there. And you see it's also kind of getting dark too. I mean, it's mid-afternoon, not even 3 o'clock yet, but with the cloud cover, it is really starting to get dark out there and looking later.
Here's
than
your
it would
white
be.
flag, last lap for your race leader, Mayshore. I want to keep my eye on that battle for second in Spec 944.
Well, you mentioned the JDZ car also. It's now within about a second and a half as they went by Fraser, still in second spot.
Last time by, Noble was 0.08 of a second behind Fry for second spot in 944 Spec.
So there's your leader in Spec E46, the 615 car. Mayshore opened the race up with a dandy lap. Here he comes off turn at number 4. And Dick, for his final lap, why don't you talk him up the hill and get him safely through the corkscrew?
He passes a car. I don't know if I would have tried that on the outside of 5, and does it successfully. The car that he passed gave him plenty of racing room, and he's up through 6, and now he's going to be coming up the Ray Hall Straight and hit the high point of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca when he gets to the top of the hill, and he is just about ready to enter the corkscrew. We'll switch to that shot, and you'll see him push that yellow BMW down the hill, and here he comes all by his lonesome. Got a pretty comfortable lead. He can pretty much coast down the hill to the checkered flag. His nearest challenger is a good second and a half or more behind. No, make it about 6 seconds back. So Casey Mayshore has got this one in the bag. He's got one corner between himself and a national championship. Down into turn 11, Edwin, bring him home to the green flag, rather the checkered flag.
He's got that final corner. Like I said, he's got the cushion, so he doesn't need to push it hard off the corner. Here he comes, Casey Mayshore, for the Spec E46 national champion. There is the checkered flag we'll keep our eyes on timing and scoring. Can Jason Frasser hold on for that spot? Now, there is your 944 leader. So 944, you see Fry in the background. So we can follow him around. Here they come in their final corner. That is Pantelli Molnar. Fry is still in second spot. Here he comes off the corner. He's got a little bit of a cushion. He doesn't have to push it hard. So he will be your 944 Spec national champion here. As he comes by, it's John Pantelli Molnar. And will Kevin Fry hold on for second spot? Let's see as they're coming.
No,
Fry,
he will. Noble's drop way back.
Yeah, Fry has held on for second spot, and that was interesting. Boy, now look at the racetrack. It is super, super wet. Let me give you your top 5 in each. Spec E46, Casey Bayshore. The 615 car, the winner. Jason Frasser, the 31 car, is second. The Legacy Motorworks team, that 47 car was third. And then we had JDZ in the 16, and finishing 5th is Lucas Weisenberg. Lucas was in car number 46. In the 944 Spec, he was given us some great in-car views in the car number 84. That's John Pantelli Molnar. He held off Kevin Fry in the 42 car, and then Caleb Fletcher in the 81 car was third. Gian Bowles in the 85 car was 4th, and Charles Sharp in car number 58 was 5th. That was a lesson in car control. They had to be very precise, but they're trying to race at the same time.
Not only gentle on the throttle, but gentle on the brakes as well.
Yeah, any input you were giving that car, if you were asking
the car's going to overreact.
Yes.
Basically.
Anything you asked it to do, it was like, please, please, please. As the rest of the field comes by and gets the checkered flag, we'll have Group F coming up here in just a little bit. And this is another big field of Spec E30 cars coming up in just a moment. And the Thunder Roadsters, we'll see the Radukel family back out there. And we had brothers and their father, all 3 racing together, and they finished 1, 2, and 3, if I remember correctly. No, actually, the brothers finished 1st and 2nd yesterday. So we see the champions pulling into the paddock area. We're going to see Will and Carla do their best umbrella holding and interview at the same time. And we're showing one of the neat shots off camera right now, showing Molnar roll into the paddock area. Is in car as a national champion, and boy, everybody who finished that race, they worked for it. Towards the end, it was on the last lap. One car had gone off going up the hill, and there was some body work laying there and everything, and they got back on track, then spun again. That was all happening while we were looking at the winners come by. You see, guys are on the paddock, and they're getting out of the race car. We'll hear from our pit and paddock reporters here in just a few moments. Cars are gridding up for the next race here in just a little bit. Our next race, again, is going to be Group F coming your way.
Looks like Carla's trying to line up Mayshore down there.
Boy, it's kind of getting socked in here. We see it, everything is wet. You see this kind of slick racetrack and all that stuff. So we're letting the winner get himself something cold to drink, and we'll interview him here in just a moment. All right, well, let's go down there. We are with our winner, and he is a 2022 national champion. Carla, introduce us to our new champion. Take it away, Carla.
Congratulations, Casey Mashore. You are the 2022 NASA National Champion for Spec E46. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good race. It rained a lot. It's obviously pretty wet out here. Just aiming for offline spots, only place that you could drive.
Right on. So I know that you actually qualified first yesterday, I believe, in the qualifying race. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
All right. And you had a little bit of an issue on Friday, but you were able to still win yesterday and come up on top again today.
Yes, yeah, it all worked out.
It did. Did you? What did you do to keep everyone else behind you?
I don't know. I kept the car pointed the right direction and followed the asphalt. Other than that, it was just real slippery out there.
All right. Well, all you need to know is that you won. You're the national champion. Congrats again.
Thank you so much.
All right. I'll pass this back to the guys in the booth. Thank you, Casey.
Thank you very much, Carla, and congratulations to Casey from us, too. I was curious about that opening lap where he smoked everybody, but it all paid off because he won the race and the national championship.
Yeah, and he did. I mean, he led the whole thing, but he had to tiptoe his way around for a whole bunch of it. And at the end, it was about a 9-second gap between himself and second place. But again, had to tiptoe his way around. Hopefully we'll get caught up with our 944 champion here in just a moment. Our track crews, you see, are doing some cleanup. And like I say, right about there, we saw a car go off on the last lap. There was some body work laying track side. He got back on and then spun going up the hill. Well, we've got another champion, and he's down there with Will Falls. And Will Falls, introduce us to another 944 champ. Will, take it away, buddy.
We're here in Impound with JP Molnar, 944 Spec champion. How's that sound, man?
Wow, man, I'll tell you what, it's been 5 years since we've been back to one of these races, and we spent the off-season building the car back up, and the whole goal is to come here and do well. And didn't expect it would end up like this with the rainstorm. We had no rain tires to put on because it was dry, and we put the dry setup out there. You know, it was dry 15 minutes before we started, and no windshield wipers. But thankfully, knew the track, where to go, and it worked out. But it was crazy out there. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, talk to us about the conditions and your tire choice and how it went as the weather changed.
Well, you know, watching the first part of the day, it was dry most of the day. A little bit of drizzle here and there. We were watching the weather radar. Everybody was, the clouds, and it looked like it was going to get done by 2:10 or so. So at the last minute, I'm like, oh, which way do I go? So I went, I'll go with the dry setup because it may start a little damp, but then it'll dry out. Well, it never happened. It actually got worse as we went along. So we had a dry setup, real stiff with no wind again, and it was, I'll put it this way, if I ever go pro rally racing or something, I'll have a real good experience someone sideways.
Nice, JP. Congratulations, national champion.
Thank you so much.
Here in some crazy conditions. Yeah. There you have it.
Can I thank someone real quick?
Absolutely.
First, just want to absolutely thank my wife. She has been so patient, the hundreds of hours that I've spent in the garage, the money, she knows all the money, but anyway. And it all paid off, but she has been a saint, my crew member, my chief, and she's awesome. So I want to thank her for that.
JP's gratitude and a national champion. Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Back to you guys in the booth.
All right. Congratulations, JP, and thank you so much, Will. The Haggerty Drivers Club makes the experience of owning, driving, and loving cars better. Enjoy exclusive offers from brands you love and get unlimited classified listings on Marketplace and more. Are you ready to ride? You can join the club at Haggerty.com. Let's go back down to the paddock. Carla's got another interview. Carla, take it away.
Jason Frazier, congratulations on your second place finish. How are you feeling after your race?
Good. You know, it was for me. It was just a mistake-free race. I didn't take too many chances. I've raced in the rain a bunch, and I watched the guys that did take chances. I watched them spin off the track. We just kept a good, solid pace and stayed in the race. I think towards the end there, we kind of lost track of time. I could take some more chances. Probably had some more speed in the car. But you know, we'll take second. We couldn't plan for this. We didn't. All weekend long, we practiced in the dry, and then this shows up 5 minutes before we hit the track. So, you know, everybody did a pretty good job. Looks like most cars are in one piece, and I had fun. It was a fun race.
It seems that you're not on the rain tires as well. It seems like most of the class chose to stick with the slicks.
Yeah, the rain tires in this class, they're not true rain tires. They're more street tires that you would put on your everyday sedan if it's pouring rain, all season type thing. So these definitely, if you can get them up to temp, even though they don't have grooves in them, they're a lot stickier. Anybody that would have been on rain tires in this, it would have been in the back.
Good to know. Well, congratulations again on your podium finish, and hope you have time to celebrate tonight.
Yeah, we do. Well, we're on a plane back home to Seattle. Probably do some more rain, but this was great. Thanks to NASA, all the competitors, all the volunteers, and then of course all the staff. Everyone did a great job. The event is well worth coming down for. Anybody that missed it, you should put it on your schedule for next year.
All right. Well, thank you again, Jason.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. You know, Toyota and NASA first partnered in 2019 to give all GR Supra owners a complimentary 1-year NASA membership as well as a complimentary day of instruction on a track. The program expanded this year to include all GR sports cars, including the GR86 and the all-new GR Corolla, so owners can learn precision driving skills from expert instructors in a track environment. For more information, visit GRSupra.DriveNasa.com.
Well, you are looking at a very weather-weary WeatherTech Raceway at Laguna Seca, but we still have 2 races to go, and the next one is super competitive as well. The Thunder Roadster GTR machines, also with the Spec E30 cars. And the Spec E30, I think we've got about 32 of those cars getting ready to race. Now, 32 are set to race. How many of those 32 will come out based on weather? Are they ready for the conditions? We'll find out in a little bit. Very interesting. You heard Fraser talking there that, yeah, they have a rain tire option for that car, but it is such a step back from the slick. You're almost better out there fighting on the slicks in the rain, because if you don't get any rain, then you're on that rain tire and you're just doomed. Like you said, getting hot, chunking, it's not getting any traction whatsoever. So he was better off just saying, you know what, just stay on the slicks. Now that shot right there, the track doesn't look too wet right there, Dick. If you look at it, both sections, but as you look on that front straightaway from that wide angle shot we saw, that looked like a pretty wet section. That area right there doesn't look bad.
Yeah, that's looking from 4 down into 3. Now we're looking from 5 into turn 4, and it's pretty wet out there. It's pretty damp, and it's going to stay damp for a while because, there's no sun to dry it off. I think it might be a light drizzle or spritz out there. We were talking all weekend long about rain coming in. It rained overnight, then it dried up a little bit, and then the rain finally came back for these last 2 races. 2 races to go, 5 more championships to be decided.
And I think had you told people what do you think for today based on the forecast, I think there's been a whole lot more dry weather racing today than you would have predicted based on what the weathermen had told us.
Absolutely, and you heard in one of the interviews where a lot of the drivers and their crews were looking at weather radar to see which way the clouds were going. Are they coming here to the track? Are they going to pass us to the north, the south, east, west? And it was really difficult to conclude. So what do? You flip a coin and make a choice.
And if you make the right choice, you're a national champion. It's that easy. Well, you still have to make the right choice. Let's get ready for Group F racing here. We'll start with our Thunder Roadster GTR class. On the front row, the 89 car, that's Ryan Radukel. And then the 7, Robert Radukel. Then it's Douglas Marshall in the 6 car. The 83 is David Standridge.
Next 2 cars are also Thunder Roadster GTR entries. Number 77, Tom Boyd starts 5th, and Randy Radical in car number 8 starts in 6th. Then a split start back, second flag starting. We'll call it 10th, and that's car number 37, Sean Lovett, first of the Spec E30 cars. Alongside him, J.P. Cadu in car number 63X, and then Silas Montgomery in car number 71.
So on the outside, or next to Montgomery in that row number 2 of the Spec E30s, that's Raymond Zanato. And then our 3rd row of the Spec E30s, the 88 car, that's Mickey Miller. And Michael Shawan set to go next to Miller in car number 2.
Back to the next row, number 21, Nick Thiemann and Sean Aaron. And behind them, Bennett McMicking and Ben Winter.
Ezra Burke will go in car number 18 next to the 49 of Ethan Wilson. And then car number 100, Sebastian Bacon, next to Jarek Javier.
Car number 96 is next. That's Bob Michaels with car number 13 alongside Andrew Clark. Then it's the Omega Motorsports entry, car 15X with car 89X alongside with Greg Neville driving.
Pete Feldman is in the 221 machine, and Clay Pierce will pilot car number 65. Right behind them, Will Hudson in car number 3. And the 92, that belongs to Joseph Nagy.
Marcello Calcagnato is next in car 219 with Chad Trower alongside in car 556. Next row, inside Shiflet Racing, car 7X completing that row, Build My Wealth Racing. Boy, that's a dream. Car 57.
Kurt Johnson is in car number 63 in MW Montgomery. Next to him in the 15 car, the 809, that is Muhammad Jama and Forenz Arabian in car 42X.
Then it's 42X, Forenz Arabian with Michael Omelko alongside in car 76, Jacques Remoque in car 48, and Ed Sukchai in car 66. Final car on the list, Tim Barber, car number 12. That is your starting field. 6 Thunder Roadster GTR cars and 33 Spec E30s.
So we still got a couple minutes before they roll out here. You see everybody gridded up. And again, you look at that picture, you see a pretty wet race track. And here is one of the cars that we're going to ride with. You see the driver getting ready. That'll be a wonderful view, especially if he's running side by side with somebody. You get a nice shot, not only outside the windshield, but you get it out of that right-hand window as well. So that will be our in-car ride, and that is Tim Barber. And Tim starting shotgun on the field. So Tim, we'll hopefully get to see Tim pass a bunch of cars in that machine.
That'll make for a great ride.
So Barber set to roll. Everybody's there, and that grid should roll in here in just a moment. While they're doing that, Dick, I'm going to step out real quick. I'm going to go put my hand out and see what the weather's doing here on the front straightaway, as we've got a moment before we go green flag racing.
And while you do that, I want to thank Yokohama Tire with the advent of the brand new Advan A055 Racing Semi-Slick. Yokohama Tire is signed on as NASA's newest national partner. Yokohama's new Advan A055 Racing Slick presents another viable dot option for competitors in open tire classes such as Super Touring, Time Trial, Enduros, and NASA's German Touring Series. Again, this is the 2022 NASA Championships at Weathertech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Getting ready to go green flag racing with the next to last race of the day. This is race group F, SE30 and Thunder Roadster GTR cars. A total of 39 cars on the grid. Waiting for the signal to move on up. We're about a minute away from moving cars onto the grid. They'll go up the re-entry lane and join the track just on the other side of the start-finish bridge, and then proceed over the hill through turn 1 and down into the Andretti hairpin and all the way around this 11-turn, 2.238-mile track on their pace lap. When they come back around to start-finish and come out of turn 11, up that start-finish straightaway, they'll get the green flag for their 45-minute race. You can hear engines coming to life behind us here as they get ready to release the cars and send them up the hill. Here's the pace car leading the field around. First car out should be a couple of Radicals, Ryan and Robert, followed by Douglas Marshall, David Standridge, Tom Boyd, and Randy Radical. Out of the pit area, onto the track, they pull into what's called the motorcycle lane, and that is to the left of the actual racing lane, and looks like somebody looped it down in the Andretti hairpin. One of the lead cars. I hope that wasn't the pace car.
It looked like it was
because it was red and white, I thought.
I think it was one of the Thunder Roadsters. So let me give you a report out there.
Pace car's out. It's still running.
It is a really heavy mist out there right now. The other thing is we had, I think, set to start 33 Spec E30s, and 32 of the 33 made the call to the grid. So that's impressive as well, because sometimes you'll see if somebody wasn't prepped for this weather, you might see a lower number, but nope, just about everybody came.
You say it's a heavy mist, in Italian you say it's a big mist.
Yes, very much so.
Pace car leading him through turn 5 now under the Medaglia Bridge, starting that climb up the hill, and it is a long one. You'll see some cars coming out of 5. They'll go side by side into 6. Then it winnows down to a one car wide line, takes them onto the Ray Hall Straight, which in turn puts them up to the top of the hill and starts their descent. 100-foot drop from turn 7 down to turn 9, down the corkscrew, and accelerating all the way down that hill.
You know what? We talked about Tim Barber with our in-car camera back at the tail end of the field. It's going to be something interesting to see is how much vision does Tim Barber have? You're getting some rooster tails right now, so not bad right there. But as they get to speed, is Tim going to be just about blind coming up that hill with the spray in the air? Now, these tires don't pump the water like you would a F1 car. Those are insane, but still, he may have a little bit of an issue with vision as he is coming up the hill and trying to get by those cars. That'll be interesting to watch.
It sure will be. And then again, you've probably got a field that's mixed on tire choice with slicks and rain tires. It'd be interesting to see what percentage of this 39 car field opted for rain tires. It's pretty wet out there now, and it'll probably stay that way for the rest of the afternoon because I don't expect to see the sun poke its rays through the clouds before we end our day. Pace car leads them out of turn 10, should dive off. There he goes, right on cue into the pits, has released the field to the Radicals, Ryan and Robert, 89 and 7. They'll lead the field down into turn 11, make that left-hander, and head up toward the start-finish bridge.
It'll be a flying start for that first wave, a standing start for the Spec E30s in the second one. So you'll see the Thunder Roadsters coming our way, all 6 of them there. Did see one of the Spec E30s go on pit road for the start, and there we have a green flag for wave number 1. Radicals will go into turn 1 side by side, and what a great family story. Brothers and dad all racing together, and boy, look, remember one of them spun on the pace lap. Our second wave getting ready to go now. It's a standing start for the Spec E30s. The lead wave is rolling, and here comes our second wave. We'll wait for the lights to go out, the green flag to wave, as now the Thunder Roadsters are already down to turn number 3. They're still holding the second wave. They should be green in a moment, and here we go. The second wave is now released, and there are the Spec E30 cars.
And the pole sitter, Sean Lovett, got a great launch, a great start.
Really good.
While the 63 car of Cadieux did not get off the line that quickly. In fact, he's probably going to drop the third. I believe that's Silas Montgomery in the 71 car that's going to try and move up in the second. Can't do it as Cadieux able to hang on a second as they go through the Andretti hairpin.
They were 3 wide into that corner. They'll be 3 wide again into turn number 3. And you see some of that spray we were talking about. If you're back in the back and one car's around, the 17 machine is around, and that is Bennett McMicking. McMicking is around. As you see, those cars running side by side. It's Lovett, and then there is Cadieux and Montgomery, I believe, in second and third spot. And there's quite a bit of mist coming off of these cars.
And Sean Aaron, who's scheduled to start 9th in this group, just started from the racing pit lane and rejoined at the tail end of the field in car number 33. Not sure what his problem is, but he is back out there. So keep your eye on the 33 car, blue car, going to try and work his way through the pack.
We see him up the hill, and they'll go down the Ray Hall straight. And like I say, a decent amount of mist, but in a little bit, once we get our in-car shot with Tim Barber, we'll have a better idea of what Tim sees, because it's going to be limited visibility. There you see, that's the second place car, the 71 machine. That is Silas Montgomery up to second. There's first and second now. Lovett. And the rest of the field. There's Lovett right there. They come down that corner. Again, a wonderful combination as they get down to the bottom of that hill. And there's your leaders, 1, 2, and 3. That purple machine has picked up a spot. Yeah, that's the 88 car. That's Mickey Miller. Miller started there about 5th spot, picked up a few. He's to 3rd place as the Spec E30 field comes down to put lap number 1 on the board.
In the meantime, it's Ryan Radical, who is your leader in Thunder Roadster in the 89 car, followed by Robert in 7, David Stanbridge, third in 83 in Thunder Roadster.
So lap number 1, and the conditions from what they were saying outside with weather, the conditions should slightly improve as we go through this race. The rain is supposed to start to let up a little bit, and they should be able to work. It won't be a dry line, but I don't think you'll have any spots with any standing water, so it should get a little better as the race goes on.
I can see it drying over there as they come out of turn 3 over into turn 4. You can see patches of lighter pavement. It's drying pretty quickly in some spots, but every time the cars come through with the spray, they deposit more water on the track. So it's not going to be a dry race or dry track, even in spots by the end of the day. It'll be wet for the remainder of Sunday.
Ezra Burke in the 18 car. Burke started just outside of the top 10 when we went green just a little while ago. Well, we said Tim Barber started at the tail end of the field. Barber has already picked up 13 positions. Barber now running in almost to the top 10 now. So Barber marching through the field, doing a superb job.
And he's taking us along for the ride. We should be able to get some camera input from him sometime during the course of this race to watch his progress through the field.
Taking a look now, that's car number 65. That's Clay Pierce, currently running 9th place, just inside the top 10. So it's Lovett, Montgomery, Miller, Cadu, and Thiemann now your top 5 in Spec E30.
I don't know what happened to Aaron. As I mentioned, he had been scheduled to start probably about 7th in the group. Came out late, was released after the field went by. He's now running in, looked like it was a 32nd spot. So he's back at the tail end of the field, not trying to work his way up through to where he had qualified based on yesterday's qualifying race. So keep your eye on that 33 car as he tries to make some progress through the field.
Well, you want to be a race car driver? We had a shot right there inside the car with Tim Barber, and Barber keeps working his way through the field. Barber now in the top 10. So Barber in the top 10 from starting back of the pack, and Barber is now top 10, but he has got a lot of work to do, and it's that number 12, that old school Miller car. Right there's Barber. In fact, now he's going to try to get past the 18 machine. That's Ezra Burke. If Barber can do that, pick up another spot, and Barber get a little break here, he could work his way back up and possibly be in a position for a podium here. There we are, Barber trying to get inside of Burke. Burke way out driver's right, going to give him plenty of room up that straightaway.
They are side by side, neither driver willing to give as they go up. The number 18 car moves over. They're at the entrance to the corkscrew, almost touch, but it's Barber on the inside now as he starts his descent through the corkscrew. Successfully made the pass as they went up the hill. Just before the entrance to the corkscrew, he dove down to the apex, driver's left, as they crested the hill.
Did you see how busy his hands were in that car? You know, you're going through one of the most interesting pieces of racetrack on the planet, and you're doing so in the rain while you're also trying to make a pass. So Barber now in 10th spot, or he'll actually probably move to 9th here once they go past timing and scoring. So into the top 10. Let's see where it puts him.
It's 14th overall. Barber in that 12 car that we've been talking about.
14th overall, and it gets him into 8th spot in class. So well done out there for Tim Barber. 65 machine, that's Clay Pierce. That's the battle for 11th and 12th between Pierce and Pete Feldman. So 11th and 12th place there on screen.
Most of the water has evaporated that was on the pavement. You don't see the tire spray that we were seeing earlier, and you don't see the cars fishtailing as much as they did in one of the earlier races. They're able to brake a little better and also get the power to the rear wheels or the front wheel, depending on the car, more quickly as they exit a corner.
Well, and then you've got to kind of build, I don't know if it's trust, it's just confidence in the condition of the track. And so you slowly kind of sneak up on speed again as the track conditions improve. And each time now you're braking a little bit later, you're getting into the accelerator a little bit sooner, but you got to creep up on it.
But it's easy to get caught out because some sections of the track are not as dry as others. So all of a sudden you get a little too confident or too cocky, and you find yourself swapping ends.
And all that hard work you did?
Out the window.
Out the window. Barber's trying to pick up another spot here as we see the cars through the corkscrew. Give you the top 5 in each class. We'll start with Spec E30. Sean Lovett continues to lead in the 37 over the 71 car, and now swap it. Montgomery gets by him, so new leader Silas Montgomery takes over in car number 71, and Lovett now back to second spot. Mickey Miller in the 88 car is third. J.P. Cadeau in the 63X is fourth. And just past start-finish now is Nick Thiemann in car number 5. So that's your top 5 in Spec E30. David Standridge has taken over the top spot. In the Thunder Roadster, Ryan Radical is in second. Randy Radical third. Robert Radical fourth. And right now, Tom Boyd, the 77, top 5. So those are your top 5 in both of your classes here as we race in Group F.
Barber up to 13th overall. The next car he's going to try and overtake is going to be Ethan Wilson in the 49 car. He's about 1 second ahead of him as they go through here. We are 10 minutes into a 45-minute race. So Barber continues his progress, although, as you well know, the further up the field you get, the harder it is to improve your position.
Yeah, and all that work he's done coming through, superb. He's up to 8th, but he's 26 seconds behind the leader. So started way behind and then had to work up through the field. So great job, great run. He's going to need a little help if he's going to end up on the podium here tonight. Let's see, we got this car coming through, and I'll pick up a number and let you know where that car is running in our Spec E30 class into turn number 5. That is car number 76 out there right now. And the 76 car is Michael Omelko. He currently runs in the 14th position. You say, well, that's not great. Well, it is pretty great because he started out back in 27th position. So Omelko, it's not only Barber who's making moves. Michael Omelko has picked up 13 positions since we waved the green flag. Nice job in that car number 76.
Montgomery and Sean Lovett having a real battle up there at the head of the Spec E30 field. They are now running first and second overall, and there's only 0.3 of a second separating the two of them. Montgomery the leader in 71, Sean Lovett in the 37 car, right on his rear bumper.
Yeah, and we'll try to pick up, next time they go past timing and scoring, we'll try to pick up those lead duo, because you're right, they are really, really tight. Running to first and second again, that's Omelko in the 14th position after picking up so far 13 spots in this race. That's impressive. There's one car, a little off-road excursion, but luckily that's there at turn 11. There's a bunch of runoff there as well.
Yeah, there's a deep gravel pit on the right if you run off. That some cars, you'll get cars stuck out there depending on where they go, and other times they're able to drive their own way out. Turn 11, the final corner here at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
23 car, that is Jarek Javier. He's currently running in the 15th spot. And right behind him is Kurt Johnson, the 63. So that is 15th and 16th place in Spec E30. So we're going to find Silas Montgomery for you here in just a moment. You know, one thing, those Thunder Roadsters, I'd like to see what the horsepower and weight is, because those guys seem that they've got to be so gentle on the gas. I've noticed they want to break loose pretty easily.
Yeah, their horsepower advantage goes away when conditions get slippery like they are here this afternoon.
All right, so Silas Montgomery just went by, and he'll be headed down into turn number 2. So we'll be picking him up here on camera 2 in just a second. There's, I believe, Montgomery right there getting ready to go into turn 2. And boy, that gap is still under a second between first and second in Spec E30.
Barber seemed mired in 12th overall, having a hard time getting around Ethan Wilson, who was another Spec E30 car. He's about a half a second behind him now.
Montgomery now there in through turn 4. We watch that battle. That's still looking at Michael Omelko there. He's sitting in 14th spot.
I show Barber about 8th in Spec E30.
Barber up to 8th in Spec E30. That's a good run.
He's trying to chase down Ethan Wilson, the 7th place car and 11th overall.
Here's the 7X machine down the front straightaway. That's the Shiflett Racing machine. Those guys run in 19th right now. 19th place run for that 7X Shiflett Racing. Montgomery's the only Spec E30 driver to get under 2 minutes in this session. He is a 159.9. Here's Tim Barber. We're on board with Barber. He's going to try to pick up another spot down the hill. By the way, our Spec E30 leaders are now in turn number 1.
And we're getting rain on our front window, so we've got rain on the front straightaway here.
So our Spec E30 drivers now in turn 2 and 3. Yeah, you're right. We got now that's the first time we've had what I would call like a real shower here. Tim Barber going to try to pick up a spot down the front straightaway. He can't do it. Barber's trying to get by Ethan Wilson. Wilson will not concede the spot as we ride with Tim Barber, and now we're seeing a pretty good little shower of rain come down right now. Barber's doing a superb job kind of tiptoeing his way, but he's gotten up to 8th, and you mentioned a minute ago, Dick, kind of that's right now it's as far as he's been able to go.
Yeah, he's having a tough time getting by Ethan Wilson, who's right in front of him now. Barber in the 12 car, Ethan Wilson in that number 49 car. Last time by, the gap was 0.19 of a second. So he's closed it. He can get close, but he just can't get by. We'll have to watch and see if he makes a move as they go through the infield area. They're coming out of turn 4 now, heading over to 5.
I'll tell you what, Lovett and Montgomery for the Spec E30 lead are having a whale of a battle. It's only 4/10 between first and second place right now. And when they come back by start finish, we'll let you know. We'll try to pick them up in turn number 2. So when they come by start finish here.
Lovett feeling the pressure. He turned his fastest lap last time by, so he knows that Montgomery is coming.
And now's the time to do it because the track's not going to get any better anytime soon.
In fact, it's
there
getting
they
worse.
go. In fact, they're just past start finish now. So your leaders are headed to turn number 1, Lovett and Montgomery. And here they go. There is your battle for the lead. That's Sean Lovett in the 37. Lovett goes way offline, and there's a pass for the lead. Lovett went way offline, gave the inside to Montgomery. Let's stay with that now, see if Lovett can reel him back in, but Lovett just hauled the mail down into turn number 1, couldn't get it to turn. Montgomery has got a handful there. There's the gray 71. That's your leader of Montgomery. The cars in front going to give them room to race. Already working some of the lap traffic here. That lead duo is 25 seconds ahead of third, and here they go beginning to work some lap traffic.
And Barber must have encountered some trouble as he's dropped 2 spots. His lap time dropped way down, and he was trying to get by Ethan Wilson. Evidently made a mistake, went off course or something. He's continuing to drop down our timing monitor, so he's lost 3 or 4 positions already and continues to drop.
So Lovett is still trying to chase back down Montgomery. So it should be Montgomery and Lovett. They've already come down the corkscrew. There he is right there. Lovett in the 37 car. And you see the gray 71 right in front. There's the gray 71 car just turning in front of us. And there's Lovett. So they got separated a little bit in some of that lap traffic. And Lovett, a little dirt tracking move coming off of that corner. And now down the front straightaway. So Montgomery will lead as Montgomery goes by a lap car. Lovett would love to try to catch that lap car before they get to that turn 2. He may not do it.
Not going to happen, I don't think. They went through a whole bunch of traffic, and this broke up that battle. It was down to about 0.3 of a second. It's going to be about, it's well over a second now as they work their way through the traffic. With Silas Montgomery in that 71 car, starting to stretch it into a comfortable lead until Lovett can get by some of that traffic.
And now you hit it on the head because now Lovett is free of the traffic. So there you see Montgomery. Lovett now is that white car in the picture. So Montgomery and Lovett now free of traffic, at least for now. And again, we saw it happen last lap where Lovett just too quick down into turn number 1. Now that gap is starting to close up a little bit. But there's a good field of race cars. It's a wet race track. And again, it's so tempting, Dick, when you can see the car in front of you, you just want to jump up there and grab it, but you can't do it.
On their way up the hill again, the battle continues. We'll have to check what the gap is the next time they come by us here. As we mentioned, Lovett had it down to about 0.3 of a second. Last time by, it had opened to 1.1 due to the traffic and where they encountered it and how they were able to work their way through it.
Let's wait for him here at the top of the corkscrew. And look at that. Lovett was sort of on the outside. There's no way you can make a pass right there, but you at least peek and make him think you're thinking about it.
Well, you know, it puts pressure on the driver in front of you. He's probably thinking, what's he doing? That guy's crazy. He can't be there. But it distracts him at the same time. Here comes that battle out of turn 10, heading down into 11, the final corner. Boy, that gap has closed again. Look at Lovett close it up on Montgomery as they come out of turn 11.
Yeah, Lovett had just caught all that lap traffic at the wrong time. And last time, you know, they were over a second gap. Now it's going to be, let's say 0.3 of a second. That's going to be my guess.
4.76.
All right, I was close. Here they go. The little bend right there is turn number 1. Andretti hairpin awaits. That's where Lovett threw the lead away a few laps ago. Both drivers use all of the racetrack. Look at them. They're way out there. And I don't know if they're out there trying to actually get a little bit of wet there. It's starting to, I don't think the track's dry enough to where you're actually looking for the wet. But they're both way off drivers right. And here comes Lovett now. Can't get the power down quick enough, but he's on the preferred line, but he can't get inside. He was where he wanted to be, but you saw as soon as he went to put the power down, Dick, the back end wants to jump around on him.
Let's watch him come into 5. This is where an opportunity might present itself, but I think he's too far back. He dropped back, he looked to the right and then dropped back because he needed to go into the left to get up there. One thing that you have noticed, or you should have noticed by now, is if the cars do get a couple of wheels off, they're not kicking up any more dust.
We did that just for you to make it easier for the camera folks. Where are we? Yeah, so it's 0.47, and we're about halfway through this race. And now, all of a sudden, we've got on one side of the track, we've got dark storm clouds. And then as they head down into turn number 1, they're going to see some sunshine. They're the leaders in the corkscrew, and right now it's less than a car length. Again, there's still plenty of time to go in this. They can be a little bit patient, but there is the lead duo. I love this combination right here, Dick. That's a great piece of racetrack.
Yeah, and Lovett is relentless, applying the pressure to Montgomery. Out of 10. Tries to pull alongside going into turn 11. Try and take it on the outside. Can't do it.
That's the long way around, and they're going to be in some more lap traffic for it over. But nice, you know what? Lovett got a great run on the outside of 11 drag race as the sun shines on him.
Pulling ahead as they cross the line. I think he's going to be scored as the leader. He is. Lovett is your new race leader. But can he hold it going down into turn 1? They're coming up on traffic. They're side by side. Lovett's on the outside. Montgomery dives inside and retakes the lead. And then Lovett does a switch over, and he tries to get alongside. They are side by side, coming out of 2 into 3. It's going to be Montgomery once again out front as they exit turn 3 and catch up to traffic between 4 and 5. Great combination there.
Yeah, Lovett's going to get credited for leading that lap, but he only led it for about 100 feet before they swap positions again, and they've got traffic to deal with.
Well, the key was he was the leader when they crossed the line. That's what counts.
Especially if it's the last lap. We're still about 20 minutes from the last lap. Okay, this is what hurt Lovett last time, and it was traffic. Montgomery catches that traffic first, and he hasn't caught it in a great spot. Up the hill to the Rahal straight, he gets by one of them, and Lovett is still right behind him. And we'll see if those cars give him some racing room when they come by us here on the Rahal straight. There's one car off to the right, and there's first and second. So they're still right beside each other. That end of the track you see is cloudy. We had a little peak of sunshine for a moment, and now we're under clouds again. First and second, and look at Lovett. Lovett tries to look to the inside, driver's right, coming off the carousel. They have this one more lap car to work with. Lovett is there again, can't do anything, but this is a lot of fun to watch. That's a great race.
Well, you mentioned that Lovett took the wide line going into 11 last time, which turned out to be the correct line because he got a better exit speed out of that corner. That allowed him to pass Montgomery before they got to the start-finish line. He does it again, takes that wide line, but almost loses a spot there on a car that he was trying to lap. And, boy, this has really opened it up for Montgomery. Montgomery now has probably a 1.6 second lead over Lovett as he's really stretched at that time as Lovett got tangled up with that slower car, and it just really put him off his pace. In the meantime, the Thunder Roadsters are having their own battle. David Standridge is leading that class in the 83 car. He is 5th overall. Second in the Thunder Roadster is Ryan Radical, and he's about 0.7 of a second back. So that's a good battle, too, for the lead in Thunder Roadster.
Boy, don't count Lovett out yet. He is now scratching back in as we've got blue sky in one part of the track, thunder clouds in another, and a whale of a race right there. Off turn number 4, they'll set up for the left-hander at 5. That banked corner, carry all the momentum you can off that corner to shoot you up the hill. And now Lovett's got it down to maybe 5 car lengths. As you see, they drive back into the clouds as they go under the bridge.
Heading up through that left-hander turn 6, tricky corner to get right and put you on the Rahal straight for that last burst of acceleration to the corkscrew, top of the hill. Then it's hard on the brakes as you start your descent through turn 7, 8, 8A, and down into 9. That off-camber left-hander. Here they are, nose to tail, on their way down through the corkscrew. They're about a quarter of a car length apart as they go under the Wayne Rainey Bridge.
So this has been, and Lovett off track again.
Way wide. Yeah, he took all of the pavement and then some. And that cost him a little time as it's allowed Montgomery to open up that gap a little bit, stretch it out. Coming out of 10 down into 11, the final corner.
Lovett does not want, I don't think Lovett cares about a podium. He wants to win or 35th, he doesn't care. Second and third, he doesn't seem very interested in. He wants to be a national champion. He's doing everything he can to do it, and we've got probably about 15 minutes left in this race. Here we are, turn 1 and into the hairpin, and again, he kind of takes that wide line, but we've seen Lovett run offline and cause himself to have to work even harder to reel the 71 back in. You see the sun shining down there into turn number 3. It's a car length. Montgomery with a good run off the corner, and every time they start to race, then we've got some lap traffic, and can he make a move here off turn number 4?
No, not going to happen. He was about a half a second back when they crossed the start-finish line, completing that last lap. And, you know, he's trying different lines. He's not doing the same line. He's trying to find out what works. He's testing it out now, setting it up. You don't do a pass on one. You plan your pass sometime 2, 3, 4, or 5 laps ahead. You go to school on the car in front of you and find out where his weakest corner is and what your strongest corner is, and you apply that knowledge to make your move.
To let you know, Mickey Miller, the 88 car, currently in 3rd spot in this class. And he's safely in front of the 4th place car. So no real tension right now for the 3rd step on the podium. All the tension is right here in front of us. And there they, oh, the 71 car is sideways off the corkscrew. Montgomery had his back end hanging out, did a little drifting through the corner, and here comes Lovett again, who wants to try the outside, and now lap traffic. Lovett is in the preferred line. Can he hold that spot to the inside? He can't. Montgomery with a good corner. This has been Lovett's Achilles here down in turn number 11 the last couple laps.
Watching them as they come through, it is Montgomery with the preferred position. He's got the better line coming out of there. There's 4 cars coming out of there. Only 2 of them really count. It looks like Montgomery's having a hard time getting by that car, trying to lap him, and moves over and pushes almost into the wall as they go over the start-finish line. Lovett hangs back and watches this. What's going to happen next? Are they going to take each other out? No, not going to happen. And Lovett does move back through 2nd spot, it looks like, as they go into the Andretti hairpin.
I don't think I bet Montgomery wasn't 2 inches off of the concrete right there. The car, I don't think that other car knew he was there and squeezed him a little bit, but Montgomery almost ate some concrete there down the front straightaway.
He didn't have any more room to go left. He was practically brushing the paint off the driver's side of his car. Oh, somebody locks up some brakes seriously coming into that corner now. Look at them side by side coming out of turn 4. I believe that's Montgomery and Lovett.
It is. You are correct, sir. As they're in turn 5, Montgomery's looking to spending a lot of time looking in the rear view mirror right now. Let you know real quick on the Thunder Roadsters, that is still Ryan Radical and David Standridge. That gap between 1st and 2nd, just it's about 2 seconds. So a 2-second gap between 1st and 2nd there. The gap for the lead right here, we'll see at the top of the corkscrew. There they come. And the gap is about 7 feet. Down the hill they go. That is Lovett, the white 37 car.
And checking on our friend Barber, he's dropped back to 34th. So he must have had an issue. He's 2 laps off the pace. Dropped way down near the tail end of the field.
He gave us some great pictures from that in car.
Yeah, great charge from the back of the grid. He got up to, but 14th overall?
14th, 8th in class. So, all right, Lovett's going to try it one more time. I don't think he can do anything. He didn't have a great shot off of turn number 11. We've seen him a couple times with that good run off the final corner. So here, for now, stay single file. And we're under the 15-minute mark now. So, want to start putting some pressure on that 71. And again, we see Sean Lovett all the way out there on the outside, and we're seeing Montgomery do the same thing as they're trying to change that racing line and find a way to get by.
What I've noticed up to this point, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or right, Lovett can catch up to Montgomery and maybe sometimes make a pass, but he won't stay out there for long before Montgomery pounces back and takes it right away. It'll take Lovett several laps to get around Montgomery, but Montgomery can do it in 3 corners.
Look at this. Lap traffic is going to slow up Montgomery. That's what Lovett needed. That lap traffic, Montgomery got stuck behind that car in the corner. Lovett used the opportunity, jumped inside, and now Lovett is off track. Lovett, all 4 off. Pace or lap car there kind of pushed Lovett off. You see his tire tracks through the gravel, and he kept going. That was a heck of a save by Lovett.
Yeah, you can do that. I've seen cars actually drive off with all 4 wheels in the gravel, and if you keep the power on, you're going to be able to drive through it. Watch them now as they come down through the corkscrew, start their descent. This is a terrific battle between Lovett and Montgomery. Looking at the lap times, they're both in the 159. 159.8 for Montgomery, 159.5 for Lovett. He was 0.3 quicker last time. Traffic continues to be a problem and will be for the remainder of this race. We're down to about 10, 11 minutes to go in this one.
And which lane do you pick? Look at Lovett there. Which lane do I pick? I've got a Thunder Roadster mixed in there. Where do I go? Montgomery says, for now, I'm just going to follow the leader. So Montgomery will come to the inside of that machine, the Thunder Roadster. But now they're going to be 3 wide. And now Lovett decides, I'm going to go to the other side of the lap car. It gives Montgomery a lane. And they split the cars. Montgomery makes it 3 wide as he goes to the inside. Montgomery going to take the lead. No, he won't. Lovett's
on the outside of the Andretti hairpin. If he can hold that line, he's going to be the leader as they come out of 2 into turn 3. He has made the pass and is in the correct position to hold it as they come out of 3 and accelerate that straight down to turn 4. He'll make that right-hander. Watch him go through turn 5 and see if he can open up that gap as he starts climbing the hill to the corkscrew. They're out of turn 4, on their way to turn 5 under the Medallia Bridge.
Boy, this is what NASA racing is all about, specifically in some of these spec series, because it is tight racing. Boy, you can tell there's a storm off in the distance. That's looking back like towards Salinas. They're getting some rain in the valley.
Yeah, it looks like you're driving into a fog or a tunnel up there as the cars disappear out of our sight as they make that left-hander. It looks like they're going into a fog bank. But Lovett appeared to have opened it up to about 4 car lengths before they disappeared up the hill. We'll watch them as they crest at the Ray Hall Straight and start down the corkscrew. There's Lovett. There's Montgomery. And Lovett is pulling away. It's going to be at least a second and a half if he can maintain that gap as they come down to start finish. Through turn 9, going down into turn 10, that banked right-hander going to take him on that short straightaway into turn 11, the final corner. Now let's see what line Lovett takes this time. Is he going to go wide to try and get a good exit speed out of that corner? We'll see. He goes out, makes the turn, heads up the start-finish straightaway. Montgomery in pursuit. I'm guessing about 3/4 of a second or a second plus. We'll see what the computer says when they come by. 1.4 seconds. And Lovett is pulling away.
We've seen Lovett make a misstep or two in this race. But right now, back kind of in the racing line as the track begins to dry. And you see those clouds off in the distance, but blue sky above the racetrack for now, and blue sky right now for Lovett. He is off turn at number 3. He's got a gap, but he has not lost that second place car behind him. And we'll see if they
It's going to take traffic to bunch him up again. If they don't encounter traffic, Lovett is going to have to, he should be able to sail all the way through to the finish because he is opening up the gap.
Yeah,
Looking at the lap times, Lovett's last lap a 157.2, Montgomery a 158.4, and they were both clear of traffic.
And there can't be too much time left in this race as they go up the hill. We'll check on Thunder
I'm
Roadster.
guessing 6 or 7 minutes.
That Thunder Radical now, Ryan Radical leads David Standridge by 1.5 seconds. Let's stay with these front two. And there is the shot from overhead as you see the leader and then their second place. And down the hill they go. Yeah, actually, Lovett has extended that lead. The track has, boy, look how quickly the track dried as the sun came out. Very quickly dried.
I think the track was thirsty and absorbed a lot of that moisture.
You know what? Starter may have the white flag in hand, so we may see white flag this time by. Here comes Lovett off the corner, and we'll see.
You are right. White flag being displayed to the leader as he comes up the start-finish straightaway. Sean Lovett gets the white.
Boy, from overhead, you can see a very dry line down the front straightaway. And that's the leader off in the distance. Second place, Montgomery. They're into that hairpin, Andretti hairpin for the final time. And maybe a 10-car length advantage. Lovett just needs to not make any mistakes. He's got enough gap.
Gap is now over 2.5 seconds. So once Lovett got by and was free of traffic, he was able to open up. You can see it visually on screen, and he is just unchallenged. And I don't think they're going to encounter any more traffic before they get back around to the checkered flag. Looking down to the third place car, it has not crossed the start-finish line yet in Spec E30. That gives you an idea how fast your two lead cars have been running.
That is a dandy of a race. There is your race leader headed up that hill for the final time. There you see second place pop into the screen. Now all you got to do is hit your marks, don't make a mistake, and you are the national champion. They disappear to the left. Shot of the Ray Hall straight. They'll pass by that spot for the final time. Dick, take us through the corkscrew.
Watching for Lovett to poke his nose over the hill and start the descent. We've got an aerial view of that corkscrew. Looking for Lovett to come into our picture. Here he comes now. He's coming out of turn 9 down into turn 10. And if anything, he's opened up the gap over Montgomery even more as he sails through turn 10. He's not going to encounter any traffic before he gets to the start-finish line. He's into the final corner, makes that left-hander, and he is heading toward the checkered flag and the championship.
Here he comes. He's got some gap to work with. He can take his time, pick the perfect line. He looks for the checker flag, and your 2022 Spec E30 NASA National Champion will go to Sean Lovett in the 37, Silas Montgomery second in the 71, and we mentioned Mickey Miller in the 88 car. Ryan Redikel in the 89 car. Had a nice gap of about 2 seconds over David Standridge and Tom Boyd. That should be your top three in Thunder Roadster. And there goes Boyd by. So it's Radical, Standridge, and Boyd, 1, 2, and 3. What a great race that was.
Yeah, Lovett continued to open the gap all the way through the final lap. His winning margin was almost 3.5 seconds, 3.41.
Yeah, and you know what? It was maybe, and it'd be interesting to hear these guys in post-race, it seemed like as the track dried, that favored Lovett more than it did Montgomery.
Well, we don't know which tires which driver had. Were they both on wet tires, rain tires? Were they both on dry tires? Was one on wets? Was one on dry? Maybe we can find out when we talk to him.
You know, I saw just right there in that shot. Oh, that's the 63 car. I saw some body damage on the back of a white car, and I thought, wait a minute, is that Lovett? But it wasn't. It was the 63 car with some body damage. Boy, that's a beautiful Thunder Roadster you see in that shot right there. Fantastic racing, and that is our next to last race. And Dick, another day that is flying by. We've got our final race coming up with Super Touring 2, Super Touring 4, and American Iron Extreme.
34 cars total. 13 Super Touring 2, 17 Super Touring 4, and 4 American Iron Extreme entries.
Well, that was very entertaining.
That was a great battle, back and forth, the seesaw. And, of course, that charge we had with Skip Barber at the back of the field. And something went awry with him, and he kind of fell out of it and dropped like a stone, ended up probably 3 or 4 laps off the winning pace. But it was fun to ride with him through the field from, he got up to about 12th or 13th overall, and he started back in, about 40th, 42nd?
Yeah, no, that was a superb job, and it gave us some great in-car. And look at so this is a 45-minute race. I want you to look at what we're looking at now. And remember the race started, we're like, gosh, there's going to be so much spray, will people be able to see? We went from no visibility in the spray now to the sunshine out in a almost completely dry racetrack.
It looks like a different day.
Looks like a different day, absolutely. We've had 4 different days all in one day. Those cars you see, that's how they enter the paddock area. They'll go down, and we'll meet some of the winners here in just a little bit.
We've got another different day tomorrow. What can you tell us about that?
Who knows? It'll be several. But that'll be an enduro race tomorrow. Some bonus coverage for you tomorrow. So be sure you go to the NASA website and check it out. But an endurance race for you tomorrow that we'll be covering as well. So busy weekend. Trickling into the week as we go. Boy, I got to thank, before we get all busy at the end of this, we don't get a chance to. Will and Carla have done such a great job getting us all the stories, getting us the interviews at the end of the races, because that makes all the difference. When you can meet the person under the helmet, now there's somebody real.
You get the story behind the drive and the story of the people that are behind it.
So everybody is down there on the paddock area. We'll be catching up with them.
We talked about that one driver. He's been trying to get this championship for 5 years, and he's finally done it.
Yeah, just the relief you feel after, that level of success. And let's face it, sometimes if it comes easy, you maybe don't appreciate it.
Well, it doesn't seem as meaningful. That's true. Thanks to our camera crews, too. They've done a good job, and also the director for being able to get the camera on the action that we wanted so we could follow it around the track and describe it for you as you actually were able to see it on the streaming cast.
Yeah, we picked it up right as Montgomery had made the pass by Lovett. We were able to watch the whole end of that race, and boy, it was worth our time for real. Sean Lovett, he is a NASA champion, and he's down there with Will Falls. So, Will, introduce us to our new national champion. Take it away, Will.
Should have shaved, huh?
Here with Sean Lovett, Spec E30 winner. National champion. Mixed conditions. You and Silas put on a wet driving clinic out there. Tell us about that race, man.
I mean, that's the hardest race I've done in my life. And Silas is just an amazing driver, so clean. I mean, to be sliding through the rain, bumper to bumper like that. And, the hardest thing was traffic at that point, right? Did people see us? Do they understand where we need to be? But I just tried to be patient and keep calm. I mean, I got pushed off the course a couple times, slid off course, over-braked, all of that. But as the conditions started to dry, I think it came to me and my car set up, and Silas couldn't quite keep up. But hats off to him. I've never raced with such a clean driver before, so it was awesome. Nice. So happy. What a great weekend.
Nice. Do you have any sponsors, people supporting you you'd like to thank?
Yeah, North Bay Bavarian and Santa Rosa. I mean, they just give me the most amazing car. The team was here. All the guys helping set up the car at the last minute. Revive's giving me these delicious probiotic sodas that help me have the energy. And, NASA just for being a great race group. And these Maxxis tires, these rain tires were amazing. Thanks, man.
Love to hear that. Thank you so much. Sean Lovett, Spec E30 national champion. That has a nice ring. Let's throw it over to Carla for her interview.
All right, so we'll hand it back to Carla in just a moment. Carla is with that winner in car number 89, Thunder Roadster national champion. Carla, take it away. Introduce us to the new champ.
Ryan Reducil, you are the 2022 NASA National Champion of Thunder Roadster class. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
I'm pumped. This has been a long time coming. Last year at Daytona, we got robbed a little bit. We started last, drove up second, leading on the last lap, and the rest is history. So it feels good to get this win. It's unfortunate the rest of the Thunder Roadster guys didn't come out, but hey, we still had fun. We raced hard. We did it on slick and rain, so I can't complain.
And not only that, you're holding it down for your family too as well. I know your brother and your father both were not able to complete the race. They had mechanical failures, so sorry to hear that, but at least one of the Reducils made it to the end and made it to the top step.
Yeah, I didn't know what was going on. We were mixed up in traffic there real bad, with those guys on rain tires and on slicks. It was a cat and mouse game all race. Towards the end, part of the track was starting to dry out a little bit, but it was still pretty iffy. The last two laps were mostly dry, but I can't say enough, man. This is awesome.
All right, well, congratulations. I know you have to go to the podium now, so hope you guys have a wonderful night tonight celebrating. You guys have all the things to celebrate.
Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it, and we'll see you guys next year maybe.
All right. Thank you, Ryan.
Carla, thank you very much. We'll take it back up here. We're looking out the window, and it's a sunny. Carla, thank you very much. We're looking out the window here, and it's a sunny day. This track has developed a Jekyll and Hyde personality this afternoon. Sometimes it's wet and it's going to bite you, and then other times like this, it's nice and sunny and ideal for racing. I think it should be sunny for our final race of the afternoon, but interesting. The winning driver in Spec E30, Lovett, chose rain tires for this event, and it turned out to be a wise choice. While Radical in the Thunder Roadster had slicks.
Yeah.
So both worked, so to speak.
I could only imagine what a handful that Roadster was on the slicks. By the way, you hear him talking about going and doing the podium ceremony. You could go to the NASA website, pictures of all of the ceremonies, all of the final rundowns and everything. You're right. We are back here tomorrow. We'll have bonus coverage of an endurance race here with the NASA Endurance Series. So go to the website, check out all the information of that, but a little bonus coverage here from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Congratulations. Love it. And Radical, those guys had a great race. And again, a wet race, then a dry race, and the battle between the front two, Lovett and Montgomery. And they talked about, you heard Lovett saying there, how much respect he had for Silas Montgomery, the way they raced each other. And they were exceptional. Just a fantastic job. So congratulations to both of them. We have 3 more championships to hand out. Super Touring 2, Super Touring 4, American Iron Extreme. So 3 more people have a chance this afternoon to say, I am a NASA national champion. I think we're going to take a quick commercial break here in just a moment. When we come back, we'll have the starting lineup for you for Group E, and we'll have the final race of the afternoon, and then we'll get to crown a few more champions here, which I'm looking forward to. And it's been so fun to see the different reactions from people when they get down into that area. They get to see either Will or Carla, and they know I did it.
Yeah, Lovett was really emotional. He just was really stoked by the win and just couldn't believe it. He'd been trying for a long time, and it finally came true, and he's a happy gentleman. And lots of compliments to the driver that he was racing against, saying he was the cleanest driver he's ever run against.
Can't have a better compliment than that. We're going to be back with our Group E final race of the afternoon in just a moment. This is the 2022 NASA Championships. We're at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca.
David Cook, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. So the NASA Teen Mazda Challenge program is a pride point for us, something that we invest in, both resources, kind of tangible and intangible. We see a lot of young talent come the NASA way, and specifically have been excited by what TMC has to offer.
The Challenge is a NASA program for drivers ranging from ages 13 to 20 to develop their on-the-track and off-the-track skills.
It is a lot different. You know, the cars are going a lot faster speed-wise, so it's a lot getting used to that, and also the weight. Cars weigh a lot more than the go-karts, so you got to get used to the weight transfer going from corner to corner. I'm really finding the support for the young drivers. Every single race they have a coach there, and they're always willing to help the young drivers, and they're doing whatever they can to help us, which just makes it a great program to get up from a kart into a car.
To be a successful race car driver takes more than just being fast on track, but it takes the whole package. Trying to be a great brand representative, so we work with the drivers on what that can look like, about networking, about building relationship skills, communication skills, and a lot more.
So building the community off track is huge. You get involved with people and then they get to know you, and it can only benefit you. And then from that, you get into talking with partners and people who can help you financially or with materials and products to help make racing more affordable for you.
Some advice that I would give to future Team Mazda Challenge drivers is always trust yourself. Anything can happen in racing, just be positive. Try to always have a great mental attitude, because in the end, when you think positive, things can happen. The sky's the limit.
And welcome back to WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, our final race of the afternoon. And we were talking in the break there, Dick, and the American Iron Extreme cars, they didn't come and they weren't set up to do any wet weather racing, so they decided, hey, if it's okay with everybody, it's dry today, we're going to make our qualifying race our national championship race. And now they've come back today and said, well, wait a minute, it's sunny. We'll go ahead and make this our national championship
they
race.
didn't bring any rain tires. They weren't anticipating rain. And yesterday, with all the dire forecast and predictions about a storm that was going to come through here, they, as you said, decided, well, let's make Saturday's race our championship race.
Yeah.
Now they've had second thoughts. They looked out there and they see, now that the sun is shining, everybody's having so much fun, why don't we go back out there and do this all over again and do it for all the marbles. Make this one the one that counts for the championship.
This one counts. I'll let you do our starting line. I'm going to go outside real quick. I'm going to peek. It looks like we're clear all the way around. I'm going to do my weather peak, which is almost useless, but I'll be back and I'll let you know a report.
You did say you're going to go outside and peek. Peek.
With
okay,
a K.
Good. We're waiting for the cars to come up. I don't want to get too far ahead of them. Super Touring 2 cars, 13 in that group. Jake Latham is on the pole for that with car number 5. Ian Barberi is alongside in car number 74. Second row, Brett Strom in car number 67. He'll be starting third, completing that second row in the 4th spot outside. Tyler Clark in car 111. Back to row 3 on the inside, car 116, starting 5th, Todd Clark. Completing the row, Anna Perdescu in car 100. 7-starter inside the 4th row, car 17X, Ralph Warren, alongside Vic Pizzino in car 33. Back to row 5 on the inside, starting 9th, car 135, Greg Lobb, alongside Jeff McGinnis in car 167. Your 11th starter on the inside of row 6, car 50, Chris Wynn, Michael Schneider, alongside in car 2, starts 12th. Inside row 7, car 221, Ole Thorderson. Alongside him, we have no one because he is the last Super Touring 2 car. Now we go down to Super Touring 4, and leading that contingent is car number 38, the ST Edge MV entry. Alongside in car 3, the GT Auto Lounge. Then it's Justin Sprugacci in car 424. Scott Smith alongside in car 44. Jason Beecham in car 83. Palomar Racing Red 25. Car number 25 completes that row. Next row, it's Daniel Rose in car 13. Another car number 13, Mulhall Construction. Back to Ed Fardos in car 146, starting 25th. Number 224, Michael Hillo, starts 26. Connor Lydon is 27th on the grid in car number 31, followed by Tom Rogers alongside in car 8. He's 28th on the grid, 15th row inside. 29th starter, number 36, Lee Williamson. George Edison completes the row in car 712. Then it's Land Yacht Racing, car number 66, your 31st starter. Svilin Konev in car 122 starts 32nd. Back to the 33rd starting position. Inside of the 7th row, car number 89, Olivier Bailey. 34th on the grid, number 57, Hervé Bazard. That's the last of your Sports Touring 4 cars. Then we go to our 4 Iron Extreme cars. Remember, they decided to chuck yesterday's results and make this their race for the championship. Leading that contingent, starting on their pole, is Charlie Bosselman in car number E85. Sharing that front row with him, Richard Hillerman in car 999. Second row of American Iron Extreme, car 7, Sal Molinari. And completing the row and completing the American Iron Extreme grid, David Gordon in car 14. That's your starting field for Race E, ST2, ST4, and American Iron Extreme. Cars have started on their pace lap, working their way around through the infield under the tire bridge in the infield. Coming out of 3, going over into turn 4. 34 cars in this one, our final race of the day here on Sunday of the 2022 NASA Championships. Pace car leads the field up through turn 5. They start that climb up the hill, the long climb up the hill through 5, through 6, up the Ray Hall straightaway, finally to the crest of Weathertech Raceway, Laguna, Seca, turn 7, where they begin their plunge down the hill. 100 feet down to turn 9, so 2 50-foot drop increments, pretty steep. They come down to 9, that off-camber left-hander, back into view of the people that are down here at start-finish. That's when they pop into view, coming underneath the Wayne Rainey Bridge as they accelerate down the hill. Last of the field on the pace lap, just going through that Medallia Bridge between turns 4 and 5, as the leader is behind the pace car, just now coming down through turn 7, down the corkscrew. That red Corvette looks like of Jake Latham, car number 5, with Ian Barberi, car number 74. That's your front row. The shot we've got now, looking up the corkscrew, you see the clouds up there. Looks like fog or smoke. Looks like the hill's on fire behind them, actually.
It's been a weird weather day.
It's been a very strange weather day. Seems like the weather can't make up its mind, but the wind is blowing, not as much as we had expected. They were predicting 40, 45 mile an hour winds. Maybe they will turn up later. We're not sure. Pace car takes the exit out of turn 10. It's up to the front row. They're coming down into turn 11. Hopefully for the last time at this slow rate of speed, make that left-hander, puts them on the front straightaway here at WeatherTech Raceway. Edwin, why don't you bring them up to the start?
Starter Carl Dunn looks over the field. That's our first wave. Jake Latham in that beautiful red machine is waiting for the green. And a late green, they're holding. There's our green flag. They'll immediately fan out 3 wide. Latham in the red machine, that 74 car, that's Ian Barberi. We saw those two guys race a bunch yesterday in their qualifying race. Barberi going to try to hang on the outside, but it's tough to do on the start because that is that preferred position. And now wave number 2 goes green flag. That's the Super Touring 4 field as the leaders now off turn number 3. Barberi with the lead, but now the 74 car getting a little pressure from Brett Strom. Strom wants to look to the inside. There's the second wave, the 38 car. The ST Edge machine leads his group into turn number 3. And one car is off track. That's the number 44 machine. And we'll get a name for you in a moment. In 44, that's Scott Smith. And that's not a great spot where Smith is sitting. We ride along now with David Gordon in the American Iron Extreme. Gordon in the 14 car giving us a ride. Good news, I just saw real quick there.
Smith got going. He's in a Super Touring car.
Here we go up the hill.
Leaders up the hill, under the bridge, going up out of turn 5, heading up toward the Ray Hall Straight. We got 3 different groups with 3 starting gaps running through this. Again, I'm just amazed by that cloud that you see at the top of the hill at the sky. Again, it looks like smoke from a forest fire that you've been seeing on TV, but it's too wet for stuff to burn down here today. Here comes your leader, Latham, in that Corvette, up the front straightaway, being pursued by Ian Barberi. Then right behind him, it's Brett Strom, Tyler Clark, and Todd Clark. Those 2 guys, brothers, father, son, we're not sure, but they spell their name the same, Clark with an E on the end of it. Those are your top 5 in Super Touring, and here comes your next group.
Here we come by the second group, the 38 car, the ST Edge machine, over the GT Auto Lounge team, and then Justin Spurgaski in the 424. Meanwhile, back up front, Barberi being aggressive as they come off of turn number 4. Barberi kind of going to peak, can't do anything into turn number 5, but there can't be more than 1 car length separating the first 2. Brett Strom is right there in third. Here now, right behind him, here comes our Super Touring 4 cars. They're off of turn number 3. We'll set up for the other right-hander into 4. Here they come. They're through 4 and 5. That is our second group. That is our Super Touring 4 cars. There's your leader, up the hill, and they'll head for the Ray Hall Straight as the leaders now in Super Touring 2, Jake Latham. They come down the hill. They're almost all the way back to turn 11.
Watching them as they come through that red Corvette leading the field as they come back into our view out of turn 10, heading down into turn 11. Going to come up the front straightaway again. There's about a half a second gap between first and second. Everybody takes the wide line using all the pavement coming through that corner. You can hear that Corvette roar by up the front straightaway. Looking for the American Iron Group, it looks like Sal Molinari was leading that bunch on the last lap, followed by Charlie Bosselman, David Borden, and Scott Smith.
Here comes Barberi. He tried to sneak inside there off turn number 2. He looks driver's left into 3. Can't do anything there, but he's just pestering the far out of Jake Latham. Now to the inside into turn number 4. There he has the preferred line. He'll take the spot. Latham didn't want to give it to him. Latham stayed in as late as he could, and now here comes Strom. Brett Strom is to driver's right. It's not the line he wants, but he got alongside Latham for a little bit, let him know he was there, so reset it. Barberi, Latham, Strom as they go to the Ray Hall Straight.
And Barberi took Latham out to the edge of the pavement. No place to go. Strom tried to capitalize it, was unable to do it, and had to tuck in behind. But you've got a new leader as they head up the hill in Super Touring 2. Barberi, Latham, and Strom is the order as we saw them go up the hill, and now they're running down through the corkscrew, coming back into our view, down through turn 9. And it looks like Latham got back out front, unless Barberi has run away and we out of our picture. No, Barberi appears to have dropped back to 3rd spot as Strom is running in 2nd. Here they come out of turn 11, up the start-finish straightaway. That red Corvette of Latham out front.
I do not know what happened to
Barberi.
And Barberi's not. He's not.
No, he's gone. And
fact,
a yellow flag.
I wonder if that's Barberi.
Double standing yellow. Must have done something that has caused the yellow flag to come out because he went from first to nowhere. So it's Latham, Strom. The 2 Clarks have moved up. Tyler Clark in the number 111 car is now moving up to 3rd. Anna Prodescu is up to 4th in 100, and Todd Clark 5th in the number 16 car.
That must have happened. And if we can, let's stay with the drone till we get up there to the Ray Hall Straight. And
it happened somewhere between 6 and the top of the hill.
Yeah. So, and that's that one spot. They've done a great job covering the track here. That's one spot. We do have a little blind spot there. You see Pace Car going to come out and pick up the field. But somewhere right there where they go out of our vision, something must have happened to the 74 car of Ian Barberi. And it was they're saying now turn 6. Barberi off track at turn number 6. So that's what happened to Barberi. And like I say, it's right there just slightly out of our vision.
Yeah, that I've mentioned to you several times that turn 6 is a very tricky corner. It's a high-speed corner. You have to get just right or you can get into serious trouble there.
So Barberi was so crafty getting by Latham's machine and could not make it stick when he got up there to 6. Dick, what is it in particular? When you've come up that hill, what is it about 6 that can bite a driver?
Well, it's deceptive. You take the wrong line, it has a tendency to shoot you across the track and catch you unawares. You have to go through there a few times to get the feel for it and see exactly what it's like.
And I was noticing when I'd gone up to the campground there and overlooking, and you'll see where drivers will go all the way right. They'll kind of get off track, and then again, you're back
You
and
shoot across.
You end up drivers left because I saw a ton of skid marks going across there. Yep. Little piece of debris also I noticed right there as they're going into turn 2. Right there, I saw it just as the drone went by. Little piece of debris there. It's off the racing line. Shouldn't cause them any issues. So let's give you top 3 across the board. Sal Molinari is leading the way in American Iron Extreme. Then you've got David Gordon in the 14 and Charlie Bosselman in the E85. Jake Latham in the 5 car in Super Touring 2. Brett Strom in the 67 and the 111 of Tyler Clark. That is Super Touring 2. Super Touring 4, the GT Auto Lounge machine, car number 3. Then you got Justin Spuragaski in 424 and Jason Beecham, car number 83. That's your top 3 in Super Touring 4. Early stages, still under 10 minutes completed in this event, our last race of the day. We are back. I told you bonus coverage tomorrow starts at 9 o'clock for our endurance race. So some bonus coverage coming your way tomorrow. I'm peeking at the drone. Oh, there he is. So he actually ended up driver's right there at turn number 6. Oh, there's some more debris they're picking up. Yeah, they're picking up some debris there in 2. And then I was looking, we got another feed just a minute ago from our drone, and it was showing that Barberi's car actually ended up driver's right at turn number 6. So just went straight off. There's that other piece of debris I saw him getting. So opportunity to do a little cleanup. They'll have to get Barberi pulled out of there and back in. So we may have a bit of extended caution here.
Yeah, a little housekeeping. You noticed that debris from the aerial shot from our drone. You were able to pick it up.
Yeah, Roman's doing such a great job with that drone shot. He has all weekend. And what's nice, as I mentioned it shows you some things that you don't normally see. Like we could see a dry line was starting to develop on the front straightaway from that drone shot. It's also great where you can see how the cars are gapped. If you want to see if somebody's opening up some space, it's great to see from that drone area. And he's done just a super job, and it gives us an eyeball that we don't normally have.
Still a double stand in yellow. I had a double check because these guys are coming out of here at a pretty good rate. We've still got a tow truck down there in the entrance to turn 2, emergency vehicle. Still several emergency vehicles out on track. The flag being displayed indicating such to the drivers, as well as the double stand in yellow, which did bring out the pace car, who's picked up your leader, Jake Latham, in that red Corvette, and leads the field around. Now, this is pretty much the first extended caution we have had today. We've had pretty clean racing all day long. That Spec Miata race was fantastic, as well as that last race that was just concluded with Lovett and Montgomery.
I was about to say, Lovett was so complimentary of Montgomery. We mentioned it just before we went to commercial break, that he said, that was one of the cleanest races, cleanest drivers I've ever worked with, and he gave Montgomery a big compliment there to let him know, man, appreciated racing with you.
Yeah, they could be confident running door handle to door handle at triple-digit speeds.
You know what surprised me a little bit, though, is when Sean Lovett was talking about, Lovett talked about having on the set of rain tires. What was weird is it seemed like Lovett got better as the track dried out. It was the exact opposite of what I was thinking, which again shows you how little I actually know, because I thought, oh, it's drying off, he's getting better. He must have made a different tire choice than Montgomery.
It's funny, your take on that was different. My perception was that once they got clear of all that traffic, that's when Lovett was able to get around and stretch his lead.
And that may be more of what occurred.
But prior
You're exactly
to that,
right.
he was just fighting it all the way.
Well, and he also made, Lovett made it tougher for himself. He made a couple unforced errors that made him work a little bit harder. There's a great shot as we go down into turn, where are we going? Into turn number 1 and 2. David Gordon in the American Iron Extreme. That, I like that because you're kind of shooting over his shoulder there. You can see elbows out, getting busy in the car. And again, we are under full course caution, working on a situation in turn number 6. Once they get that car hooked up and out of the way, we should go back to some green flag racing in just a little bit. And the pace car has now picked up.
We'll keep our eye on the pace car as it's slowed down the field considerably now as they're going into turn 5 to make that climb up the hill. Still got some emergency vehicles on course, according to the flag being displayed by the starter at start finish.
And that's one thing that happens so you've got this full course yellow, but you're now waving cars around so you can pick up leaders. So as soon as you wave that car around, the first thing that driver's thinking is, I got to catch up to the back end of the field. So it's you do it so you can pick up the proper leader. But
you wave him around, and he thinks he's the lucky dog.
Yes, yeah, he does. It turns out being just a dog because he's going too fast with workers on track. And you see there, they're letting the drivers know, please stay to your left as you come under the bridge because they're working on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it looks like he went off driver's right up there.
Which is kind of opposite of what you would normally expect.
Unfortunately, a bit of a blind spot for us with our coverage here today, although we have had excellent coverage with 7 stationary cameras.
Let's see if David Gordon here can give us a peek. There it is, just to drivers, right? So thank you.
Yeah, 4 in-car cameras, and of course our 2 roving pit reporters.
I am so glad I mentioned a moment ago, but I want to thank Will Falls again for kind of giving us that little feature piece on rain and wet weather races and those types of things, because the timing was perfect, because right after that we got into some wet races and we started talking about setup and tire choice, and so perfect on Will's part to give us that insight into what happens when you go from a dry day to a wet day, back to a dry day, and hopefully not to back to a wet day. That's the other thing. I don't know what these rains are supposed to come in and stay for a while. We've got that endurance race tomorrow. We go on air at 9 a.m. What may be waiting for drivers tomorrow? We will see.
Well, the scattered showers were supposed to hang out through Tuesday morning. So, weather changes all the time. So we'll have to watch the weather reports or look at the Weather Channel and see what they have in store for us tomorrow as they update. And they'll update that constantly as they get better information. Sometimes the wind will shift and it'll move a storm a little more quickly. Generally, I've found that whenever they predict the weather is going to be there at a certain time, it's always going to show up a little later than they said it would. That's a pretty good rule of thumb.
Well, and you get sort of these little microstorms too, just with the geography. It can be doing one thing here and something totally different just on the other side of the hill. So hard to predict. You told a great story yesterday about a bet on whether or not car lights would stay on at the bottom of a pool. Back in the day, going back, in the 70s and all, that group of the IndyCar drivers and those guys were just a whole different group of animals. Where was the favorite hangout for those guys down in Monterey?
A lot of them used to hang out where that pool incident took place, and that was back in the 60s, actually. That was at the Mark Thomas Inn, which is now the Hyatt. And I told you Roger Penske was involved in that. The other person involved was Augie Pabst. And there was another story I was going to tell you, if we've got a moment here while we're waiting for the cars to come around. It involved a tech session for the Trans Am cars. And they teched one of the Chevy Camaros, I believe it was Donahue's car, and it had gone through tech, and the crew got chummy with the tech inspectors, and they were standing around after the car went through and passed, and they were having a beer, and one of the tech inspectors leaned his elbow on the roof of the car, and it went right through. Those were the days that they used to acid dip bodies and body panels to decrease weight. They'd take the weight out there and put it back in somewhere else to meet the minimum weight. So after a flurry of phone calls into Detroit, the local Chevrolet dealer got a call from General Motors executives to open up his dealership, open up the shop. They rolled out a brand new Camaro, cut the top off that car, grafted it onto the other Camaro, and made it ready for race day the next day.
You'll try just
a lot
about
of stories. You don't hear them all, but they're out there.
Well, one thing that's important in broadcasting and motor racing is timing, and yours, my friend, is impeccable because the pace car is on pit road. We saw Barberi's car coming on the hook. Pretty bad little snubbed nose on the 74 car, but we're ready to go racing once again. Jake Latham in the 5 car will lead them down. Brett Strom and Tyler Clark, your top 3 here in Super Touring 2. You see a couple cars getting side by side behind them, trying to pick up a spot. Remember, Strom was starting to put some pressure on Latham anyway, and here he's going to jump real quick
Not
to
gonna
driver's
work.
left.
Not going to work. Wrong place, as you can see. He got almost alongside. He got up to the left rear wheel of Latham's red Corvette, and just had to tuck back in behind. But he may try and make a move up into turn 5. If he can get close enough to Latham before they get into that corner, and he's not close enough this time, but that's the spot that he may try it next time around. So keep your eye on him. Strom very aggressive in that number 67 car.
Yeah.
Gray and orange car right behind the red Corvette.
Well, the tough part about 3 is if you get on the outside of 3, you have to stay on the outside in 4, and you're going to be on the outside all the way till 5. And we've got a car come to a stop here. Let's see where that vehicle is. That is down into turn number 1. Now I see the hood up on the car. I can't quite tell. Daniel Rose there, and that is driver's right in 2. Oh, yeah, I see the Lexus signage behind, so there's 1 in the distance coming into 2, and that is Daniel Rose, the number 13 Super Touring 4 car. And here come the leaders, and by the way, new leader.
Strom made the pass while we were trying to figure out who was off down in the Andretti hairpin. Strom made the move on Latham somewhere between turn 5 and the corkscrew, or possibly down the hill here as they came out of turn 9. But he is out front, turned a better lap, a 134.5 opposed to a 135.6 for Latham. Watch him. I think he's going to spread that out and pull away and increase that lead over the Latham Corvette.
In Super Touring 4, that battle's instantly just kind of spread out. It's 2 seconds back from first to second, then another, just a couple tenths back to the Palomar number 25 team. So that Super Touring 4 race not quite as tight as we just see Latham disappear at the top of the hill there. He's still right behind Strom, and you get that shot there. It's maybe 4 car lengths as they go to the top of the corkscrew. You see Strom appear, Latham right there as they head down the hill, and Tyler Clark 111. Clark not too far. You see Clark come into the picture there. Clark not too far out of it. Right now, that's your podium for Super Touring 2, but we still have a lot of racing to go.
Yeah, we do. And Vic Pizzini, no, I'm sorry, I was in the wrong class. Let me amend that. I was keeping my eye on Anna Prodescu. She had moved from 6th up to 4th, but now she has dropped back down to 5th as Todd Clark has gotten back around her. She had passed him. She started 6th, moved up a couple of spots, but now the Clarks are running 3rd and 4th in Super Touring 2. So it's Brett Strom, Jake Latham, Tyler Clark, Todd Clark, and Anna Prodescu. That's your top 5 in Super Touring 2.
And we're about to swap leaders again. Latham went down into turn number 2, stayed on the outside, which then became the inside, gave him the preferred line. So give the spot now back to Latham. Strom now back to second, but Strom right in the tire tracks. He will look to the outside here. Can't do anything there going into 5 unless he can try to switch back over, but he wasn't quite close enough to make that move work.
Can't do it. If you've got the inside line going into 5, you're going to be the first car out of that corner and heading up the hill. And Latham stayed to the left, and he kept through there, and there's nothing that Strom could do about it. But he's been pretty aggressive. Once he got around Latham, I thought he was going to open up the gap and leave Latham in his dust, but that has not happened. Latham, very aggressive, got back around, and now you've got a good battle at the front of this pack between those 2 cars. Brett Strom in number 67 and Jake Latham in number 5, the red Corvette, currently leading the field.
Super Touring 4, again, that field has gotten spread out a little bit right now. It's about a 5-second advantage first to second place. This battle here in this Super Touring 2, the better race. But you're right now, it's Latham who's not wasting any time. Latham now gaps himself between first and second place, and he's got that 1.6 seconds. So Latham going to the whip here and getting that pony to run down into turn number 3. Maybe 10 car lengths as he makes the right-hand turn on turn 3.
Molinari leading American Iron Extreme by 0.2 of a second over David Gordon. So you've got a great battle for American Iron Extreme. Molinari in number 7. Now Gordon just made the pass. Gordon has taken the lead away from Molinari, and Molinari must have a problem because he is dropping like a rock all of a sudden Sprugasi got around him. Then the Mulhall construction car, Fardos, Williamson, Molinari drops down 7 spots. Just when he had the lead, it went away.
We've got now a good battle starting to shape up. It's fair. I want to say it's maybe 3rd and 4th. Yeah, Tyler Clark and Todd Clark are within a second of each other. That's 3rd and 4th in Super Touring 2. Good racing all the way around the track right now. Championship races. Tomorrow we see a 6-hour endurance race, which is a whole different animal and a whole different way you approach it with team drivers and all, but a different discipline. And we'll be able to enjoy that tomorrow. But it's a very different piece. Although now, you see 12 hours of Sebring and you see some of the other endurance races. The car technology has gotten so good. What used to be, we'll pace the car for 10 or 11 hours and then we go racing. Now those races have gone full out from the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, a 24-hour race is a 24-hour sprint race, not an enduro.
Which is totally different than what it used to be. Yeah, so now I see Gordon out of the car, and there's got to be some drivetrain issues, something.
Yeah, because they got to pick up the front end. I think something must have locked in the rear.
He's being quite demonstrative in describing how to pick up the car. But what's going to happen is that clock keeps on ticking.
Yeah, we're creeping up on 34 minutes here. So it'll be less than about 10 minutes to go. It'll probably clock out at about. Still haven't seen that car down in turn 2 that looked like the hood had come up. I'm sure they've gotten that out now too. As long as they're down, it's a good chance for them to do all the housekeeping and cleanup that they can when they have the opportunity. So we can probably get at least 10 minutes of green flag racing and hopefully to the end. Tow truck moving away. And is not picked up. Oh, it's going to be a pull tow. So it is not locked up. The car is rolling back out on the track. And here comes, just as they pull him on the track, the pace car comes by leading the field through. So 2 emergency vehicles and the Gordon car all coming through turn 10 with the pace car and the remainder of the field in tow behind them. All single file. I think there's some anticipation there. The tire scrubbing going on. Pace cars in the field way, way down. Slowing them hard, but
we may get in.
Diving into the pits, I believe. They're going to go green. That's why I slowed the field down to give the emergency vehicles time to get off the track. Here we come. It's going to be Latham and Strom in the drag race up the start finish in the green flag. Racing all over again.
Boy, Strom jumped to the outside. Strom's going to lead him down the front straightaway. So Strom stealing a spot on the restart. They're into turn number 2. Latham now comes back to the outside. There's our other Super Touring class behind them. But let's look ahead if we can see. Did Jake Latham get back by him as we're now watching our Super Touring 4 class?
He has not yet, but he's on his tail as they come out of turn 4.
And here's our car. The car with his hood up is still driving. In fact, this is going to be
right
weird.
In front of that battle for the lead.
Are
I think Latham might get stuck behind him. No, he went around him on the other side. They split that car.
The car with the hood over his windshield was still out there and almost in front of the leaders. Now Latham is back in front as they go over the top of the hill. They're on the Ray Hall straight. Latham has regained the lead.
That car was in front of the leaders momentarily, and then one went by on the left. That was Strom, and Latham went by on the right. Blew by him, and then I believe that car pulled off track over in turn 5. There is a way you can get off the track over there. That's probably where he was proceeding, but I certainly don't think he expected the field to catch him before he got to his chance to leave the track.
Interesting times here. There's Latham, and now you go back, you see your Super Touring 4. One car off, and here come the leaders back down the straightaway.
White flag.
Final time around.
White flag, last lap. Latham back out in front, leading Strom. They've swapped it back and forth a couple of times. Strom was very, very strong on the restart. Look at the Super Touring 4 battles.
83 and the 38 machine. The Edge MV car, that's the 38. The 83 is Jason Beacom. That's a good battle for that position. Well, our final lap of the day. Latham continues to lead as they come off turn number 5 for the final time. They'll climb the hill and hit the Ray Hall straight. So do it for us for the final time today. Dick, take us from there down to the corkscrew.
Latham's got about a 5-car length lead as they go through 6 and head on up the hill momentarily out of our sight. They'll pop back into view as they get up to the Ray Hall straight. And as soon as they get on that straight, they will go over driver left almost against the wall before they make a left turn for the apex that sends them down the corkscrew.
Well, for the final time now, through turn number 10, Latham has a pretty good advantage as they'll go through the corner. We're watching these guys race through the final parts of the corkscrew here, and we should have the leaders coming down the front straightaway now, and there is the checkered flag out. And it's going to be Latham holding off that second place of Strom.
Healthy margin, almost a full second, 0.96. Ole Thorson finishes third in Super Touring in the number 221 car, followed by Ralph Warren and Vic Pizzino. That's your top 5 in Super Touring 2.
So we got that last, at least we got that last flying lap to get the finish. And one car is slow down here on the front straightaway. We see, I don't know if he got into the wall, but after the checkered flag, you see at the top of the screen there. So kind of a crazy finish right at the end after a long double yellow.
It's been a crazy day. All sorts of strange things have been happening throughout the afternoon. Rain, no rain, pocket of showers, wet on one side of the track, not on the other.
And Dick, if you would, since I have now lost my time in scoring monitor, if you could give us a top 5 of a couple of the classes there, that would be fantastic.
Well, I just gave you the top 5 in Super Touring 2, so let's go down to Super Touring 4. Your race winner is the number 3 Auto Lounge car, finishing 7th overall. Second in that class is the number 83 of Jason Beacom that we talked about earlier. Third in the class is the ST Edge MV, car number 38. Fourth is the Palomar Racing Red, number 25. And fifth is Justin Spragashi in car number 24. That is your top 5 in Super Touring 4. And we'll go down to American Iron Extreme. Sal Molinari, your race winner in number 7. The second place finisher in American Iron Extreme is Charlie Bosselman, car number 85. Third in American Extreme, David Gordon, the car that we saw get stuck up there at the exit of turn 9, and he finally came back down the hill.
Great day of racing here. More champions are crowned this afternoon, and again, it's almost like we saw a whole season of racing all wrapped up into one day here
in one
today.
day, yeah, it was. And it's hard to imagine you put everything you have all year going to tracks all around the country or all over your division or region, and then it all winds up in one 45-minute race. Probably at a track that you have never run on before.
For a lot of them, you're exactly right. And then it's one little mistake, and we saw some crazy things earlier. We saw one guy never even made it to the green flag, got wrecked coming to take the green. We saw another in the Unlimited, the 3 car. He's 200 yards from the finish line to take the checkered flag.
Lose it out of 11.
Yep, and never made it to the checkered flag. Ended up getting last place in class, and that was that when that quick rainstorm came in. Everybody was spinning and sliding everywhere, and he never makes it to the finish line. So there's weird stuff can happen at the racetrack. We got a couple interviews. We want to talk to a couple of these winners before we let you go. Again, we're back on tomorrow at 9 a.m. Bonus coverage for you from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna, Seca, and it is the 6-hour endurance race for the NASA Endurance Series. So that's coming up tomorrow. So it sounds like we will catch up with the rest of the guys tomorrow. Here's what you do also for coverage. Go to the NASA website. You'll see all of the podium activity, and you will see all the final rundowns, because you never know what happens after they go through tech at the end of the day. We give you the unofficial. Dick, before we say goodbye today, we remind folks we'll say hello again to them tomorrow morning. Your thoughts on this 2022 NASA Championship?
It's a wild and woolly weekend, and there's more to come tomorrow. Been one surprise after another. Like you said, today was a crazy day. We had all sorts of different things happen, from someone losing a championship 100 feet from the start-finish line to somebody crashing their car on the green flag lap. And then the joker, of course, was the weather that caught a lot of people aware. Some people planned for a wet race and put rain tires on the car, and it didn't rain for their race. Others didn't, and it did. So it was just a little bit of everything, kind of a topsy-turvy day.
And that is when you come to a championship, everything's on the line. So many things could happen. Dick, thank you so much. We will see you here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Thank you very much. Good night, Edwin.
For Dick Sisich, Will Falls, and Carla Pestotnik, I am Edwin Pardue, and you've been listening to the 2022 NASA Championships. We've been coming to you live from Weathertech Raceway, Laguna Seca. Have a good evening, everybody.
I'm Carter Hunt from Raleigh, North Carolina. I race in NASA Mid-Atlantic, car number 58, Spec E30. The early years of Hyperfest were basically just a few bands and some stages, and that was kind of it. Chris has done a great job growing this event. It's kind of fun to race in front of a crowd. You know, we just don't get to do that very often. Kind of cool seeing people, you know, staring, watching us.
I'm Taylor Johnson. I race with NASA Mid-Atlantic. Racing at Hyperfest is a big, big difference, mainly for the spectators. It's cool because you're having fun with your friends, but you're also sharing it with a bunch of new people.
I'm Carter Hunt from Raleigh, North Carolina. I race in NASA Mid-Atlantic, car number 58, Spec E30. The early years of Hyperfest were basically just a few bands and some stages, and that was kind of it. Chris has done a great job growing this event.